A very warm welcome. You are looking live at the University of Wolverhampton. We are on the Walsall campus. We are here for the FA Futsal National Series 1. The Summer Showdown is on, and here is the slate for today's games. We open it up with Bolton versus Worcester from Group A. Derby versus Pro Futsal London is our lunchtime fare. We then move into Group B. London Helvetia take on Manchester in a battle of the teams that won last weekend. And we close the show with Birmingham versus Loughborough. Loser of that game goes out of the competition. Plenty to look forward to then. We've got Bolton versus Worcester coming up very, very shortly. And ahead of this fixture, I caught up with the two coaches, Joe Ryan and Pete Valance, to find out their thoughts ahead of week 2 of the Summer Showdown. With the Bolton coach, Joe Ryan. Joe, lovely to have you back here for the Summer Showdown. You guys left it a little bit late last week. You're hoping to get the job done a little bit earlier this time around.
Hopefully. Hopefully it's a little bit more relaxing than last week. But you know, Worcester are a good side. They had a tough one last week, so for us it's just making sure that we do our jobs properly. And
this was historically a close game between you guys last year, I know. What do you like about this Worcester side? Because very youthful team and a lot of new players as well.
It's similar to us, you know, they're giving young English players a chance, which I think is the most important thing. And you know, the more exposure these young players can get, hopefully inspires more people to play the game really. And how much did you guys learn about yourselves last week? Because I know you had a big influx of players as well. It was a great result for you last week. Yeah, it was brilliant. We learned a lot of things about how we're playing and what's going to work for us going forward, and how, as a team, we can evolve the way we play long term. So hopefully it's a good match-up today, nice and early for everyone on a Sunday. Looking forward to it. Best of luck. Nice one, thank you. Yeah, back with Pete Valance. Pete, really looking forward to seeing your Worcester team go again. Obviously last week was something of a baptism of fire in the Summer Showdown. We're expecting a little bit more from you on the court this week. How much are you looking forward to being back?
Yeah, definitely. We're pumped, ready to go again. Last week was a tough gig, we knew that. They're a very strong side, well drilled, well established team. I think our goals are very different to their goals coming into this summer series. We're here to expose players to the NFS tier level 1 and all that kind of demands. So we're on a bit of a starting journey with the partnership of Hartbury players coming in. We've got new players in today as well. So for us, it's sort of a test bed, you know. So chance to go again. They're a good side, Bolton. Last year it was 2-1 both times we played, and they just pipped it. So yeah, it could be anyone's game today, but we're hoping we'll come up on top and see how we get on. So.
And to that end, how much of a learning experience was last week, especially for some of your new players?
Yeah, 100%. I think they had a new appreciation to actually how physical futsal is in terms of the pressure that people place on you at times and the demands of the game in terms of decision making under pressure, rotations, movement. So a lot to work on defensively and in attack as well. So, but then again, you know, this is a long-term road for us. So we're looking to keep gaining confidence, keep exposing those players to this environment, and hopefully next season we'll be in a really good place and we'll be there. So
best luck for today.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Well, lovely to hear from both Joe and Pete. They're both really looking forward to this one. As you can see, the two teams have made their way out onto court. Let's take a look at the squads and indeed the starting fives, starting with Bolton. They'll line up with Joe Payne, Rob Harper, Oscar Lucas, Connor Kernahan and Ollie Whaley as their opening five. We saw Stuart Cook score a screamer late on. Can't wait to watch him in action again for the team from Lancashire. For Worcester, they'll open with Leon Rees, Sam Kerwin, who played almost every minute of their game against Pro Futsal London last week, Jack Tyson, the coach Pete Valance, and Joseph Brett are their starting five. No place in the squad for Vitas Jelinskas, who we saw take a pretty severe-looking injury last week against Pro Futsal London. He is sadly done for the season. We pass him all of our best wishes. Lovely to be with Mike Scaballa once again. Mike, so excited to be back. The first week was excellent. Really enjoyed the fare on offer, and we kick off this week, much as we did the last, with should be on paper at least a very close and tight game.
Yeah, how you doing? It's great to be back, and I think you're right. I think last week was some great games, and I think this week we're going to see some good tests again. And I think this is the first of the day, and it's going to be closer for these two teams. So I'm really interested to see how Worcester start today, and I think both teams could win this. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, they played each other last season before lockdown got in the way of everything, and it was a pretty tight affair as well. And since then, both teams have had a lot of turnover in players, lots of new additions to each of their respective squads. I think it's fair to say both teams are in a sort of transitioning process, especially Worcester, who, with a recent partnership with Hartbury College, looking to push through loads of new players and transition skill sets from the 11-a-side game onto the indoor court. It's a similar story for Bolton as well, lots of new players for them, as well as some old stagers like the likes of Stuart Cook.
Yeah, I think they're two different projects, but two great projects if you're their head coaches or clubs. Like you said, I think Worcester have just done a deal with Hartbury, which is going to be amazing for them in terms of growing their development teams and structure, and I think Bolton are probably, you know, getting sort of young players from different clubs as well. So it's going to be amazing.
And away we go. Worcester in the dark blue, Bolton are in the whites. Mentioned to Joe Ryan if he was hoping to get things done a little bit earlier than they left it against Derby last week. It was a close game, that one between Bolton and Derby, decided in the end by a long-range wonder goal from Stuart Cook. Worcester with early possession. Goalkeeper Leon Rees getting involved in the attack as well. Something we'll see a lot more of today than we saw yesterday in the Women's Super Series. The goalkeepers tend to be used a lot more extensively in this division.
Really good start here, both teams pressing from the off, which is going to be really interesting.
It's a good ball from Whaley, just a little bit too much on it for Oscar Lucas, who couldn't quite latch on. It was a lovely ball around the corner, wasn't it, from Rob Harper. He really fizzed it into Whaley.
Yeah, it's really good, and the teams have got to be able to play out here because, you know, both teams have started with a high press, which is taking the game to each other. So both of them think they can win it, which is great. So definitely going to see a good high intensity game. Hopefully, it's who can probably sustain that over the 40 minutes.
Yeah, Worcester had something of a baptism of fire last week, didn't they? Running into Pro Futsal London, a lot of the players playing in their first ever futsal match, I think, and against a team of very, very experienced, some of them internationals as well.
Yeah, that was a tough test for them to come out to, because, you know, Pro Futsal have been training quite a bit through the outdoor stuff because we couldn't go indoors. But I think what Worcester would have done is took a lot from that, gone back into training this week, and this had been a game they're looking at to win.
Yeah, I know you've been through that in your previous role with England as well. Sometimes when you run into that team who are just that little bit of a step ahead, whether it be in terms of their cycle or just in their quality, you've got to approach it as a learning experience, don't you?
Yeah, you have to stick to your game model. You have to stick to your principles and your processes that you think are going to give you long-term success. But knowing that some tests are a lot harder than others, right? And that was definitely a test for Worcester last week. But let's see if they're stuck to their principles, their model that Pete's trying to build there. But this is where now you have to start imposing your model on other teams, really.
Yeah, it's Derby this week who'll run the Pro Futsal London Gauntlet. Looking forward to seeing them in action. They are our second game of the day, coming up at 12:40. It's Harper with the kick in. It's Whaley around the corner. It's a handy little save that from Leon Rees, who stuck his right hand out really, really quickly. I think that was goal bounds.
Really clever set piece from Bolton there. They're looking really organised. They're looking really good out of possession, and in possession they look like they've got some structure around their restarts, which is probably going to be the difference at the moment.
It's Kernahan with the set piece now, just down below us.
I was really impressed with Ollie Lucas last week. I think he did really well on the ball. He moves well, and he's just got to impose himself a little bit more. Really talented young player coming through.
There's a few of them at Bolton. And we'll see, as we saw last week with the team in white, their strategy tends to be quite a rotation, as we see the fly keeper being used from Worcester. Didn't see that too often against Pro Futsal London, but perhaps feel a little bit more composed and a little bit calmer in the eyes of the Bolton defenders. Loose pass, but Worcester have done really well to keep the ball there. Kerwin now.
Worcester doing well here, moving it well, putting on screens, a few blocks to stop Bolton getting out to the press. Keep it nice and wide.
Switch plays a good one for Valance. Currently in the fixed position there. That's number 42, that's Joe Brett. I'm just watching the Worcester team warm up and move around. And Brett was one that really stuck out for me. There we go then. First chance in transition for Bolton. Whaley's going to go himself. Fires it into the back of Pete Valance. But somebody who really stuck out to me actually was Joe Brett in the warm-ups. He's a really big, imposing guy, but actually he's got a lovely deftness about his feet, which really stuck out.
Yeah. Some of the players, you know, are strong, physically big, but they can move the ball, they can look after the ball, and I think Joe Brett's one of those that, you know, can do pretty much everything. He's just imposed himself again on the game. You know, Worcester had a lot of the ball then, playing in their 3-1, but they didn't quite find the pivot, and in the end it came to a counter-attack. They probably at times need to be a little bit more risky with their forward passes. A little bit more work in terms of finding that pivot will get something off it, really. Good little spell of possession though.
Yeah, Worcester once again form up in this 3-1. The number 11 is the man at the top, that's Jack Tyson. And his movement is really key to try and open up the lanes. There it is, lovely flick on. You can see what they were trying to do there, not quite there for Joe Brett, who hits the hoardings hard, but there was an idea of what they're looking to do.
Yeah, definitely right idea. I think, like you say, Jack, I think he was coming in as the pivot, trying to play through a little bit diagonal. If it was probably played a little bit lower, a bit more quality on the floor, could have opened up that sort of layoff, if you like.
We talked about Bolton doing this. They've just switched their entire outfield or out-court players. We've got Cook on, I can see. Mikey Bulmer's joined us, so too is Matt Overton, as well as with an early touch there for Rafe Barber as well. Here he is. Lovely feet from him. No foul given. Forward come Worcester, who too have made changes. Coming through those in just a sec. Onto court comes Rudy McKinnon wearing number 7. James Sunley's also joined us. He's on the far side, now on the right wing wearing 57. Cohen and Valance have stayed on. Those two are seem to be the two stagers, don't they? They'll play a lot. Now there may be a chance in transition for Overton to make his way forward. He's going to try and beat the goalkeeper from range, who was comfortable in using his body. Couldn't use his hands, he was that far out of goal, but when you're so familiar with playing out of field as Leon Rees is, that's not too big a deal.
It's really good tactically here, you know. Worcester taking a little bit of a fly-keeper moment, so whenever they can get him high, just gives them that foothold in the attacking half. There's a little bit of a strategy which pins Bolton back. Not high risk at the minute because they're doing it, they're measuring when they're doing it well. They've obviously worked in that on training this week to try and get some more possession under their belt. But if Bolton get hold of the ball...
That's a lovely ball. Great tackle from Cook though, who shut the door in front of Pete Valance.
Yeah, I was just saying that this four with Bolton, if they can get hold of the ball, they've got Matt Overton, you know, really strong, left-footed, fit, wide pivot. He'll play down the left. Stuart Cook will be able to find those balls, and then you've got Rafe and Mikey Bulmer as you know, the movers and the wingers, if you like, the Allers, as we call.
There's a flash across the face from Matt Overton, who got a hold of it, but I don't think Leon Rees in goal was ever too worried. It's another quick change on for Worcester. An early touch of the ball for Andrew Lanham.
Really strong pressure there by Bolton. Stuart Cook asking him to go 2-1-1 in the press. Passing, you know, really aggressive on the first line of pressure. This four are going after it at the moment.
Yeah, you were really particularly impressed with Mikey Bulmer last week as well, weren't you?
Yeah, he did really well last week in, you know, in a game where he sort of, you know, moves well, gets in between the lines, finds the pockets to play in really, really well. That's his game, really. It's whether you can find him, it's really key. And you know, with Stuart's quality on the ball, hopefully you can find those passes. So
Ball just dipped out there on Overton. Again, you can see the fix being Stuart Cook, and he's just letting the, won't thank me for saying this, but the younger, more mobile guys do the running for him up top. And there's a chance there for Bowman. It's a really good bit of goalkeeping from Leon Rees, who spread himself really well, and he looks to get Worcester on the move quickly on the break with a long throw down court. That's put out of play by a Bolton heads.
I think, like you say, the fixes sometimes they can be really clever in their positional defending. So I think when you look at defending, you know, it's sometimes positionally you have to be really strong, really clever, and I think that's what Stuart gives them, is a real good way of defending in his positional structure. And then the other three can then go and press it, being more aggressive.
Overton, good strike, good save too. He's got a vicious left foot as Matt Overton caught that really, really sweetly. It was him against the world, really. One-man break, but it was very dangerous, and it needed saving this by Leon Rees.
Yeah,
stung the palms.
The second phase of that, where he's just got across the defender, allows him to get a shot off.
Stuart Cook couldn't quite find the second post. This is Lanham, tries to step away from Rafe Barber, who read it.
Again, really high pressure here from Bolton, so they can step onto things like this.
Ooh, misplaced.
It needs to be a better first touch. He probably thought about his pass before he actually got hold of that, Stuart.
Yeah, it was a good chance to break there as well for Bolton, should Stuart Cook have gathered that one in, and the first foul of the match is given. That will be a A free kick here to Worcester, so 1-0 on the foul count to Bolton, a victory they don't want to get particularly. Saw a couple of 10-metre penalties yesterday in the Women's Super Series. That's what happens when you hit your 6th and further fouls in the half. Count resets at half-time. One to keep an eye on. Only one foul though in the first 6 minutes. Both teams should be, unless things really spark up, be okay from here. This is Cook moving forward with Bulmer.
Great screen run by Stuart Cook there just to get out on the 2v2. So the difference at the minute is how probably Bolton are playing 2v1s, 2v2s, asking for wall passes, creating little pockets to play forward in. That's probably the difference at the minute. I think that's their experience of futsal compared to Worcester at the moment.
That was a foul by Lanham. One apiece now on the foul count.
Here it is again, just looking for that overload on the wide players. Here it is again, they're just looking for a 1-2 on the side to try and break through that block.
Just teased out McKinnon there, and now Overton will want this on his left foot if he can get it. Lovely footwork from Overton, good block. Just dancing his way through the Worcester challenges.
They're just tightening the screw here. They're just looking for overloads on the wide areas, just to try and bounce something into out so it can go through the block, and then if it opens up, they've got space on the other side to do it.
Overton really selling the movement there with the step over. The Worcester defender chomps on it. Opened up the space. Now a chance for McKinnon. Can he rein it in? He has support on the overload with Lanham. Here he is. And the 50-50 ends up barreling its way out for a goal kick. It's good defending from Bulmer, who was across quickly. Overton finds Bulmer, or Barber I should say.
That forward pass is just a bit too easy at the minute to find that front man, so the middle player of Worcester needs to stop moving so much and just block the passing line through, so they have to go wide and then they can get pressure on. But
telegraphed by Cook, lovely feet from Cook, still going. Oh, it's brilliantly done! Stuart Cook with an absolute moment of magic, and Mikey Bulmer is the man who profits at the second post. A gorgeous Bolton goal to start us off on week 2 of the Summer Showdown.
Yeah, another different type of goal for Mikey Bulmer again. Stuart Cook this week with the feet, moving it to create the overload and then even creating a 2v1 on the keeper. Great bit of footwork by Stuart Cook there, and Mikey Bulmer there, great for the tapping. That 4 did dominate a little bit more, didn't they, in possession, so they've got their rewards from that.
Yeah, that foursome have made their way off court now. And now Lanham is in for Worcester, their first chance and their best chance that they've had so far. Now the counter is on for Bolton. Kernahan shoots, scores! 2 goals in a minute for Bolton. No matter the foursome, they've found their way through again. And this time it's Connor Kernahan who rifles in at the near post.
Yeah, what you've seen just there is when you go down one end in transition, if you don't finish the attack, you don't finish it over the line, so Worcester don't make a save with the keeper. Quickly, Bolton come into positive transition, and within 2-3 passes we've seen a goal again. So a bit of an uphill battle here now from Worcester just in a minute of the game, really.
Yeah, I think on the actual scoreboard clock it's about 20 seconds worth of play, wasn't it? And all of a sudden they've gone from 0-0 to 2-0 down. And in that time as well, they had their best chance of the match. It's a tough score.
Yeah, it's brutal. If you don't, they had a shot against, I think, Joe Payne, who chested it down. That needed to be higher, harder and stronger. It either misses the target or it goes in the back of the net from that angle. But what he saw then is a 3v1 on a defender. And then they played the ball sideways, 2 passes, and then it's a goal. And really, they had many options to score. Could have gone direct, could have gone back post, could have gone second post. So, yeah, within 20 seconds, like you say, it's 2-0.
Okay, so we'll try and bring you up to date in that frantic period of play with the changes out on court. Harper's back on for Bolton, Kernahan as well. And also got Lamb out there, Tom Lamb, number 16, and Oscar Lucas is also back out for Bolton. Changes afoot as well for Worcester. Jasper Tetlow is now leading the line as their pivot. And I think that's Eshad Validbegi out there on the far side for Worcester, just in the almost like right midfield role at present.
It was a really good pass, I think, from Harper when they landed on it. We're saying transition, if you can make your forward pass or forward direction quick and early, and I think he played that ball out to Rafe. I think it was Rafe Barber, and it was just a really clever pass that got him out of and got that goal.
It's clever from Kernahan. Feet from Oscar Lucas was risky, but will it pay off? No, not quite. And that's good goalkeeping from Joe Payne, whose experience told there. No room for Eshag Valadbigi to make his way through onto the goalkeeper. It's a lovely ball right into the corner where Lamb was waiting.
Really stretching the game well there, Tom Lamb. Excellent movement, stretch the game. If he can turn and get an attacking action off that, because he had lots of space rather than coming backwards, would have been better. Because Worcester were stretched then.
It was a lovely position he took up, wasn't it?
Sometimes it makes it look really easy, doesn't it, when it's stretched like that and you can find the forward pass, but it's still got to be a good pass into him.
Here is Leon Rees, the keeper, up in this attack, trying to make almost a power play situation. This is Valence. Cohen takes over. So very tight this for Worcester at the moment. Tetlow is battling, but couldn't quite keep the ball, but he does earn his sides a kick in. This is a bit of a test really now for Worcester, isn't it? Because they started the game actually pretty well. Now 2-0 down, they have to stick to what they were doing and what they were doing well. Not lose their composure, not lose their heads.
Yeah, I think you're right. They started it really well. They've been caught in, 20 seconds of probably, they'd like to do better with the ball in the second one, definitely. But I think they can keep playing like this, but they just need to stretch. I'd like to see Tetlow go a little bit higher or deeper to stretch the Bolton defence rather than coming back in, because they've definitely got court superiority at the moment, but they need to make that count.
And also, when he comes in, he almost crowds out Valence and Kerwin. They would love the space to be able to move and create that movement.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes they're just coming back into the sort of three a bit too early, which means the spaces and gaps aren't there to pass through or to drive through.
Set piece then is given away to Lamb. Valence scraps for it, so too does Valadbigi, but no way through there. Now with Rees. Looked for the long pass, wasn't on. Lamb rifles it wide.
Rees there, he needs to be really calm here, because he could have gone out the other side to Pete Valence, who was open, and he'd have broke the press with one pass. So actually that moment, if it had gone back out, I think, to Pete Valence, he'd have broke the first line pressure of two players, and they'd have had 3v2.
Kerwin trying to do a Stuart Cook there.
Joe Payne deals with them in training all week, so he's probably he
Absolutely.
probably knows who's coming.
Yeah, if you haven't seen that Stuart Cook goal from last week, I sincerely urge you to go look that up online.
Brilliant here. Bolton just went into a little bit of a 4-0 just to try and play through. Very clever game. Brilliant stuff.
Worked that really well. Lamb played the pass blind. Kernahan wasn't quite as far at the court as he wanted. Kerwin looks to switch the play. That's really nice for Brett, and now Kerwin with the opportunity. And I just wonder if he got caught in two minds. He almost looked like he tried to step over it with his right, didn't follow through with his left.
Yeah, you can see what he's trying here. It's a great little pass. He's tried to go back across goal to second post. I think he's better to hit that or play with his left foot back across. But
I think it's a fresh air shot in the end, isn't it, from Sam Kerwin?
Yeah, they'll be disappointed with that, because you don't get many of those chances.
Rare error from Mikey Bullman there, who's now onto court, and here comes that fantastic four that gave Bolton such pressure and impetus early on. It's Bulmer, Barber and Cook back on. We're also seeing Lucas Schofield for the first time. He's wearing number 19. He's out on the right wing at the moment for Bolton. Shows how deep and talented that squad is. Here is Cook.
Yeah, I think they're starting to get some really good little youngsters through. I think Schofield's one of those that Bolton have been working on through the development teams.
I was going to let it fly, sorry there, Mike.
No.
And timeout called, and it is called by Worcester. Pete Valence wants to talk it over with his team.
Yeah, I think they're probably just talking about not being so passive against this four, because when this four came on before, they dropped deeper and deeper and deeper, and what it ended up as 2 goals really. So I think Pete will just be trying to sort out, if we drop too deep here, well, it'd be either or really. You either drop deeper and be stronger and wait for the counter, or you've got to go and press them, stop them at source.
Joe Ryan chatting it over with his Bolton boys. He had some brilliant success yesterday, did Joe Ryan. He coaches the University of Liverpool women's team, who qualified through to the semi-finals in the Women's Super Series. Cannot wait to see those semi-finals next Saturday now, 6 days away. And then we'll have one more week of the men's as well. That's next Sunday. And after that, it is finals weekend. We'll see the final of the women's, the finals of the men's Series 1 and Series 2 as well. Should be a belting day all told.
Yeah, that'd be a great showcase, the summer showdown for all the different men's, women's, T2. To bring it all under one roof will be brilliant.
Yeah, tough school this, as we mentioned, and it's a tough format as well, especially for the men. At least the women got an extra sort of week out of it and they get a bit of a semi-finals, but for the men it is really, really brutal. Top of the group gets you through to the final, that's it. 3 matches,
Yeah.
You better hope you win them all.
You've got to, haven't you? You've got to win it. We've got to win them all really to get through, because I think there will be a team in each of them that will do that. So the group of death is the tough group.
Bulmer, he's got options to his right here. Worcester furiously tracking back. Valence did so well. He's quick across the ground, isn't he, Pete Valence? He needed to be there. Loose one from Kerwin. Schofield seizes upon it. Couldn't get it down for the shot. Bulmer will, though, no problem. Good block from the Worcester defence.
I think what Worcester need to do a little bit more when they do have quick possession in transition, they need to go and send someone higher to move Stuart Cook, because at the minute he's just positionally, holding the centre of the court all the time, which is controlling the game. So in moments like this, go and move him off his line, go and make it difficult for him like this. And that way, when it does turn over again, he's not exactly coming back onto things. So at the minute he's sort of like playing the control of the game as the fix.
Every day's a school day when commentating with a coach of your level. It's lovely, Mike.
Not sure about that.
This is Cook switching the play. Schofield now onto his left foot. Bulmer looking for room. Loose one from Rafe Barber, not like him. Cook read that so early, didn't he?
Yeah.
He read that a pass ahead of time.
Yeah, he's just making, he's got loads of experience. He's making sure that he's centre of the court, controlling that access, if you like, in the middle. Just drops off line to play, but then as soon as they're out of possession, he'll go and control that area again. And in a way, he's doing 3 jobs.
He plays that role so well, and of course, so good with his feet, as we saw with that first goal. A wonderful moment of magic to take out 3 Worcester players and set up a goal that Mikey Bulmer really couldn't miss. 2-0 Bolton lead as we head into the final 8 minutes of this first half. That's gone by quick.
They could play more of a sort of wide pivot 3 in line, but not go and pin themselves here, because you're just going to get into a battle with Stuart Cook. He's going pull wide in between the 2nd and 3rd line in order to try and get on it and move him.
Great touch from McKinnon, that, wasn't it?
Brilliant touch.
And Worcester now can look to pin Bolton back. No way through, though, for James Sunley, the 57. This is one of the first times I've actually seen Dale Richards. He played last week, was pretty good as well. Cook just dinks it over the top, and Worcester were quickly upon that. Sunley.
Great pass from the keeper.
Keeping possession, but actually they'd already broken the lines once, then they sent it back to have to go and do it again. And they've been caught too with Cook. Is he going to go all the way himself? He will. Wins the corner. Kerwin takes a breather. On rolls the Worcester player Chalon Teneri. Bulmer tried to reverse it back across the goalkeeper, and that is well wide.
Worcester here with their pivot. If he moves really wide and pulls Stuart Cook across, it at least asks a question of Stuart whether is he marking, is he leaving him in there, and it gets more space and time. So at the minute they're making it really easy for Stuart, easier for Stuart to come out with the ball.
McKinnon battling, this might break there for Sunley, and it's a good bit of defending. It's interesting, actually. I know Rudy McKinnon comes from a football background, and that long throw up from the goalkeeper, actually that was just old school target man play, wasn't it? Up for the header with Cook. That's something that McKinnon will do really well.
Yeah, I think so, but he can do that wide as well, right? So, if he goes wide, at least then Stuart's got to come and either win the header or try and fight. But if he does it centrally, he might get 1 or 2 and he might get the knockdowns, but then the game's really stretched from the keeper. And then when it transitions like this, he's really out the game.
It's a really good save from Reese as Barber bore down on goal. Overton back into the game, and I really like Matt Overton. Such a good, clever little player.
Strong, good shot, good left foot. Can hold the ball up well, but also, like you say, he's got really good feet, so he can go inside and get shots off and good passes.
Here is Overton off the corner. This is Cook now, and they work a little movement here, which allows Bournemouth some space down the left. He has Overton with him. Stop shot is quick. Not quick enough though. Cook takes over. Oh, what a glancing blow. Off Rafe Barber, goes out for a goal kick.
What was brilliant in that little passage of play there, you know, Stuart Cook came in for a wall pass, made it in line so that Mikey Bullman had 2 options. He had the 1v1 down the line open up, or he could play inside. And he took the 1v1 and all of a sudden it's open. It's into a finalisation phase.
Now, ball's been turned over here. I'm not sure if the referee's given a corner. Worcester seem a bit bemused as well. Well, looks like a corner to me. Barber feeds it into Overton. Couldn't find the corner taker again. Either way, it's a bit of Bolton possession. Conor Kernahan's made his way back on from Mikey Bulmer as we approach half-time. Final 5 minutes and change of the first half. Barber. It's nice. Kernahan. Kernahan! Brilliant finish. The power of Conor Kernahan there for all to see. Rocket of a shot. No chance for Leon Rees, and it's 3-0 Bolton.
It's a great finish. You know, you've got to show him down the line. You can't let him back inside there. So you've got to, you know, least dangerous situation is let him go down the side. And if he beats you from a really tight angle, but you can't let an attacker back in there. And the other thing, you know, principally, when that ball goes so high, every single player needs to be behind the line of the ball. And there's a couple of Worcester players there are watching to see what happens. And unfortunately, you know, in this game you can't do that because half a space could create a goal, and we saw that.
Yeah, it was Sunley who was the defender, wasn't it? And just bit on one of the feints to go down the line, and that's exactly what Conor Kernahan was waiting for. He only needed.
And that's where it's really, you know,
seconds.
Where defenders need to be really understanding of the opposition, because if you know.
Oh, that looked like a push to me from Overton on Sunley, who had a really good run through there.
Yeah, I was saying that, you know, defenders really need to understand their opposition about their strong and weak foot. Because if you know Conor Kernahan's trying to get in on his right foot, then you'd show him down the side on his weaker foot and go, if you're going to score with your left foot there from that angle, you know, that'd be a great goal. But unfortunately, you've showed him inside on your strong foot, and there's probably only going to be one end product from that. Yeah,
definite foul there on Sunley, which means Bolton have 3 fouls and 3 goals to their name. 5 minutes and 11 seconds remaining of this first half. We've also got Chelan Teneri onto the court again. He's just at the back post there. Keep an eye on him. Suddenly lurking out on the edge, over on the far corner. I think that's McKinnon over there. It's Dale Richards over the free kick. It might break here for Bolton. But Richards shut the door in front of Ollie Whaley.
See what they were trying there? They were trying to play one down the side. The screen blocked through the legs for someone to come and strike it, but it didn't quite get the right block on. Good idea from Worcester.
Bolton read it though straight out the gate, didn't they?
Yeah.
Instantly shut it down. It is a little bit of a game of almost bluff, isn't it, off set pieces?
Yeah, definitely. I'd say that's one area where both these teams haven't really dominated with any set pieces. If you look at Bolton's corners, they've not really blocked or screened as well as they probably wanted. And when Worcester have had 2 or 3 free kicks, they've not really tested the keeper in their sort of structures and the way they do it. So, you know, if that's one thing both teams could go away on the training pitch and improve, I would say they get a lot more returns from it.
Yeah, that seems to be, just from these first couple of weeks, seems to separate the good from the great in this summer showdown.
Yeah, and that's also to do with, you know, some of the players are new at both these
chance here
clubs.
for Overton, who's fed it through. And that was a really good opportunity for Kai Lawless, his first real touch of the game, really. Cohen trying to run through the blind side, was up against 2 Bolton players. They weren't going to let him do that. But something we noticed that you know, the likes of Pro Futsal London, who played these guys last week, you know, they were so good in open court, but actually I think they scored 5 or 6 goals off set pieces.
Yeah, the set pieces are absolutely crucial. It's one of those things where, you know, like I say, I talked about the game model earlier, you've got to have a...
Well, it's a lovely spin round the corner from Whaley. He took up such a dangerous position. Couldn't quite pick out a fellow Bolton player though with the cross. It's good defending in the end from Worcester. Last ditch, but effective.
Yeah, I was saying that, you know, the set pieces are really crucial to have that in your game model, training them, because if you get those opportunities...
Kerwin. Oh, it was a good chance for McKinnon. It was a fraction behind him to really get his foot through the shot, but that was much better from Worcester. That was a lovely move. They opened up Bolton there.
Yeah, great move there. That was a good chance. If he could have connected with that, it'd have been great. But yeah, set pieces, I think, like we were talking about earlier, absolutely key to know what you're doing as a team.
McKinnon tried to be cute. Oh, Kernahan's done really well there. Really strong. Sliding in was Lawless. He's going to emerge with the ball here. Lovely feed from Whaley. Lawless in on the goalkeeper. And he could be in a little bit of trouble there, Dale Richards.
Yeah, he could be. That was a superb touch by Ollie Whaley just to put it into his path.
Well, Joe Payne, the Bolton captain's gone over to stick his 10 pence in. Referee's got a decision to make. Some yellow cards. What are your thoughts initially?
Yeah, it looked a bit, you know, it depends on the travel of the ball. So if he thought he was going away from goal, or whether the keeper was going to get there, then it's a yellow. If it's direction of the goal and he didn't think the keeper would get there, it'd be a red. So it's really, it's a bit more complicated than it first looked, but no, I'm sure Bolton won't be too happy with that.
Yeah, it's not quite as clear-cut, because if that was in the 11-a-side game, it wouldn't have even been a decision. It's straight red cards.
Yeah, slightly different with futsal. It's to do with the angle of the ball, because you do get a lot more 1v1s. It's to do with where the keeper's positioning is. Probably harder in a way for a futsal referee. I think it was red personally, but you know, we haven't gone that way. But we were just talking about the touch from Ollie Whaley there. I thought there was a foul just before actually, and Ollie Whaley's come out with the ball, and it was a clever little first touch.
He just reached, didn't he?
He just reached it out of the mess, threw it into the path of, I can't remember who it was, but he threw it into the path of that attacker.
It was Kyle Lawless.
Kyle Lawless, that was it, yeah. Really, really good, really simple pass, but all of a sudden the game's open. Yeah,
super work from Ollie Whaley. He does that really, really well, doesn't he? He's a really cute little player.
Yeah, brilliant little player. He's part of the England 19s that went out to Croatia a few years ago and did really well. He's, you know, a bit older now, been playing at Nottingham for a few years, and really good, mature signing actually for Bolton. So it's really now him being really, you know, showing how well his left foot. He's got a great strike. He's, again, just at this age, those players need to really impose themselves on these types of games, which he's starting to do.
Well, I've had a bit of a chance to talk over this set piece. It's a great position and a great chance here for Bolton to maybe put this game beyond Worcester.
Yeah, I think Ollie Whaley's going to try and drag out their defender. Someone's going to run over it.
Oh, that hasn't worked. Worcester blocked that off effectively.
I think, to be fair for both teams, that when, you know, we talk about having a taker, a blocker, a screener, a finisher, and I think the blockers and screeners haven't really done their job to stop the defenders coming out. So if you're going to be, you know, critical on the set pieces, it's actually the role of the blocker and screener that aren't doing their jobs.
Oh, it's lovely. Whaley, good save. Reese shutting out the light in front of Ollie Whaley. Didn't have a lot to aim at there, and that is a really good bit of goalkeeping, because it was destined for the top corner. That was lovely work, wasn't it, from Oscar Lucas to feed that one through.
Yeah, good save in the end. I think Ollie could have hit that a bit harder, but he's got it on target.
Lucas tees it. And a chance now for Worcester to come forward. Teneri makes the parallel run. Goes to the back heel, and Oscar Lucas cuts it out, and 3-on-2 now for Bolton. Oh, Lucas ghosted past his man there as if he wasn't even present. And now a reverse counter. Teneri to Kerwin. Great challenge from Kernahan. And Bolton celebrate that on the bench like a goal.
And that's why we love it, you know, counter, opens the game up. Like I said, came from a really clever parallel run. Didn't quite finish the attack. Went down the other end, didn't finish the attack, and then we're back at this end.
Stuart Cook has made his way inbounds. Shot from range, that was Tyson. Lawless couldn't quite bring that under control. It was above his shoulder, it was difficult.
They've used this keeper tactic quite effectively. I just think they can stretch it a little bit further, and the two pivots, if you like, can stand still a bit longer.
Reach got a hold of that all right. Flashes over the bar. It's going to take something special to beat Joe Payne from there, though.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to beat Joe from there. I think he's either got to step in and drive in that you saw Mark Croft do a few times with Helvetia last week, or otherwise he's going to have to play down the wides and play through the pivots a bit more.
2:20 remaining then of this first half. Bolton 3, Worcester 0. Here comes Cook. It's a great pass. Oh, what a good goal that is. Brilliant pick out from Stuart Cook, and the goal is finished off by Lucas Schofield, who gets his first goal of the summer showdown, and Bolton go into a 4-0 lead. What a pick out from the big man.
Yeah, Ollie Lucas here opens up that passing line as well with a cut across for a parallel for the 2v1, and then what a great touch by Schofield that was to open his body up. I would have actually liked to see the keeper smother that, because I think he was nearly in the D there, so I think as he's come across, the keeper sort of watched him do that, and actually could have come and absolutely smothered that. So, a bit of learnings from the keeper here. At times you've got to come and be that last defender, and even if you get a toe on it or you dive at the feet, it would stop it. So, a bit stuck on his line for me.
This is Lamb, who's made his way on for Bolton. Cook, who hasn't played every minute, but my goodness me, hasn't he been effective when he has played. Part of the project at Bolton, he does a bit with the coaching side as well to help bring these youngsters through, and make no mistake about it, a couple of ACL surgeries later, he's still got it all right.
Yeah, he's definitely still got it. He's, I think he's 35 now, but can still play. And the great thing about futsal is you can play for a bit older because you can come off and on if you like. So he's no way near finished. But and like you say, moving more into the coaching roles, which I think is probably making him a bit more of a bit better player in a way. He's thinking about it in a different way.
Yeah, Lamb had a good chance there. He's still a bit frustrated with himself. Just saw him move out a shot there. He had the chance with Reese out of goal, just scuffed his shot completely. Just brings into perspective Joe Ryan, who's out there. That's the Bolton coach, and what a good job he is doing with these Bolton boys. And indeed with the University of Liverpool girls. He was coaching yesterday into the semis of the Women's Super Series.
Moonlighting today then.
Yeah. Could be a busy boy come finals night if everything goes well.
They'll be fighting over his contract. No, he's adding a really, Joe's a good, thoughtful coach, really calm, really methodological about what he does, brings a bit of calmness to this Bolton bench, which is great. And then him, Stuart, I'm sure, talk about the setup and strategy, but it allows Stuart to concentrate when he's playing as well.
This is Kerwin. Again, the fly keeper being used. Kerwin now, good shot, good save too.
Brilliant there by Worcester, just getting outside and in line the final second defender, which allows his first touch to open up the game. And he struck it with his toe straight away, this is where they need to put that pressure on.
So Lanham is on, number 5, scoop to the back stick. It's a difficult technique that for Tyson to try and keep it down. Cook from the back, final minute. Great ball to Lamb.
Great pass into Lamb. Did well with his chest to bring it down as well.
Oscar Lucas over the kick in. Dispossessed, poked forward. Schofield's there as the last line of defence on this occasion. It's nice from Sunley. It's a lovely couple of touches. Feeds it through. Oh, and Worcester so nearly get their goal. Cook, the last line of defence, still not out. Can Worcester force it home? No. And that's about as close as you can get without scoring. They almost deserved a goal for that move. That was brilliant from James Sunley in particular.
Yeah, it was a brilliant first pass into there. If he could have got something on that, I think that would have been a goal. That's the goal they needed. And then Stuart Cook landed it in the melee. Probably just needed to put it out and reset rather than losing it again.
He always has faith in his own ability with the ball at his feet, but even Stuart Cook probably needed to release it there, didn't he?
I think at that moment in the transition, you can get calmness and defend the corner, which they've done really well. What he wouldn't have wanted to.
We tried to do it again.
What they wouldn't have wanted to happen is he loses the ball and and it's an easy goal. But yeah, he's just tried that again, hasn't he?
Yeah, Leon Rees rather was alert to it, tips it round the post. Few do it better than Stuart Cook at that. Lucas onto his left foot, fires wide. Can't relax as a keeper when Stuart Cook's on the ball. Never quite know what he's going to do. Ball read by Lucas and brought down by Lamb. And that is half-time. Really good half from Bolton's perspective. They lead by 4-0. Worcester were very much in the game until 20 seconds took the first half away from them. 2 goals in that time from Bolton. 2 brilliant goals as well. And it's going to be a big half-time for Pete Valance and the boys to try and turn around this 4-0 deficit. Half-time at the University of Wolverhampton. A brilliant Bolton side lead the way by 4-0. Highlights on the way, and we'll catch you for the start of the second half. Welcome back to the University of Wolverhampton. This Walsall campus is gleaming, basking in the light of these top standard futsal players. National Futsal Showdown is back underway with Bolton versus Worcester. Bolton 4-0 up, they're in the white. Worcester with work to do in the blues. Tim Jameson and Mike Scavalla still with you as we were from the beginning of today. And we're having a little bit of a chat at half-time, Mike, as we are wont to do. And typical us, really, all we talk about is futsal. But it was just talking a little bit about the potential red card decision. You had a little bit of a feedback at half-time, didn't you?
Yeah, no, we're just talking. So in futsal, like, because it's the keeper's in the goals are a bit smaller, even though in football that would probably have been a straight red card, right? But because the keeper's guarding the net, it's classed as, you know, not denying a goal scoring opportunity, so it is a yellow card. For me, I was just chatting about, well, I'd actually prefer it for the game.
Well, here's the moment.
Okay, yeah, so I'd actually prefer it for the game to be a red card, because I think the player's completely free. Which is different, but you know, by the letter of the law, it's not, because the keeper's in the goals. In football, because the goals are wider, it'd definitely be right.
Yeah, that's the slight difference in the rule change,
Yeah.
but it's an interesting one for sure. And I think it's almost a philosophical futsal debate, isn't it? I think if you're taking a look at each chance on merit, probably see a few more red cards, but that's really difficult to extrapolate for every challenge and make as a consistent rule.
Yeah, and I suppose, but you know, that's what makes.
Well, that's lovely football. Really good chance. Still there for Worcester off the post. Really good movement down there. It was James Sunley again at the heart of it all for Worcester, and whenever he's got his chance to get his foot on the ball in the attacking third, he's really made some lovely moments. He's
done really well so far. He's growing into this game as well. I was just saying the laws of the game for futsal are different, which is important and we like. But actually that's what makes it exciting as well, the laws of futsal. So, you know, we were just having a philosophical debate, like you say, but, you know, 4 seconds, the way the keepers act, the behaviours, the constraints put on the players is what I think makes it's a unique and exciting to watch.
Yeah, Mike was baying for blood for the red card there, but...
only because I thought, you know, if I was a player or a coach.
It's been interesting to see Worcester come out firing for this second half. They certainly need to. It's not beyond the realms of possibility that they could turn this around. 4-0 isn't the lead in the 11-a-side game as it would be, for example.
No, so I think, you know, they need to try and get one early. They need to get back into this game. But like you say, the 4 goals could come quite quickly, like we saw last week.
Here's a chance, 2v1. McKinnon, and there's the chance, and Sunley misses the target.
Well, that's 2 big chances now in the first 2 minutes, where they probably should have scored 2. One has hit the post. This one should have hit the target. And that's the difference at the minute. It could be 4-2, and all of a sudden we've got a real good game on.
Long throw should be gathered in by Leon Rees, and it was.
Great pass forward, that. Great movement from the pivot into that space. They've started a lot brighter here.
Yeah, they really have. We spoke to Pete Van before the start of the game, and he mentioned again that they had more new players to add into the group this week, and, well, James Sunley, one of them, and he's really impressed me. He's clearly got a lot of talent in his feet, and it's just, as we mentioned earlier, learning those nuances, learning those tactics. It's not instant, it is extremely unique and different. Here is Sunley.
I think the experience that Bolton are showing off the ball, when they're in possession of the ball, but the movement off the ball, is probably the difference between the 2 teams at the minute. And then you've obviously got the technical ability of a few of the Bolton players that can open up those spaces, go past people, which you know, kills sort of the structure of the Worcester team sometimes. But they've started brightly.
Oh, lovely from Sunley. That's really tidy. Kerwin tried to force the angle. That's actually really good defending by Barber there. Gets his body in too and feeds it through to Overton. That was brilliant from Barber. That was much better defending than it initially looked, as Worcester rattled the side netting through Jack Tyson. Barber there doing absolutely everything he could.
Yeah.
It was a 2v1, and he delayed and delayed and delayed, and eventually Kerwin just didn't really have the angle to find that pass into the middle, which would have been almost a certain goal.
Yeah, and that's the difference between the goal that we saw Bolton score, Kernahan score in that position compared to Rafe Barber, who defended that inside line really, really strongly. Little details like you talked about is the difference between these two teams at the moment.
Overton down the line. Not against the shot, never is Matt Overton. Tipped over the bar. It will be a corner, and Bolton are going to ring the changes here. On come Stuart Cook. Got Oscar Lucas there as well. We've got Lucas Schofield and Ollie Whaley. And they'd quite like to do that. Can change their entire 4 at a time. It's a deliberate tactic and ploy from Bolton. Worcester tends to be a little bit more individual in their substitutions, just freshening up the 4.
Again, I'd like to see a little bit more from set pieces in terms of their end products, in terms of testing the goalkeeper. I don't think we've seen any corners that have actually got a shot on target, or any free kick for that matter.
Well read by Oscar Lucas. Here he is again, 7v7, and he gets the better of McKinnon in that exchange. This is Whaley.
This is the overload pass that breaks the line. If you saw Oscar Lucas there, just dropping into the middle for a wall pass, that's the thing that's sort of killing the structure of the Worcester first line pressure. They've got to block the middle off a little bit more, Worcester, there when they're pressing, so that ball can't go in the middle. If they decide to take the 1v1, you have to back yourself as a defender. You can get there quicker than the attacker on the ball.
Jasper Tetlow has made his way on, number 44, just at the bottom of your picture. Cook. There's the wall pass with Whaley. Lovely 1-2. And important last-ditch defending to deny Schofield what would have been his second goal.
Saw that again, that wall pass again. It's just opening up on the wide area. He's creating 2v1s all the time on the side. And at the minute, Worcester, aren't really stopping it. And it's probably going to come in another goal if they don't sort that out.
Whaley forwards. Oh, and a chance here for Schofield. Oh, off the post. Rattles the upright. And Worcester get away with one there because that was a pretty bad time to make a misjudgment of the ball in the air. On comes Joe Brett, number 42 for Worcester. Referee doesn't like what he sees there. Retakes Oscar Lucas. Schofield only finds Kerwin's head.
Yeah, it's interesting that they were trying to play through to Ollie Whaley for probably a set for Stuart Cook, so they were trying something out there, Bolton. Good defending there from Worcester.
Just talk about Sam Kerwin's engine, by the way. He just barely ever comes off the court.
Yeah, he's a fantastic leader. He works really, really hard. He's aggressive in what he does.
Played almost every minute against Pro Futsal London last week, and I was tired just watching Pro Futsal play at times. It was a tough day for Worcester, but Sam Kerwin came out of it with a lot of credit, led his troops really, really well.
Yeah, and if you've got players like that you can build your team around it and get that more experience and tactically move them on, then it's a great start to have that commitment from the players and that drive to want to get better and improve, because you can make quick improvements as well.
Good chance here for Schofield, big chance too. That's great goalkeeping. Spread himself really well, Leon Rees.
Yeah, superb goalkeeping by Leon there.
Some full court press from Bolton, no way out for Sam Kerwin. He eventually takes the safe option, really. But this is a save from Leon Rees. This is good goalkeeping. Just no way through for the ball to go, was there?
Great save. Fantastic the way he spread himself. When Bolton are pressing there, Worcester just need to overload the first line pressure to make it a 3v2.
Great ball from Cook. Oh, how about that for the feet?
Superb.
That was naughty from Schofield.
Yeah, brilliant little feet from Schofield there.
Little elastico. So a glimpse into just how good these players are with their feet when they have time to show it off. It's actually very rare you see it. It's actually precious. About that from Oscar Lucas. They're pulling out the party pieces now. Have a little watch of this.
Little flip flap, brilliant.
See you later.
He actually had a look up for a pass in the middle, and Ollie Lucas was watching him still. So, you know, like you say, you don't often see it, but the constraints of the game in tight areas is what draws out the creativity. So these players have great feet, good with their creativity, and the game brings out these moments of skill and the moments of, you know, exceptional technical proficiency.
Yeah, even Cook's having a little go with it, sticking it through the legs of one of the Worcester players, and unhappy at not getting a foul, he then goes and commits one of his own. So just hold things up in the middle of the court. And, referee's just going to have a quick word with Stuart Cook as well. It was vindictive, might be too strong a word, but I think it's safe to say he knew what he was doing.
Yeah. Oh, you know, he knows how to manage this game as well, you know, so when he needs to put his foot in, he can do that. And I think you have to be that as a futsal player. You have to be a good attacker, you have to be a good defender, you have to be good at game management, you have to be calm in the intensive periods.
How about this for a bit of skill, by the way? It's coming up in a moment. It's the cross, isn't it, from Oscar Lucas? Lovely pick. How about the little two-footed?
Yeah, just trying to open up the passing line with a little two-footed jink.
But it's got to the point now, and it's something that we've noticed a lot in the 11-a-side game in the last sort of 15 years. It's the similar now, obviously, with futsal in terms of the raw ingredients. Is there are so many players now who have the ability to do whatever they want with the ball at their feet. That actually just having that isn't good enough to be a top-level player anymore. There is so much more to this game. The nuances, the finer points.
Yeah.
Don't have those. Doesn't matter how good you are with the ball at your feet.
Yeah, I think, you know, technically you have to, you know, it's sort of like brilliant basics, if you like. Technically, you have to be good with the ball in futsal. There's no doubt about that. But then you have to understand where to use it, how to use it, whether it's, you know, playing as two players, playing as an individual, playing as three players. You know, most of the success in futsal and the goals come from the combination of two players. So you have the good technical feet, but your partner needs the same as well. But how you combine them is the real key to it.
Good play by Lanham. Can he open it up? Not quite. He felt he was being fouled by Rafe Barber. Probably had a case for that. Now Worcester turn it back over after the loss of possession by Bulmer. Just got scrappy, but Worcester don't mind that. They've got the territorial advantage at the moment. It's set for Lad Biggie.
Yeah,
with the kick in.
The clock's just rolling here, isn't it, for Worcester? You know, they probably just need to think about how they can change the momentum of this game, because at the minute it's very much I'd say a nice game. It's turning into a bit of a nice game for Bolton, nice game for Worcester. How can Worcester now create some opportunities, or maybe think about flying, or maybe think about dislodging that possession that Bolton are starting to have joy in?
It will eventually be a Worcester ball. It's good from Richards.
Brilliant from Richards.
Reese is consistently keen to have that shot from that angle. He's finally got one on target, but just feel that it's real odds against of hitting the dream strike to beat Joe Payne from there.
And this is where your set pieces and your work on your set pieces come into you know, fruition, because if you're going to play with that long, strong shot from the keeper, you might get more corners. But it's then how you can execute your corners in terms of getting shots off, which again we haven't really seen much from either side in terms of, you know, finishing those corners off, if you like. Again, another set piece here, free kick. Again, I'd like to see probably a better block, a better screen from the players that need to do that role in order to open up a shooting line, finishing line.
Yeah, Matt Overton and Rafe Barber need to be strong. Keeper putting his third player in the post. He'll stand in the middle, stand in front of them.
Again, there, you know, you saw the defenders run past the attackers. If the attackers get the screen and the block on, it's a clear shot. So, you know, too eager to get on the ball rather than do their job of, you know, blocking and screening.
And I suppose that blocking and screening is such a... It's almost a very new thing, isn't it? And it's a very specific thing to futsal especially. It's sort of making its way into the into
Yeah,
the wider games nowadays, but
yeah.
that's a very futsal thing, the idea of
Well,
blocking and screening.
We have indirect blocks, we have direct blocks, we have indirect screens, indirect screen. We can get into so much detail around it, but reality is, because it's a court sport, you know, basketball and other sports have those things. And like you say, it's very much a futsal thing that's always been there, that you learn from, and it's important to get that metre of space to get shooting lines off, or a metre of space to pass.
I guess my point was, it's not a natural translation from outdoor to indoor, is it? That's something that has to be learned.
Yeah, I would say it's easier to take blocking and screening outdoor than it is to learn it new to the game. So I think it, you know, as young players grow up with this in Spain in terms of how blocking and screen, I think it's second nature to some cultures, but for us it's very different, you know.
Yeah, totally agree. Now Valabigi, can he pick out the pass? He can, but Joe Payne was alert there, and you could see with Bolton having 4 players up, Joe Payne was pushed really high up to prevent that, using his experience really, really well. Saw yesterday the difference that a good goalkeeper could make.
Oh, it's huge.
Alice Evans for Cheshire was player of the match in a 5-0 win. Absolutely outstanding.
Yeah, brilliant keeper. Yeah.
And we see here with Joe Payne, the captain of this team, he does the simple things so well, and you almost never have to really think about him or worry about him and mention him, because he's so solid. He very, very seldom has to actually be involved in making dramatic game-changing things.
Well, I think, like you say, you know, the keepers in futsal, you know, you start the attack. So the first decision you make in possession of the ball, whether it's quick, whether it's slow, whether it's wide, whether it's to play, whether it's to go over or into, it's absolutely key. And you get that more opportunities in futsal to do that. But then on the flip side, you have to be really good at shot stopping. You have to be really brave.
Overton off the wall pass from Bulmer, who goes around the outside. It's a great tackle by Valabigi. Poor pass though. And forward comes Kernahan. Might have to go his own way. Shot blocked by Richards. Kernahan on a hat trick.
What's really impressed me by Joe today is that, you know, it sounds silly, but we haven't really noticed him. But in a way, that's because he's been concentrating. The decisions where he's had to let things run through are good decisions. When he's had to clear up, when he's had to play quick, you know, in a way, because we haven't noticed him so much, because he's managing the game really well.
He's also got a bit of a presence about him as well, in the sense of if a player runs through on him, you almost instantly make him a bit of a favourite.
Yeah, and that's it, you see, that's what I mean. The player runs through, you know, he backs himself because of his positioning. So what he's very good at is, you'll notice, the camera doesn't always notice, but he defends the half first, he then defends the D, and then he defends his line, which is probably the difference between the two keepers at the minute.
Wholesale change for Bolton then. On comes Lamb, Whaley, Lawless is on, he's pressing the ball now. Cook at the back. This is suddenly back on for Worcester. That's a really good feed, but he did run out of play. It is always difficult with the multiple lines here at Wolverhampton to know exactly, but it is the darker lines. They are dark purple officially.
It's funny because, like, from the camera angles, you like to say there's loads of lines, but the players know where they are, which is, some people always ask, how do they know?
Oh, that's a really good save from Reese. The toe punch shot from Ollie Whaley came from no backlift whatsoever, and Reese had to be alert to palm that onto the bar. It's a really good save. Whaley again. Bolton on that favoured left foot. Balance wasn't having any of that whatsoever. Now McKinnon.
That's where you see the toe poke, where it is really important. Like you say, no backlift, hard power. Keeper can't really set himself. It's a great choice, if you like, of the toolbox there from Ollie Whaley.
Let's have a watch this save, because it is a really, really good one. Brilliant stop.
It's a great save. Great save.
Saw a couple yesterday. I mentioned Alice Evans earlier. She maybe pulled off the save of the tournament in the Women's Super Series. A long-range shot from a Derby player. Oh, and Cook nearly found Lamb there. He's got a great pace of pass, does Stuart Cook, so much so that it wasn't easy for Lamb to connect with, but if he had it done, it would have been a goal.
Yeah, I think, like, some of the best players, you know, they leave the ball playable, as we say it, so depending on where it's got to get to, they always leave it playable. If you can leave it playable first time, it's a great ball.
Lamb cuts out the pass, and the overlap is with Lawless. Lamb wide of the post. Lawless actually had the better chance there. It looked almost like a set for Lamb, but he very much stood on the ball here, Lawless. He wanted to run through here. Keeper's actually done a pretty good job of blocking off the angle.
Yeah, keeper's done really well there, because you thought Lawless should have probably scored. He's managed to block off the angle. So again, Bolton would not be happy with that. Another chance going begging.
Here's Lawless again. Lovely feet, but Sunley was battling for it. Been impressed with Sunley, you know. He's got all the tools, doesn't he, to be a really, really good player.
Yeah, he's done really well today. I've been really impressed as well. You know, he's got good, like you say, the basics of technical ability. He can deal with the ball at his feet. He can move the ball well. He can pass. He's just trying to now learn those ways of getting in the pockets to be able to have that effect and apply that technical ability in the game.
Yeah, yellow card there for Kai Lawless, who wasn't particularly pleased with that decision, but
you know, the hardest part of this game is finding the space to play, and either creating it yourself, creating it with a mate, or finding those areas that the defence leaves open, and that's the bit where you need to play the game to understand the spaces and gaps.
not quite there with the pass from Tyson. McKinnon blocks off Cook. Whaley in hard on Valance. Lamb takes it off him. Valance recovers well. I think he wanted a free kick there, the Worcester player coach. Cook to Lawless. See every single player forced to play two-touch, absolute maximum. Constant pressure on technique. There's good defending there from Worcester as a unit. McKinnon's chest was a good one. Whaley had to cut that out.
Right idea there. Just tried to chest that in. I think if he'd have headed it, it might have just got there a bit quicker actually.
Here's a goalkeeper up in the attack, Leon Rees. Again, there's that long drive across. Don't want to give Stuart Cook that sort of room. You do not want to give Stuart Cook that sort of room. For the second week in a row, Stuart Cook has scored from his own half. That time was a little bit easier as the goalkeeper was out, but how easy did he just make that look?
Yeah, he told me last week it was his weaker foot as well, and he's going to say that again, but you know, like you say, you know, I think we talked about this earlier, didn't we, about the keeper stepping in to get closer to the goal to have that shot. If you're sort of on your heels when you're shooting as well, it's not going to have the power. So the power's got to be in that shot, otherwise people are going to drop on that ball. But what a great finish! And by the way, he's still got to put that in the back of the net, which is not easy.
Yeah, made it look ridiculously easy. Cohen with the shot, rifled that in. Joe Payne had to make a good save. It's a brilliant bit of defending actually in there initially from Rob Harper, who stopped a clear goal for Sunley. Worcester on the attack again, side netting on this occasion. So they've had some nearly moments in this second half from Worcester. They've certainly created the openings to score a couple of goals.
Yeah, if you looked at the first 2 minutes of this second half, if they could have got one or two, it would have been a different game. And then they've tried to get a few more shots off and a few more, corners, but in the end punished because of, like you say, not hard enough shot and Cookie stepping on it.
Kerwin, chance to shoot. Great save, Joe Payne. Shut out the light in front of Sam Kerwin and just nowhere for him to go.
Brilliant again from Joe Payne in those positions that really make it difficult for the attacker to finish, which he's done really well every single time he's been asked for today.
McKinnon bundles his way through. Good tackle by Harper. Overton shows the outside and eventually plays it through, but Lucas wasn't quite on the same wavelength there. I think there was a little bit too much angle on the pass, but here's another angle of the goal from Stuart Cook. Not a single thought in his mind otherwise, was there?
Yeah, he stepped on the second post to stop the one to the back player or to put it across. The keeper takes the shot, but in the end the keeper's not shot hard enough really. We've been talking about that all day. I'd preferred him to step in, rifle it, even miss the target, make a save. But if you give Stuart that much time, that much space, with an empty net.
Yeah,
his quality will show.
He showed last week he didn't need anywhere near as much time, space or an empty net to do that. That was a gift for a player of Stuart Cook's ability. Second week in a row from his own half. Holy Stuart Cook. There's a suddenly for Worcester. Finds Tyson in a little bit of space. McKinnon. This will break for Tyson.
It's a great turn.
Really nice idea from McKinnon. Kernahan just read that in time.
Yeah. McKinnon, you know, looks good at times. He's aggressive. He wants to get on the ball. Again, he's just probably new to it, and he probably needs to understand where he is.
Oh, what a great touch from Harper, and a great save from Rees. That was all too easy, that for Bolton. Here comes Sunley. And again, defended brilliantly by Kernahan.
I was just saying, McKenna, you know, he needs to just understand where he is, what decisions to make in certain areas a little bit cleaner, to have more an effect in what he wants. But again, suddenly they're showing his feet, showing his technical quality, going down wide areas. He's been a real good player for them.
Jed's here. Kernahan wants it on that powerful right foot if he can get it. That was defended well.
That was a superb diagonal pass from Ollie Lucas, I think it was.
Overturn, rattles the upright. Oscar Lucas loses out. Suddenly finds McKinnon. Overton really does have such a hammer in that left foot, doesn't he?
Brilliant strike from Overton. And that's when, if he can get on this left side of the court with a bit of space, he can, you know, wind up that left foot. It's such a strong weapon for Bolton.
Lucas with a clever little poke down the line. Kernahan. Lucas. And Overton. What a good save that is. What a good save. Lovely play this.
Save. You think this is going into the back of the net. Lots of time and space for Matt Overton, but keeper's just got himself spread really well. Great save.
I think there's a combination of the two there. I think whilst we can still say it's a great save from Leon Rees, we can also probably say that Overton will be disappointed not to have scored.
He should have hit it higher, really. So as the keeper drops, he hits it higher, he's going to struggle to save that with his hands.
Oh, that's a great effort that from Joe Brett. Very close to being Worcester's first goal. Great pick out from Leon Rees. And actually Joe Payne there wasn't expecting that. That was an inch wide. Payne was beaten. Great first touch from Kirk. Oh, that's wonderful play. It's another one. That's such a good goal from Bolton. They do that so well. And the link-up play there between Lucas, Overton and Kirk, too much for Worcester to handle.
Yeah, in that situation, in that, you know, that transition, if you like, and making it a 3v1, they've just got to make the right decisions, move it to the strong side, off to the weak side. The keeper's got to go out and smother it, and it leaves the back stick open, if you like. So great central counter.
We'll see the other two teams in Group A in our next match, as Derby are fed to the Lions of Pro Futsal London. But it will be, if it all goes to form and as we expect, a bit of a decider in next week's round of games. Bolton versus Pro Futsal London.
Yeah,
the winner for the final.
Yeah.
And at the moment, Bolton look like the biggest challenges in Group A, at least, to Pro Futsal's title as the favourites in this competition.
Yeah, I think so. I think Derby are going to be really, know they're going to have a tough game on the hands coming later. But I think Bolton will be pleased with their performance today so far. And I think they're the ones to sort of put on that challenge to Pro Futsal.
It's a lovely run from Richards. Joe Payne quickly out. Richards again. And he stopped. Schofield on the ball for Bolton. Actually, I was crediting Joe Payne with another bit of solid goalkeeping. It's his replacement, it actually was to credit for that. The sub-keeper for Bolton Reece Crowther has come on. Oh, Rafe Barber really does have magic in his boots. Look at that. So good to get himself even within a whisker of a shot there against 3 Worcester players.
Yeah, Rafe got great feet.
That's a good ball. Unlucky. Talked about the surface, didn't we, last week at St George's Park? A little bit slower, a little bit more rubbery.
Yeah.
This is lightning fast on this.
This is what you want to play on. You want to play on a wood surface because the ball skids. It means it's faster. It's a bit like playing on the wet and playing on the dry and grass. You know, players like to play on a little bit of dew. I think that's the same with the wood and the rubber surfaces. So this is where the good players really like to find those passes.
Oh, that's not the most advised pass for him.
Rafe's done well with that ball.
Yeah, he really has. Made it look like a good pass, which it absolutely wasn't from Schofield. Tyson is across to make that tackle. We are winding ourselves down. Final 3 minutes. It's been a really solid and impressive performance here from Bolton. I'm going to ask you soon for your player of the match, Mike, so get your thinking cap on. It's Bulmer. Turned into challenge of Lanham. We'll keep that in and just concede the kick in as opposed to the corner. Feet from the keeper. It's going to break to Barber. He's going to smash this. Good save again. And immediately they're on the break. Shot wide at the near post from Jesper Tetlow, who's on once again, big man. This is Mikey Bulmer.
There's that wall pass again from, you know, out to in. They've searched for that all day.
Oh, Schofield there took a risk, but it's paid off really well, and now they're attacking with Bulmer. Onto his right, shot wide.
Schofield's played really well this second half, you know.
He takes risks, you see there the benefit of them.
Yeah, good times, played some good clean passes, moves well, good feet as we've seen. Been really impressed with him this second half, really grown into this game.
Certainly, Schofield blocks off the wall pass run. It's a good screen from Schofield. Well, time to choose, Mike. We're going to put you on the spot. Player of the match decision as Rafe Barber is through, and Rafe Barber hits the side netting.
Yeah, I think, you know, Stuart Cook's played well. I think Joe Payne, like we said, has played well. But I think I'm going to give it just to Schofield for this second half performance. I've been really impressed. Young player. Looks great. Done well.
Referee's called a bit of a break. So corner kick for Bolton. I say corner kick, free kick, sorry, right on the edge of the D.
Let's see what Stuart Cook has planned here. He's probably going to orchestrate this again, trying to find ways to block or open up. Sometimes you can be too complicated in these close areas.
Sometimes just put your foot through it, right, if there is any kind of gap. This is what Reece is just trying to shut in front of him.
Yeah, obviously a difference if it's direct or indirect, but let's see what they can work out here.
Oh, and they've worked another goal. Yeah. Lamb will claim it.
And that's the difference, you know, sometimes, like you say, with simpler can be better in those situations when they're close, rather than overcomplicating another pass, which allows them to get out. What's really clever about this is Cookie's just having little looks to see which is the most open, and great finish from Tom Lamb.
Not that I'm in the business of taking goals off players. Not sure that was heading in on target from Lamb, but he did the absolutely right thing in trying to make a goal happen. He knew the keeper was going to be moving backwards towards his own goal. It's a great finish.
Great finish.
I'm not going to take it off him. Saying the higher ups might.
I think the difference here between Bolton and Worcester for me today is the use of the helping pass, the wall pass tactically that Bolton have shown lots of today. You know, getting each other out of pressure when they needed to. Has been the difference about building that main possession and momentum. And then obviously the individual flair and individual quality we've seen when they've got into those pockets has been good. And I think that's something that Worcester can bring. I think they just need to go back on the training pitch and learn how and when to do it, which I think that's experience from the Bolton players really.
It's Rees well forward. Hey, and Worcester get themselves a goal, and it's Sunley who's got it. And I think if anyone from Worcester did deserve a goal, been really impressed with James Sunley. Yeah,
he deserves a goal today. I've been really impressed with him as well. But you know, we talked about earlier about if the keeper gets a bit higher, it can have a bit more effect. If you notice there, he's probably about only 5 metres, but that's like, what, 20 metres in football, right? You know, so like, you know, he just 5 more metres high has made all the difference to the angles and distances and the sort of shot you can have. And it resulted in a goal.
So Bolton will be annoyed to lose that clean sheet, I am sure.
Cookie just buying a foul there, really clever, holds it late, lets the defender hit him.
So into this final 30 seconds we go, and it looks like we're sort of destined in week 3 of this summer showdown to have that decider, really, that de facto semi-final between Bolton and Pro Futsal London. We've now seen Bolton twice. Mike, have they got what it takes to be able to take on the might of Pro Futsal London?
Yeah, I think what we haven't seen yet is enough of Bolton out of possession, so I think they're going to spend a lot of time out of possession against Pro Futsal. So it's structurally whether they can, you know, sustain that pressure. But you know, they've definitely got a counter in them, which we've seen again today. They've definitely got players that can go past people and they can score goals. So it's going to be tough, but I think they could go and nick it if you like. For me, Pro Futsal are still favourites, but I'm sure Bolton will be ready with a game plan to cause some problems.
Cook with the reads, final 2 seconds, and that will do it for Bolton. 7-1 winners over Worcester. Superb performance from the team in white. That makes it 2 wins out of 2 and sets themselves up for a winner-takes-all match against Pro Futsal London, likely anyway, if things go to form next week. Pro Futsal London still have to do the business against Derby. That's our next match coming up. A super performance from Bolton. That's on the table, looks right now. Pro Futsal London about to take on Derby. And at the moment, Bolton just doing what they do best. 2 really, really good wins there.
Yeah, I think so. I think last week was a really good professional performance. I think this week we've seen probably another level to them in their combination play, probably another level to them in the individual quality that they can bring to the table. So, and also that speed of transition which we saw today on the faster court, I thought was better by Bolton. So really good performance today, but they'll be pleased.
Superb performance. Let's take a look at some highlights, and we're going to try and grab a word with Lucas Schofield as well when we come back. Take a look at some of the best moments from Bolton 7, Worcester 1. with Lucas Schofield. Lucas, player of the match in this match, a super performance from Bolton, a 7-1 victory. First of all, how pleased are you with that result?
Oh, I'm buzzing. Second game together as a whole group, they've done mint, so just getting prepared for next week, the big game. So.
And we talked about with your coach Joe Ryan before the match about how there's so many new players been integrated, and what's that process been like for you as a player of that squad? Because imagine it's constantly changing, but it must be quite an exciting thing to be a part of.
Yeah, well, I've been here since I've been about 12, so obviously working my way up to this point has took a lot of dedication and just loving every minute of it. These 2 games have been good experience to be within, so yeah, it's been good.
And you alluded to it there in your first answer. It's probably going to be a winner-takes-all shootout for a place in that Summer Showdown final against Pro Futsal London next week. Whatever happens, win next week and you're into the final. That's some motivation, isn't it?
Definitely. Yeah, just put everything into it. Get to that final in the Summer Showdown. So yeah.
Sounds like a pretty good dream. We wish you all the very best luck next week. Congratulations on a great performance.
Thank you. Cheers. Cheers.
Mate, you're on the firing line over here.
You're into football a bit, aren't you?
very warm welcome back to the University of Wolverhampton. We are almost ready to go with our second game of the day. It's the second game of Group A. It is Derby against Pro Futsal London. The standard bearers so far up against Derby, who are yet to find a win in Group A. They were defeated by Bolton last week. Pro Futsal ran up 13 goals against Worcester. This will be a stiff test for Derby. I caught up with a representative of both clubs. I caught up with the coach of Pro Futsal London, John Tapia Owens, and I also spoke to the GM of Derby, Matt Hardy. Here's what they had to say ahead of this big one. Matt, I know you're really looking forward to this game. It was a tough week for your boys last week. It's not going to get any easier against Pro Futsal London. What are you guys looking forward to today?
But to be honest, we want to be in these tough games. We want to be playing these games. We're against the best teams in the country. We're up against what we feel is probably the very best, the one that has been the sort of highlight, really, the one everyone's aiming to beat for the last couple of seasons. Off the court, on the court, they're setting standards, and that's where we want to be. We want to be competing with them. So.
And what challenges do they present to your team today, apart from just being very, very good? What do they specifically present you?
So we know they're going to be very intense. They're very aggressive in the way they play and assert themselves on the game. So for us, it's about not buckling under that pressure. It's trying to play our game, making sure that we go out there and with a little bit of pride, really, and show that we can compete at this level and against a team like this. We're looking forward to it.
Best of luck.
Spot on. Thank you.
All right, with Pro Futsal London, John Tapia Owens. John, you guys were so impressive last week. Is this week just about continuing on that line of form that got you that 13-goal win against Worcester?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, it's just about enjoying ourselves and sort of transferring onto the court what we try and do in training. So in training we take it a lot harder, and then when we're in match day we try and enjoy ourselves and allow the players to express themselves within the framework that we've set for them.
The Derby representative we spoke to, Matt Hardy, said that you guys set the standard in their eyes, in off the court and on the court. What do you try and produce in between then, from off court to on court, that makes a difference for you?
I think we always try and make it as professional as possible. We aren't a professional sport in this country yet, unfortunately, but the players really buy into what we do, and we try and keep it as professional off the court as possible, so that they have something to come to trainings for every day. They don't miss training, and we believe it's because we're setting a good standard within training sessions with the stuff we do outside of the court as well.
And obviously transitioning into results as well. What are you expecting from this game specifically today?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough test as well. We had a look at their game last week against Bolton. Defensive unit really good. They have a certain style that we've learnt, and we'll try and capitalise on that. But mostly, again, trying to attack on the ball, trying to attack off it, but trying to excite everybody that's trying to watch it at home, and that's what we try and do, try and create a style that people enjoy to watch and they look forward to watching our games.
Best luck.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go then. Lovely to speak to John or Juan, whoever you might be speaking to first. Depends on which language you're speaking in as to what he answers to, but John was in fine fettle ahead of this one. Let's have a look at his opposition today. Derby line up with Jez Polson. He is their goalkeeper. Tom Gascoigne, Sam Huntington, Dylan Harris-Newton and Liam Hunt are their starting five, and they've got plenty on the bench that offers them a lot of options as well. Pro Futsal London, well, options on the bench are something of a given when it comes to their multinational, multi-talented squad. Their starting five is Johnny Sim, Russell Goldstein, who was man of the match last week against Worcester, Dennison, Jared Rand and Xavi Corral are their starting five. A five that's enough to strike fear into the very best teams, isn't it? It's such a talented squad, such a talented team, and a real test for Derby here today. But as Matt Hardy spoke about, Mike, a chance to know exactly where they are, and they want to be playing the best of the best. They view Pro Futsal London as the gold standard in futsal in this country, so you've got to put yourself against the best.
Yeah, definitely. I think Derby want to play the Pro Futsals or Helvetias of this world to really test themselves, and I think today that's what's going to happen. You'll see Pro Futsal come out of the blocks wanting to get 2 out of 2 wins to take it into that next game versus Bolton, but it's going to be a huge test here for Derby. But like we've just spoken about, they're going to be really up for this and really looking forward to it.
Here we go then. It is Derby in white, Pro Futsal London in the blue. Russell Goldstein is a vocal member of that Pro Futsal team, experienced player, and he was one of the difference makers, one of many in that superb performance last week.
Yeah, he was fantastic last week. The way he moved in between the lines, picked up the ball to face forward in pockets. He had a great performance, and I'm sure they'll be looking to that. And Jared Rand as well was also really influential in that game with his strong left foot cutting inside and inverted wingers, as they like to play. And then you've got that absolute, talented talisman at the back there, Denilson, as he controls everything a bit like Stuart Cook did earlier for today. We'll see the same role from him, really.
Yeah, Denison was a joy to watch, wasn't he? Does everything so well. Complete futsal player. And for a Brazilian who wears the number 10, he's not necessarily the most flashy of players, but what he does do is he does do the fundamentals of this game so impeccably.
Yeah, if there's any young kids watching about how important a good pass is in the game of futsal and how important the basic quality of technique, we talked about earlier, leaving a ball playable. You watch it the way he passes the ball, whether it's diagonal passes, small passes, he's just a superb pass with the ball.
Can't wait to watch them go. A big test then for Derby, who get us underway in the whites. And instantly, Jared Rand is piling the pressure on. The Derby 13, that's Liam Hunt.
We know that Pro Futsal press really aggressively on the first line, set up as a 2-1-1 with Russell Goldstein covering. If it goes out there, he'll go, but ultimately stop the forward passes and make them play in tight areas so that we can cover the ball in, the strong side of the court, if you like.
Chance for Derby to fire off the first shot in Angus. Good save as well from Johnny Sim. It had to be. I'll give Derby a little bit of confidence. You can see the skipper, Dylan Harris-Newton, just controlling his players, just keeping them going. It's a decent start.
Yeah, he's just come back this week. He's a big player for them. He's physically very strong, likes to press the ball, a bit more experience in the squad.
Chevy Corral. Here goes Dylan Harris-Newton. Jared Rand across, shut his legs just in time as he avoided having them being nutmegged. And now Pro Futsal London back in control. And this is what we saw to such great effect last week, as the four outfield players rotate so well and so fluidly as Jared Rand sticks it through the legs of Liam Hunt. But that seems to be the Pro Futsal style, is they rotate in that sort of 4-0, don't they? Just keep the defences guessing.
Yeah, they like to rotate and to create, flatten out the defensive structure so they can have space to in behind, or they can dominate into a wide area of 1v1, and then they let their ability to do 1v1 on the side. So they'll probably start as like more of a fix, but then as they get into the middle third of the court, they start to move and rotate players off, and they float between different systems, which is really, really good to see. Either three in lines, but what they're really trying to do is open up one side of the court to allow players to go 1v1.
Denison tried to pick the Ivan Needle there through to Xavi Corral. He followed up his misplaced pass with a good press and forces Derby back. Sam Huntington across to take the kick in. The Derby head coach and the captain, who's been around this club for as long as anybody. That pass never came in, I don't think, but it will be a Pro Futsal London kick in their own half here with Denison.
What Derby will want here is they want to start the game well, not give anything cheap away, and start to grow into the game as the less favourites, if you like. But they're not going to have a lot of the ball, but it's important they make really clean decisions. If it's not losing the ball in good areas like we saw last week a couple of times by teams where they don't give anything easy here, and they can grow into this game.
Well, it's something we saw last week with Pro Futsal London, wasn't it? We saw a great early goal scored by Russell Goldstein. Let's have a bit of movement off the corner, and Denison picked a beautiful diagonal pass, and that happened in the first minute, and it just set the tone, didn't it? But Derby have already made a better start in this game compared to their previous opponents. Now Jared Rand looking to create a 2-on-1. There's Russell Goldstein, left-footed, and there's the first chance, and Russell Goldstein has done it again. He only needs one opportunity, and Pro Futsal London already are off to a perfect start, 1-0.
Yeah, it's a great finish, and it just shows you the sort of threat they have in counter-attacking, the ability when they see these opportunities, they smell blood. It's took them one really open chance to start the game, and Russell Goldstein there to finish it off.
Jared Rand knew the overlap would come, and I have to say, I knew Russell Goldstein moved cleverly. I knew he was such a good player. I didn't know he had a turn of pace like that.
Yeah, he's quick as well over the first few metres, few yards. Jared ran there just temporising, if you like, pausing, allowing Russell to get up with him, which opened that passing line, which probably an easy finish for Russell in the end, but took his goal well.
Dennison with the clearance and another 2-on-1 here for Rand. He has a substitute up with him, Richard Wards. Good turn of possession. Now the 2v1 is for Derby. And Jared Rand got back really, really well. And job done for him. On comes Talua Satunye in his place. We've got one of the new players for Pro Futsal London, Brian Griffith-Coles. He's the number 3, the Australian, which I probably didn't need to tell you looking at that haircut. And then we've got Richard Ward as well, who's come on, England international, top quality player and owner of the best assists so far in the Summer Showdown. That came last week against Worcester.
Derby will be happy with this start, really. They have had a couple of chances. They've been able to counter on Pro. It's just a shame that they couldn't, stick out a little bit longer with that first goal. But they've not started badly here. Really physical, really fast, doing well.
Yeah, difficult for other teams to process. We've got John Current on the ball. I'm going to substitute in as the Pro Futsal team just rotate all of their outfield for. And difficult to take, I guess, for other sides to know that after a 13-0 win where so many players played well, that actually this team in blue were able to add a couple since that first game as well.
Yeah.
You see Jared, another Australian in Jared Basja. He'll be playing at some point, we imagine.
Yeah, Pro Futsal have got some strength in depth, and being able to add those two to their team this week would be keep it fighting for places, keep the competition for places as they go into this game and then next week's game before trying to get to the finals.
No foul given there on Liam Hunt, who definitely wanted one as he was sent hurtling into the hoardings. This is Griffith-Cole, now back with Current. Ward.
They're just slowing it down here a little bit for me, Pro Futsal. They need to keep moving that ball and get those opportunities to break. But at times they slow it down, and too many touches, especially in central areas where I think they can move it a bit quicker to move Derby's defence about, Derby's block about, if you like, and then go down the sides with speed.
Just taking a look over at the Pro Futsal London bench as well. The players are all really engaged. Calvin Dixon stood up talking to his teammates.
Yeah,
they were told. Matt Hardy spoke about in his interview about how professional they take it. John Tapia-Owens told us about that as well. It's that system, isn't it? I know that's something you've focused on a lot, is the more professional and the more serious you can get it off the court and all your processes,
yeah,
that it becomes easier to translate that onto the court.
Yeah, we had this term, the other 22 hours, and that basically means that, a lot of the time with athletes, it's not about what you do in the couple of hours in the games or the 40 minutes between the start and the finish. It's actually about all the other stuff, the performance analysts, the physical development, the training, those things are probably what wins you games on the weekend. And it's important that all teams, do bring that to the table to the best of their ability. And sometimes that's the difference between good players and very, very good players.
A couple of extra changes on for Derby reinforcements, including Charlie Marzano, who's on the right of their four. And that's Matt Richardson closest to the ball, just behind his skipper. Just need for Ward to drill it across. Satunye couldn't get there. Good read by Griffith-Cole, and he pokes it through for Richard Ward. Good save, Jez Polson.
It's a great save from Jez Polson there in the goal. It's just enough to tip it around the post because he was free here, Richard Ward. Little toe poke. Didn't have much time, but got a hand to it. Great save.
On comes Calvin Dixon.
Be interesting to see what run Calvin and Talua make here in order to get the blocks and screens or move the block. There we go, through the middle, second one.
Oh, it's a really good little hand that from Jez Polson, just to keep that one out. Wasn't a huge amount of pace on it from Dixon, but Polson saw it super late. Now chance then for Derby, and Griffith-Cole did enough in the middle to deny Richardson. That was a brilliant bit of defending.
Great bit of defending by the Australian there, just to get enough in front of it to stop that player just tapping in. But again, Derby have had a couple of half chances here. That's probably a big chance So they're definitely in this game.
He's replaced by his fellow Australian, Jared Basjet. Read by Richardson to Tournier around the other side. Now then, maybe a chance. Basjet's first involvement is to make a sliding intervention. This is the last chance for Derby, and what a good chance it was in the end. Tournier just caught out. Marzano almost feeding it through to Richardson. Griffith Cole doing enough. Gascoigne now.
Yeah, so Tournier there probably just needed to put the ball away and then defend it rather than trying to keep it in or shepherd it out, if you like, and then just got caught.
Richardson through, finds his skipper, goes on the overlap off the wall pass. Good save by Sim. And already, Sim has had to do more work in this game than he did in the entirety of the game last week.
Yeah, he's being tested a little bit here. A couple of counter-attacks, a couple of shots from distance, some good strong shots. And sometimes here, we say keep the pressure on, keep it on, which means just keep shooting at the keeper to build pressure. So Derby here would be good to try and build pressure and make Pro Futsal defend a little bit longer.
Yeah, we've not really seen Pro Futsal do a lot of defending in this competition so far. They're having to do it now. Dennison will be their next substitution. He's prepped to come on. Here's the Derby player coach Sam Huntington, teed up for the skipper to have a bang. And it's a brilliant block by John Curran. He's the sort of player who's not afraid to put his body on the line.
You know, after 3 or 4 sort of attempts of a corner or a high kick in, a 5-metre kick in, and if you can keep the pressure on and keep shooting at the keeper, the defenders have only got to make one mistake in terms of whether they're, you know, they get blocked or they come out to a ball they shouldn't, and it can open up the game. So sometimes it's about game management, about keeping the pressure on.
Jez Poulsen knew he was going to be busy today, but he's made a couple of good saves already. Dennison is back on. Here he is. Scored a hat-trick last week. Dixon couldn't help it around the corner, but that's ridiculous. And a really good bit of goalkeeping, but it should be the second goal, and John Curran in the end has missed a sitter. Denies Calvin Dixon an unbelievable assist.
Yeah, the first
this.
decision's not great here, but Calvin, great megs. It's a brilliant second touch to open up. Was actually a great save to stop that ball going second post by Jez Poulsen, but done enough to keep it out, and probably John would be a bit unhappy not to tap that in at the back post.
Yeah, I think John Curran is delighted that the replay cut a little bit short there as he saved his blushes. Great chance to go 2-0 up. Wonderful work by Dixon. Another save by Poulsen. But just shows, doesn't it, Dixon is not the type of player in this Pro Futsal team that you'd expect to have necessarily the flashy feet or to have the one-on-one ability, but they've all got it. It's just a given at this level.
They've all got the ability to go past somebody. They've all got the ability to, you know, drop inside, get a shot off. Calvin's got a really strong left foot that can cause problems if they can keep the pressure on, like we've talked about. But I think for me, you know, Dennison gives them that stability. He really creates the stability out of possession. He always creates passing angles to get on the ball. Gives them balance.
This is Dixon again. Curran finds Dennison. Drills it across towards the second post and Basjet. Dennison keeps it in, keeps Derby working.
It's where Pro Futsal just trying to overload the first line, just try and then get the ball out in a 2v1 situation. Again, this side it'll probably come here to Dennison with lots of space. Again, the other side if it needs to.
Whistles it over the bar. Goodness me, got hold of that.
Derby need to sort of organise better in those situations where they're switching the play really quickly to create 1v1s. They even need to get more pressure on the ball and stop the switch of play, or stop it at source before they get into the attacking half.
Derby ring a couple of changes. Quite a few changes actually. Sam McGrath who's come on. That was him on the ball there. We've also got Jordan Riley wearing number 14. Over there on the far side is Ollie Judd wearing the 3. They've joined Alex Mora as well, who's over on the sort of right back position at the top of your picture.
What we saw there from Derby was a press breaker that stopped Pro Futsal pressing their first 4. So they've obviously worked on that in training this week, which has been good.
Goldstein back on for Pro Futsal London, who are preferring, rather than making wholesale changes, just to make drip and drab sort of changes. Only one at a time, and it's just keeping every player fresh.
Yeah, they seem to be making like for like foot-wise as well. So Jared left foot for Calvin left foot to give that balance again.
Dennison off the screen. Goldstein urging Jared Rand there to make the overlapping run to force an even larger option.
Yeah, they're looking for those 1v1s. They want the overlap because they're seeing the spaces on the wide areas. But once he's gone past the ball carrier, it's then a 2v1 on the back player. So that's what they're trying to create.
Decision going to go Pro Futsal London's way. This is Goldstein on to Basja. And here is the Brazilian Dennison. Lovely ball from Basja. Rand is sent to the floor, but I don't think there's a foul in there. He's just crowded out. Now forward comes the press with a chance there for Judge, and Basja just did enough there. Just enough to put Ollie Judd off. He's not particularly happy with the challenge as he avoided it, and he's sort of saying to the referee, well, if you want me to hit the floor and get the foul, I will do, but it's still a foul.
Yeah, I thought it was, do you know, it's really clever defending by Jared there, because he slid into like he was going to tackle, and then at the last minute just lifted his foot. Ollie Judd probably needed to commit to it actually and get there, because in the end it went the other way because he pulled out of the tackle. Clever defending.
Sam Huntington in the back there with Matt Hardy and Chris Sewell, who talking amongst themselves and their bench to try and plot a route back into this game. They're still very much in this derby.
Yeah, Derby will be pleased so far. You know, they've got to stop losing the ball in areas as they get tired. So as they start to tire, they're starting to lose the ball in their own third a little bit, but they need to play through the thirds. But the times when they've gone quickly forward into the middle third or the final third, they've looked quite threatening.
Oh, it's a risky pass, and Jez Poulsen does really well with two players colliding. And so Jared Basja, who's stayed down, which will be a concern. That was a painful looking one.
Yeah, and that was a complete, like what we were talking about, not making, you know, silly decisions in your own third because it will cost you. That pass didn't mean to be made. If they could have played forward off that or played quicker, then this is where they don't want to get into those decisions where, because they're under pressure, because Pro Futsal are pressing really aggressively, they look to play forward all the time, which is what they did in the first 3 or 4 minutes and created a few chances of it.
On comes Richard Ward then to replace a hobbling Jared Basja. Dennison with the defensive header.
This is where they need to make it count now. Can they keep the pressure on? Can they keep shooting? Can they ask a question of that structure of Pro Futsals?
Nothing through us, says Russell Goldstein. Nearly went through him. Hand up to Johnny Sim behind him. It almost gave him a real problem.
That first metre there is really important. So Russell's probably a bit tight to the line. If he comes a bit higher, all of them can get even more higher. So the first metre usually is taken by the keeper. But sometimes players set up a little bit too deep, which means the outside player is not going to be able to get good pressure on the ball. So those are the small details that where teams need to concentrate out of possession.
Well, John Tapia-Owens wants to talk it over with his team. He's called a timeout, and the Pro Futsal London boys immediately gather around their commander-in-chief. You can see, though, even just off the ball, they've had to do a lot more defending already in this game compared to last. And what actually strikes me is how many sort of in-game leaders they've got. Russell Goldstein is a coach's voice out on the court, isn't he?
Yeah, I think they're all, you know, one thing that Wan's got there for is he's got some really experienced players. You know, a lot of England players with a lot of caps there who really understand the game. So he's got good leaders, he's got good people, and they can, you know, they can weather the storm. But as you said, you know, Derby have had a couple of opportunities here, and they're probably, you know, had more opportunities this week than we saw Pro Futsal have to deal with last week, just by being physical, just by going from back to front quickly, and Pro Futsal won't like that.
No, they're having to work for this. 1-0, and we've still got only 12 minutes left of this first half. It's been a battle, but Derby have acquitted themselves pretty well.
Yeah, it's whether Derby can keep the intensity of this game. It's good intensity so far, and it's whether they can keep that going for the whole duration.
So the four on the court at the moment is Jared Rand, Dennison, and Russell Goldstein and Richard Wards. Derby is, as you were, McGrath, Mora, Judd, as well as Riley. Here is Goldstein. Wards. Goldstein continued his run, he's well blocked off by Mora. What can Derby do with the ball? Mora breaks the line with the dribble. No way through two players though, and the decision's gone Derby's way.
Pro Futsal here on the halfway. They're just trying to flatten out Derby's defence with screen runs. We talked about these blocking and screenings in set pieces, but Pro Futsal make lots of screen runs on the first line to create 3v2 overloads and numerical superiority.
Tom Gascoigne has made his way on, as we saw there for Derby. Mora goes high, and Ward had to deal with that as McGrath chased him down. Dennison slows it down, finds Ward. Dennison taken out of the game here, he's got to track back. McGrath has a runner outside of him, it's Gascoigne. No one in the middle though, and Goldstein can hoover that one up. Derby just needed to commit one more man there, and they had a real opportunity.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, the intensity there, because that was a real opportunity. If they commit 3 against 2, they're probably going to end up with a strike on goal, and a player there did.
Dennison! What a hit! He got absolutely everything behind that, didn't he? And he rifled it through Jez Poulsen. Only takes a second to score a goal, and that's a perfect example of it.
Yeah, it's great into Russell. Russell back heels it in a vertical 2v2, if you like, with an overload, a little underlap, if you like. But Derby had an opportunity wanting to get a counter, and then all of a sudden they're out of sync, they're out of structure, and it creates a goal for Pro.
He is such a pure, sweet striker of a ball, isn't he?
Yeah, and that's what, you know, he makes the difference for me in that stability, that quality that he brings. It's just another level.
Such a clean strike. It was the power which beat Jez Poulsen. I doubt the keeper even saw it. All he had to do was hit the target and not hit the keeper, and it was always going to go in. Striker with the pace of that. Here's Xavi Corral. He's back on it. Tees up Ward, who strikes it well. He's got a lovely left foot on him as well.
Yeah, Woody's good two-footed. He'll shoot with both feet. Good, strong shot.
And 2-0, 10 minutes played. Here is Dennison. That was his 4th goal of this summer showdown. Ward. A little bit of space for him to move into. Now, oh, such a good goal. Calvin Dixon with the finish. Only takes a half space. Wasn't even that for Pro Futsal London to exploit, and Calvin Dixon was such a clever run. And how about this for a finish?
And that's great there, and you see how the 2v2s are so important in futsal. You know, Calvin and Wardy operating as 2 players there, and it's the other 2 players creating the space, but them 2 between them. Little wall pass and then a lift inside. A great finish.
Oh, and this game might threaten to get away from Derby here. Here's Dixon again. It's a great tackle by Huntington. Corral flies in. Pro Futsal win it back. Dixon so strong. It's a loose pass though. Current blocks off the Derby skipper, who's returned on. Just give you a bit of a status update on the team. It's got Richardson on for Derby. Harris Newton, the skipper, is on too. Liam Hunt is back in, as well as the player coach Sam Huntington. Here's John Currant for Pro Futsal London. It's the first glimpse we've seen of Christian Edwards as well, the 23. What a ball that is, side netting from Xavi Corral. Oh, now then, a little bit of afters. Xavi Corral's actually going to pick up a yellow card.
Yeah, I think Jez Poulsen here went to try and play quickly because Xavi Corral was on the floor and he stopped him. He's kicked the ball away. So actually, sometimes that can be a real counter-attacking situation. So he stopped the counter-attack there quite cutely there, Xavi Corral.
And then got appended for his troubles by Jez Poulsen. Here's Harris Newton. Richardson fired it into Huntington, who had the deftness of foot to keep the ball. This is Edwards. First we've seen of him in this first half in the last minute or so. Here he is, Edwards, and here he is. Good goalkeeping again from Bolton.
Brilliant again there from Pro Futsal. Playing as the 3 that time in triangles. We call them attacking triangles. Xavi Carell comes along. John Current pops into the middle to the new Edwards coming on, and Edwards can combine with John Current, but he can also combine with Xavi Carell, which is good little positional play.
Substitution coming. Dennison is back on. So it's Current, Dennison, Edwards and Dixon. What can they set up from this set piece?
Yeah, 2 left footers here in Dennison and Dixon. One is going to screen, and maybe a second phase of this, someone to shoot. I think we'll see Calvin coming round. There we go.
Oh, and there it is. It's almost as if you were pretty good at this, Mike. That was perfectly called. Perfectly struck as well by Calvin Dixon, who bags his second of the day. And Pro Futsal London are really into gear now.
What was really clever here, they put 2 left footers on, so if Dennison would drop off and strike with his left, or Calvin come round, and it's a decision then, if the defender jumps, whether you play Dennison or whether you play Calvin, and the decision's really from John Curran to play the biggest opportunity to score. So good little tactical set piece.
Shot comes in and Sim almost let that one through his legs. It was Liam Hunt who got around the back and shot across the face, and Sim just about did enough. Just kept it out. Do you think it was obviously it was a great screen from Dennison to set up the chance for Dixon to shoot, but as a defender there, do you need to be a bit more intense to try and work your way around him?
Well, the high-level tactical thing around that is if the defender gets too tight and jumps, then Dennison's free as well. So actually, it's quite a clever thing because 2 left footers have come round. If the defender decides to jump, we call it a jumping defender, then actually the space is then in behind the defender for Dennison to shoot. So you're sort of on a lose-lose situation as a defender there. I think what you probably need to do is jump once the ball has been played. So let the ball being played. If we're talking high level here, once the ball has been played, then he needs to jump with aggression.
We are certainly talking high level here. That's the standard that Derby are operating against. Edwards to Lewis Otunye. It was a good idea, and John Curran appreciated that. I don't think he just quite read it in time.
Yeah. You know, for that goal also, you might look at the way they're set up. You know, Derby should go and have a look at the way they're set up against that, because maybe they had too many players deep.
Now then. We'll try just poke it again through the legs of Johnny Sim. It was Harris Newton again. And the brief glimpses we've seen of him as an attacking force in that pivot position, he's, you can see what he brings to this Derby team, can't you? He's a talented player.
Energy, talent, physical, strong. He'll be a good player, you know, for Derby this year. Strong player like he's always been, but he just brings that little bit of leadership as well.
And it's Hunt who sends it to Huntington, who rides the challenge. Huntington can't get his way past Current, and this is Edwards, made the space, and Jez Paulson makes a save. It was such a clever little run that from Edwards, wasn't it? Because in driving the ball away to the right, he actually opened it up for the middle.
That's it, yeah. Clever little outside run, if you like, little parallel run. Pro Futsal now really starting to get on. I said, you know, it'll be how well they can keep the intensity defensively, Derby here, and I think the intensity's starting to drop in not having the ball so long. So this is the thing with playing against Pro Futsal. You need to be really intense. They're physically really fit, and then if you spend a lot of time without the ball, it's going to tire you as well. So
yeah, they're turning it on, aren't they? Current, Griffith, Cole, Tunye, and now Bazjet are the foursome out for Pro Futsal London at the moment.
And it's the balance for Chris Sewell here, whether he keeps turning over legs physically for Derby or he gets his most experienced players on. You know, other than 2, I would say, really work goals by Pro Futsal, they were definitely in this game.
Another couple of changes for Derby as Gascoigne re-enters the fray. And it's him stabbing the ball out of play. We've also got Charlie Marzano back on court, number 10. Here's Griffith Cole. Current, clever. Great ball too, and Jared Bazjet couldn't quite adjust his feet. That's a brilliant bit of play from John Current, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great 1v1. little lift down for the parallel through there. I think, you know, Jared Bazanier there could have been closer to the second post earlier for me.
Bastia. Tried to see that for Curran. Marzano takes it on the fly. Pokes it through the legs of Satunye, keeps the ball, does well. But it does allow Pro Futsal London to work their way back into a defensive structure. Right into Gascoigne. When Curran flies in, it's been given against him, and a yellow card actually. I mean, my first impression is that's a little harsh. I think he did win the ball. It was probably a little bit overzealous, but I mean, he does come through the back of the
Yeah, I think it's dangerous play. He probably won the ball, but I think the fact that he slid through the player facing the wrong way, I think he's probably done for dangerous play there. So I have to agree with the referee. He's very experienced, Peter Nurse.
Yeah, second look wasn't the kindest there for John Curran. Got number 90 on, that's Gareth Keeling for Derby, first glimpse of him. He's on the ball now. Marzano into Riley. Riley again, bit of space for him. Rob though, Bastia now in on Poulsen. Poulsen just paused for a second, and he's done really well. He stayed down. He was stood on, I think, there, Jez Poulsen. It was
I think he's done
number
his
18 is Ollie Jones. Now, Pro Futsal aren't happy this was stopped.
Yeah. Just caught him. I don't think he meant it.
No, I absolutely don't think it was intentional. And Jez Poulsen, I think, he's a tough guy. He'll be all right. But I think Pro Futsal feel that it was bought a little bit.
Yeah, because he was outside his goal probably quite a way. I think Derby there, you know, they had a really good spell of possession. They were building it. The Pro Futsal couldn't press. They're finding the pivot well, as we've just seen again. So Pro Futsal are struggling to get their pressing game on it, because Derby had about 5, 6, 7, 8 passes there, which were really effective.
Wards, lovely. Bastia couldn't quite keep it down. This is lovely from Ward. This is what he does so well. He's been fouled doing it too.
He's brilliant at taking it on the roll, rolling it onto his strong side and getting shots off. He's scored many a goal like that over the years.
Oh, that's really clever from Marzano. Blocked off though.
I've been really impressed with Marzano so far for Derby. Really
Here's a chance. Riley! Side netting. Sorry to cut you across there, Mike. This is really starting to heat up end to end with Bastia, and Poulsen makes the save.
Yeah, it's a really open game now, isn't it? So Derby having a go at Pro Futsal, one end to the other. The game's really open.
This was a chance. Bastia was dispossessed in the midfield. Side netting hit by Riley.
Half chance. I think if he'd had another touch in directly to the goal, he might have seen Marzano as another option as well.
Headed by Richardson was a good one. You were saying you were impressed so far with Marzano.
Yeah, he's looked technically very good. He can go past people. Good shot. You know, I've been quite impressed with him today.
This is Ollie Jones. First moments we've seen from him in the last minute or so for Pro Futsal London. Lovely pass through the legs by Griffith Cole. They worked that move really well. Jared Bastia just a little step ahead of the pass.
I don't think Pro Futsal will be too happy about how this game's become open all of a sudden. You know, they're in great control, and all of a sudden it's gone from one end to the other. I
don't think it's a coincidence, man. They're lining up Goldstein, Rand and Dennison to come on all at the same time. Just to wrest a little bit of control back.
That's it, yeah. It's a little bit like you have it, we have it, you have it, which is, you know, depending on how coaches are happy with that. But I'll be happy with Derby at the minute, because Pro had supreme control over the game. I think Dennison will, like you said, bring that back in now.
John Tapia owns as the coach's coach. He loves bringing control, and he loves creating moments like that. Jared Bastia with his first goal of the Summer Showdown on debut for Pro Futsal London. And already you could just tell the difference that it makes, having that positioning, having that stability. They were able to make their moves, and didn't he finish it well?
Yeah, it's a great finish. But like you say, you know, Dennison comes on and he slows the game down straight away. You know, we call it temporising it, or punctuating as I call it, where he can draw players across to him and create spaces and gaps in other areas. and that's where that happened, and all of a sudden it was a great finish. Sometimes when the games get frantic and it's like end to end, it's like somebody or individuals needs to slow it down and change the tempo. And I think sometimes we think futsal needs to be fast all the time. Well, in fact, it's the change of tempo that kills teams.
Yeah, it's the slow bang then, isn't it? And that was the difference there.
And sometimes as players you can find yourself in a rhythm where you just want to play quick, but the world-class players know when to play quick, when to slow it down, because also slowing it down creates spaces as well.
Goldstein. Rand can go in or out. Very two-footed player. Wonderful left foot, mind.
Yeah, he's so effective in those wide areas because he's quick off the mark as well with the ball. You know.
What can they work from this corner? Dennison floats it back stick to Rand. Oh, that wasn't a bad effort. Didn't get all of it, but it was pretty accurate. It was clipped off the angle of post and crossbar.
Yeah, just see the ability with his right foot, and then all of a sudden on the other side with his left foot, showing you have to be two-footed.
Gascoigne did well there, but it did go out. So Derby just able to slow the game down themselves here, but it won't be for very long. Pro Futsal London press so aggressively.
Yeah, that first line pressure from Jared and Richard Ward puts it in.
Oh, great pick out, and Richard Ward will feel he should have scored. What a ball that is from Jared Rand.
Great ball here from Jared. You know, looks up early, sees it, diagonal pass. Richard Ward probably needs to just get that on target, and it's a goal. So he'd be disappointed with himself there.
Bolton with a long throw out, Rand with the header. Drops to Huntingdon. Dixon's back on court and he flies into a challenge. Rand says, see you later. Dixon. Loose pass, a rare one from Calvin Dixon. Don't see many of those.
Yeah, it's a poor pass. He could just play simple there, but you saw again Jared's ability to just jink past someone, and all of a sudden it's a 4v3. Game's opened up, and that's that change of direction, change of pace that he brings.
Richardson blocked off by Dennison. Derby preparing another wholesale set of changes. See Harris Newton, Judd ready to come on. Here's Goldstein though, waiting for Dixon, and he dinks in his hat-trick. He's got a celebration to match. Calvin Dixon has been brilliant in this game, and it's his third goal. Pro Futsal London now are just starting to run away with it, and they have worked very, very hard for this, but isn't it good when it comes off?
It's a great little finish, great chip finish from the left foot of Calvin Dixon. It's a brilliant ball down the wide area, and then it's into the air, it's going to cause damage, and what a calm, collected finish by Calvin.
And this is the level, isn't it? Because for a large part of this game, it was 1-0, it was close, and Derby were really in the game. But as this first half has worn on, this is what you have to beat. This is the level, isn't it? And
yeah,
it is tough.
And we were talking about, you know, the intensity.
McGrath got the pace to get the way.
And keeping with the intensity of the game. What you've noticed straight away is that the intensity of, you know, Derby have dropped out of possession, whereas, you know, Pro Futsal just keep coming with that intensity, probably physically fitter, and you've got to live with that. So even though we thought Derby would be in it more of a game, it's just running away from them now.
Well, they were honest with themselves ahead of the match. They knew they were running into a great team. I think it wasn't even an open secret. It was just an acknowledgement, really, of the ability of the team that they were running into. And I think for a lot of teams, Pro Futsal do have that level of respect and admiration. They do a lot of things the right way, and when you see the results out on court, if more teams can keep producing results like this and keep doing things the right way, then it will just help grow the game at this sort of level, won't it?
Yeah, they've been working hard off the court. They work hard on the court. You know, they recruited some experienced players to go with some of their youth, with some of the, you know, Russell Goldstein, Richard Ward, Calvin Dixon, all moved across from Helvetia a couple of years ago. So, you know, they've gone for experience and youth and development, and it's starting to come to fruition this year. And they're showing it on court with their young-blooded talent like Jared Rand coming through as well.
Derby have made those changes that I mentioned a few months ago. Judd's on, McGrath's on, we've got Mora on as well as Jordan Riley. 6-0 to Pro Futsal London, a hat-trick, a first-half hat-trick from Calvin Dixon, all three of them taken beautifully too. Here he is. Dennison round the corner, Goldstein. Dennison, a perpetual motion, never stops.
Here's that overload again they've just created. So they're trying to play 3 in line between the lines, which is a player coming into the middle for a wall pass, but then a diagonal pass that could go all the way through. If they don't create that, they change play, we call it. So they change play to a 2v1 on the wide areas, and that's what Denison's really cute at. He understands that. He understands those tactics really well, and he just keeps shifting the ball. Overlap here by Dennison, again creating time and space for Calvin to get out of trouble.
Goldstein. Dennison wanted the ball, didn't get it. Goldstein didn't see it.
Yeah, he just needs to move it offline, like you say there, get it over to Dennison again.
Can imagine, and you can speak to this as being that sort of level of coach, that Denison's an absolute coach's dream, isn't he?
Oh yeah, he's got the ability that, you know.
Oh, hold on, Satunier couldn't quite make that work. Yeah, you were saying?
Yeah, he's got the ability on the ball to cause so much damage. If you can get him into the right spaces and gaps, he'll do the rest. And I think that's where you probably don't have to work hard with him in terms of his, you know, tactical ability, because his technical ability is so strong.
But in terms of his tactical awareness as well, does he help put those coaches' tactics, those coaches' principles? He helps the team actually achieve those on the court, doesn't he?
Yeah, sure. It's one of those things. Isn't always the old argument? Do you build a model around your players, or do you build a model and your players fit into that? And you know, I think the best players can do both, right? And he's one of those.
Graff couldn't quite find the room to bring it down. Griffith Cole is back. Edwards has made his way back on as Lewis Tunier and Javi Corral will end the half here, I think, for Pro Futsal London. Edwards finds Griffith Cole. Great diagonal to Tunier in a little bit of space. May break here for Edwards. Can he get the shot away? He can, well blocked.
What Pro Futsal are doing really well here, they're stretching it. You know, I say lanes 1 and 4, they're stretching the game a lot for Derby, and Derby having to make up meters and meters of pressure. And you know, Griff here was just stretching the game and moving and switching the play, and it's hard work out there for Derby.
Yeah, small court, but the intensity is exhausting. Javi Corral looks to pick out Griffith Cole, who appreciates the effort. 58 seconds left of a first half that has exhausted Derby. It's engaged us. We've loved watching it at times. Derby have really given us plenty to contend with. As Javi Corral shows us his feet. That'd have been an amazing goal if that had come off. Christian Edwards' cross, though, was really well blocked by Jordan Riley. But Derby were in this for long periods, and what's been impressive is how Pro Futsal London have shown us just how good they are by having to deal with that sort of adversity, if you like.
Yeah, I think they've, you know, just showed their professionalism, if you like, about how they've gone to work. They've kept at it. Derby have had spells, but over the last probably 6-7 minutes, Derby have looked like they're really tiring and can't get anywhere near the ball at the moment.
Corral went without the ball, but did manage to work it through to Edwards. Now a chance for Derby with Riley. Gascoigne sliding in, no foul. Riley around the back, and the half-time hooter blows. Well, a really, really good half of action. I think Christian Edwards is going to be okay. Just took a little bit of a blow there with that sliding challenge. He's helped up to his feet by a couple of his teammates, but what a good first half of action. Pro Futsal London exhibiting just what we thought they might. They lead by 6-0 at half-time. A superb performance from the standard bearers of Group A. Highlights to come. Second half on the way next too. Welcome back to the University of Wolverhampton. We are here on the Walsall campus for week number 2 of the Summer Showdown for the Men's National Series 1. We've seen an exhibition so far from Pro Futsal London, who have been tested. They are 6-0 up at half-time, but in terms of their performance to last week, it's actually been a very different game. Similar outcome, I think it's testament to just how good they are, but it has been a very different game. Derby have offered them plenty of challenges, Mike.
Yeah, I think, Derby have been really physical, which is great. They've been really intense to start the game. They caught Pro Futsal a couple of times with some half chances. And then they had a bit of a spell, didn't they, in the middle of the game where Derby looked quite threatening. But then Pro Futsal's experience and bit of qualities just started to pull away into that in that first half.
So it's Pro Futsal London in the blue, Derby in the white. I'm not far away from getting this second half underway. 20 minutes. And we are back under with Dennison picking out Goldstein in the early stages, and that relentless pressure from Pro Futsal London resumes, although that's loose from Rand, and Derby will get the ball back at the start of this second half.
And here's the thing: you'll see how Pro Futsal keep pressing here. 2 in the first line, 1 as the cover, and then Dennison clearing up things at the back. That's the first line of pressure. Whichever side the ball goes, they'll be aggressive on.
Gascoigne finds Riley. That's clever. That's a foul as well from Jared Rand.
Body check.
Yellow card too for Jared Rand. And whilst the appeal is fairly convincing of his innocence, I don't think there's any question of that foul.
It was a great little bit of skill. Yeah, it was a great little bit of skill. From Liam Hunt, I think it was. Who just drifted it across him, and Jared really gave himself nowhere to go. So sometimes when you press late a bit quick, you can't get the brakes on, and he took a body check, and I think it's a fair yellow.
Yeah, it's lovely skill from Liam Hunt. He's been almost ever present really for Derby. He's been the player who's certainly played the most minutes in this match so far.
Yeah, another player that went away with the under-19s a few years ago to Croatia. Is very good 1-versus-1. Likes to take players on.
That's a loose one though, and he gives it to the one player you don't want to give it away to. Dennison misses. Lovely work from him and Xavi Corral to set themselves up for the finish. But Dennison with a rare one where he fails to hit the target.
Yeah, I don't think he thought that was coming back to him there, so I think he'd be disappointed, because I think a man of his quality should have put that in the back of the net. Derby here playing some great little press breakers to try and stop the first line pressure coming from Pro Futsal.
And there's another one, but that throw wasn't where it needed to be from Jez Paulson.
Yeah, we got mixed up in terms of their sort of choreography there of attack, if you like.
Rand. Dennison finds Goldstein. Lovely pass for Corral. It's a really good save. That shot came absolutely out of nowhere, didn't it?
Yeah,
the touch and shot was almost one movement.
Yeah, it was great. What you see from Dennison at the start of this phase is where, yeah, that's a great save. I was just saying, what you see from Dennison at the start of this phase is the ability to stay on the ball in high pressure and roll it and keep it safe side. He's very good at that. We'd say hide the ball. He's very good at hiding the ball when he's moving with it. So players, try to get close to him, but he keeps it on the safe side. Very calm and collected. Any young players want to see how to stay on the ball under pressure. He's very good at that.
Yeah, he's deceptively strong as well. He's a real good physical player, but it's that technical ability which sets him apart. This is Rand. Goldstein. Dennison off the screen by Corral. It's clever.
Yeah, there's that screen, that block. So that's, he came across into that block and let Dennison drop off his left shoulder for a shot. Clever little block on her.
It's amazing, isn't it, how similar some players are. And they're quite literally out of a basketball playbook, aren't they?
Yeah. There's loads of little moves. You can get from the. Yeah, I thought it was handball. Loads of little moves you can get to try and open up shot lines, passing lines, overloads, positional dominance, if you like. Takes a lot of work on the training pitch, but Pro have got that experience, like I talked about now, in their squad. What was really clever about that block was what we call a blind block, so it comes from behind, so you can't see it.
And now then, no foul by Huntingdon. He's stopped by Rands. Flies into another challenge, just getting a little bit tasty out there on court. Goldstein's going to be pulled back, and it's going to be, I believe, a Pro Futsal London ball. Chevy Corral takes a breather, and onto court comes Richard Wards. Here he is, finds Dennis. Goldstein, no way through. Huntingdon and Harris Newton not quite on the same wavelength there.
Yeah, Pro Futsal's pressure's really, really strong here, and they're finding it very, very difficult to play out of pressure. And if they do the go long, they're giving the ball back, so they've got to get more players back to overload Pro Futsal's first line, I think, and that'll help them build.
So loose one for Goldstein, a rare loose one. Now then, Hunt. They want the free kick, it's not coming. Huntingdon steps away from the challenge of Rand. He's got a cannon of a shot if he can let it loose. Good save by Sim. A great little spell there from Derby. They're still chasing a decision.
Yeah,
Liam Hunt really not happy.
It was really here. Liam Hunt lifted it off really nicely and then went to go second post, and he got caught late by Russell there, and I think they was going to be a free kick. They wanted a free kick from that. They do practice that in transition, you know, making it 2v1, shifting it to one side to then finish at the second post. So it was a planned, if you like, move by Liam Hunt, and he just couldn't get onto the second post.
Goldstein with the kick in to his mate, the number 10, Dennison. Rand. A little bit of pace injected into it. That was a set move, you could see.
Yeah.
Goldstein had made his way to the back post.
Brilliant screen run by Goldstein, then into Jared, who brings it back for the ball to Dennison, who Russell Goldstein then goes for the parallel to create the diagonal. So it's like 3 moves in one.
Dennison puts it out to Rand. Volleyed first time into the shin of Gascoigne. Couple of changes in bounds for Derby. First glimpse we've seen, I think, of Jesper Caution, number 5. Oh, what a finish from Richard Wards! What a finish that is!
Yeah, it's a beautiful finish. It was great. It was a great move actually, because Wardy's played the Richard Ward there has played the diagonal. Looks for the set. There's a diagonal. Brilliant pass. Russell Goldstein could be one option. Richard Ward's second option in the middle. And he was actually looking to maybe backheel it as well. He had lots of choices, and in the end he went for goal on his own. What a goal.
What a finish that is from Richard Wards. Well, I know his Twitter handle is Ricardo Wardares. He lived up to it there, didn't he?
Don't tell him that.
That's a brilliant goal. Dixon. I know he's a player you know really well, Mike.
Yeah, he's a great guy, great player. Wears his heart on his sleeve, but has been so committed to futsal, and he's grown. You know, I've seen him grown over the years, and his talent. He's talented now, and he's a real threat for any team, you know, that he plays against.
Get the feeling he's the type of character who might bring up that goal every now and then over the next week or so.
No.
Current dispossessed. And a chance for a break here for Derby. It's Keeling. He's dispossessed by Richard Ward tracking back. This is Brian Griffith-Cole at the fixed position for Pro Futsal London at the moment, the Australian.
Yeah, they're just having him as the fix. Calvin's pulling out to create space for this 1v1 for Richard Ward and John Curran on the wide areas. So if they can overload this wide area a lot. And Calvin's the one stretching the game.
It's a good play from Wards. Still going for it. And well to hold on to it. Griffith Cole with a bit of a screen. Ward won the ball there. Hunt needs to play on. That's clever. Dixon done really well to emerge with the ball there, but got crowded out on a 2v1. Hunt backed his ability to beat his man and did so. Tried to poke it through to Marzano, but that was a difficult pass to find with a toe punt.
Really good play by Liam Hunting. It's really important when you're pressed that you try and face forward on the ball, and what he showed here, he rolled it to face forward, so then it gives you two ways of getting out. So one trigger press is like is that you can only go one way out, and it gives you an easy way to spot which way teams are playing. But if suddenly a player opens up and can go either way in the 1v1 duel, Liam Hunt showed perfectly how to do that.
Marzano bullied out of it by Brian Griffith-Cole.
Brilliant again from Marzano, facing forward to play forward. Opens his hips up, can go inside, can go outside. All of a sudden it's harder to defend individually.
Now then, what can Derby produce off the set piece? Huntington is lurking all the way back on the halfway line. We know he's got a hammer of a right peg if needed. Surprised he wasn't further up there. Produced a man-on-man advantage. It was a good screen run from Liam Hunt, but the pass wasn't quite right.
Yeah, it's that just bit of when they've got into those final thirds, isn't it? That just a little bit of quality that they'll want to do better on, which Pro Futsal have done today. In those final thirds, have had that quality.
Griffith-Cole into Basjet. Dixon nearly forced it through the current, which would have been a good chance. It's lovely from Hunt, and a good chance now for Derby. It just ran away from Marzano, and a good bit of goalkeeping from Johnny Sim.
Yeah, brilliant bit of goalkeeping from Johnny Sim there. Probably a bit of a touch away from goal here from Marzano, who's been very good today. Probably could have carried that towards goal. Not the touch he wanted, because I think he was setting himself up for a second touch as a strike. But Johnny Sims snuffed it out, if you like.
You can see there as well from the replay. It's a good decision from the referee. It's a great challenge from Sim. Oh, great ball from Griffith-Cole. Dixon. Bolton trying to set Hunt away. Finds him too. Hunt. Marzano! Whistles wide.
Yeah, Hunt and Marzano starting to connect really nicely together on court. They're going to be a good pair to play together. They've been really, really effective and starting to really, be dominant in terms of those 2v2 situations.
It's nice from Griffith-Cole. He's just sort of growing into the role, isn't he? Pro Futsal London, starting to run the game.
He gives Dennison a bit of a breather as well as that fix that backman and causes some problems and just keeps the ball moving, keeps it ticking for Pro Futsal to go for the top players to cause the damage, if you like.
Huntington backs himself to beat Griffith-Cole. He does round the outsides. That's a lovely ball. Marzano just a little bit in front of him, wasn't it? I said lovely ball initially, but just a little bit offline.
Yeah, it's just that little bit of quality in the final third again. That needs to go to feet, not in front there, so that he can take that in his stride, whether it's too far in front and he's obviously rolled out. What you're seeing here, we talked about earlier about the pivot stretching the backman out. Calvin Dixon is really pulling the backman out, which is creating spaces on the other side, where we talked about Stuart Cook, not being moved, where Calvin's just hanging around behind in wide areas for diagonal passes or line passes, but moving less, right? So in a way being more effective by not moving.
Just of course, same with that good run through the middle there. He's about to take a bib and hop off. Dylan Harris-Newton, the skipper, comes back on and back in for Derby. Gascoigne over the kick-in. Here is the Derby skipper. So Tunier has come on for Pro Futsal London. So a quartet of Dixon, Satunier, Basjer and Currents. Christian Edwards and Dennison are being prepared to be the next substitutes down the line. Curran. Tony, a clever run from Curran to take the man away. This is Basja. Curran now looked to shoot. He stayed down. Couldn't get the shot away. Richardson wins himself a kick in. I think that hurt Curran there. He's still down just in the D away to our left.
Yeah, it's a great bit of passage of play here with a little bit of what we call a 3-in-line. So John Curran in between the fix and the winger, and the pivot comes round. John Curran goes through the middle to create a 2v1, and then gets into an opportunity where he could have now finished. But again, another good passage of clever tactical play by Pro Futsal there.
It's a lovely ball. And Pro Futsal London are not happy with the referee playing there. Calvin Dixon just being spoken to by the referee. They were really not happy. They were not set there at all.
Yeah, I think they're probably just complaining about people not being back. But
see, John Curran was ambling back and then said to the referee, oh, I wasn't ready, but I suppose that age-old mantra placed the whistle, right?
yeah, I think he was getting back in, and they were trying to wait for him to get back in, but the ref was ready to play. It just shows you, though, doesn't it, how if one player's out of position in this game, it can create a chance. So
I mean,
you know, in the
it was a wonderful chance, wasn't it, on the
Yeah.
far side? It really should have been taken by Marzano. It was unlike him not to finish that.
You know, and this is probably where it's great for young players, if you're a football or futsal player, to learn the discipline of the game. You know, this game needs high levels of discipline. You know, if you switch off for a moment, or you stop to moan at the referee, it could be a goal for the opposition. So what you'll notice is there's no stopping in play of those challenges to the referees, because if you do that, you could be out. So
there's no hiding place on this court, is there?
yeah, that's it. No hiding place at all. In and out of possession.
Curran wanted that ball played quickly. He was open, wasn't seen by Dixon. Satunye.
Here's that 3-in-line again. Just creates an overload on the wide areas.
It's good defending from Gascoigne. There's Dennison and Edwards make their way on for Dixon and Curran. Dixon, I still think, is seething about that decision from the referee. It's clever from Sim and Edwards.
Great little pop-off from Johnny Sim there.
Satunye, Basja, Dennison joins the party. Basja on the cover, did well, did really well. Dennison will build from the back.
You notice he goes out for wide areas for that diagonal. Again, just really clever movement into spaces in order to try and finish and get face forward on it.
Decision goes against Derby on this occasion. The foul count's just starting to tick on, 3 apiece with 11 minutes left.
Yeah, I think so, and also the intensity for both teams has now dropped, hasn't it? It's a lot slower game than we saw in the first half, you know, which Pro Futsal keep making the changes, but I think now that they're getting tired as well, it's harder for Pro Futsal to create chances. Dennison here just having a chat to Edwards, just telling him probably his role within this set piece.
Yeah, Basja over it. Satunye is just away to the left of this shot, just creeping in there. It's over to Dennison, trying to find the angle for the shot. Seen away by Matt Richardson. Great ball, Basja. We talked about Dennison last week. We talked about his passing ability.
Yeah.
You've described it as probably been the best in the league, and
Yeah.
you saw there the pass there is just flawless, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a flawless pass. It's to the back foot. It allows the player to go and attack. It's, if you, like I say, you think about him staying on the ball, but then you think about his passing quality. You know, if you want to watch a player that makes other players around him be attacking with his passing, you know, he just puts it in a situation where that player has to go and be forward thinking, which is great.
Edwards over this set piece, then Dennison lurking at the back. Satunye is close near the corner of the D. There's a screen, but Basja missed his screen. And that's what can happen as Hunt is denied by Johnny Sim. Well, perfect example there of how effective and how important it is to do your role in a set piece, and Johnny Sim digs Basja out there.
Yeah, I think we talked about it earlier. Your role in your set pieces as a blocker, a screener. If there's a situation where you need to stop a defender coming out and get that block on, if you don't do that, all of a sudden they can step onto things. And Dennison there was setting himself for a shot, but the blocker had basically gone past, and all of a sudden it's a chance, and probably should have scored, right? Probably should have seen Derby get a goal from Liam there.
Yeah, he hasn't had to do much so far in this competition. Johnny Sim, both the game against Worcester last week and so far today. He's been busier today than he was last week already, but
definitely.
He's a very, very good goalkeeper, and he's no doubt pretty proud of the fact that he's yet to concede a goal in this competition. He'd like to keep that run going.
Yeah, and similar to Joe Payne earlier, he's gone about his work really quietly. The decisions he's had to make have been good. He's had to make some good saves, and he's pulled them off. And it just shows the experience of this group now, where.
Oh, that's really good from Satunye, and that's Edwards and Basja. That'd have been a lovely goal.
Yeah, brilliant from Edwards there. He knew that the overload was coming, and he's played it into back heel of it. What a turn that is from Satunye into the. And this is a lovely little pass.
That would have been such a good goal.
Pro Futsal still pressing high here, 2-1-1, trying to be aggressive. Derby trying to get their press breakers out, done really well through Sam McGrath.
This is Mora. A couple of changes been made. As McGrath has entered the fray to Mora. This is Riley. Fires out to Judd. That's a lovely little ball from McGrath, and across on the cover was Christian Edwards. What a challenge that is. Found Dennison too for good measure. Dennison find a way out. Oh my goodness! Well, that's nearly the assist of the tournament.
That would have been some goal, right? And again, just the constraints of the game. If you have the ability, he's just lifted that as a little rainbow. And he's actually tried to put that in the pass of Carell, I think.
Yeah, not finding the pass there.
Yeah.
Dreadful.
Dreadful. But I think that's where people think about futsal as being a tricky flair game. Well, it's one of those things where the constraints put it into the situation where players have to come up with solutions to problems, and if you've got that toolbox to do it, like Dennison has, brilliant.
Tell me you're Brazilian without telling me you're Brazilian.
That's it. But we've talked about he's got that, but he's got the pass. He can defend. Oh,
brilliant goal. It's a lovely ball from Jared Rand to find Xavi Corral, and Christian Edwards there gets himself a goal. And he and Rand are enjoying themselves out there.
Yeah, it's a brilliant goal. It's a great pass across into the second post finish. We always talk about you want players second post, top of D when the ball gets into the higher areas, because they're the key finishing areas. Great finish. Great little pass. I think here, Derby might need to have a look at doing something a bit different. Try to fly against the Pro Futsal. Like you said, the game's probably gone, but could they try different things? Again, another half chance there.
Goldstein over the kick-in. Referee just making sure the players are the requisite amounts of metres back.
Jared coming round here for a left foot strike.
We've seen some great moments in this competition. Not sure we've seen any better individual moments than that. That was outrageous. You could see Xavi Corral's reaction as well. He wanted it just as much as anyone.
How to deal with being 1 versus 2 and getting out of pressure in a space of 3 metres by 3 metres maybe.
Yeah, amazing bit of skill, wasn't it? Nine minutes left in this match. Pro Futsal lead by 8-0. They've slowed down quite a bit in the second half. We talked about it in terms of intensity, but in terms of the scoring rate, as it were, they were 6-0 up 11 minutes ago. Only 2 goals in 11 minutes. They're slacking.
Yeah, I think both teams have just eased into a tempo, and they're changing to keep the legs. I think there's probably a few more goals in this for Pro Futsal if they want to get that goal count up.
Something tells me they won't have to worry too much about goal difference. It's all set for a showdown next weekend. It'll be Bolton against Pro Futsal London. Winner goes through. Rand pokes it through the legs, lovely. Current wins his team a corner.
Yeah, they did well there keeping the ball Pro Futsal, but they never really had anyone facing forward on it, so we're always playing backwards and round. If they could have just got someone higher, stand still a little bit, and move a bit slower, hopefully they could have landed on it facing forward.
Rand with the volley. Goldstein couldn't quite connect with the back heel.
Yeah, great little. Today they've done well with that volley. You know, quite a common thing in futsal to use a volley corner, because if you can get a strike off, it doesn't usually end in an attack for the opposition. They've used that quite a bit today.
This is McGrath. We've not seen him as much this week as we did last. He was almost ever present for Derby all last week, wasn't he, against Bolton?
Yeah, I think intensity-wise he couldn't keep the amount of minutes he had last week. So yeah, he was ever present last week. He's not played as much today.
This is Currents for Pro Futsal London. We've seen a bit more of him this week than we did last. Rand round the corner, did really well to get that out in time. Current finds a spare man Ward, and there is Rand, and that's a great bit of keeping.
Yeah, brilliant from John Current there, first time pass down the line. This chop pass straight down, kills the defensive structure, and then if that ball would have got there, I think it would have been another goal.
Rand, yeah, he'll take the option down the line if he wants. McGrath did well.
Yeah, starting to work that well here. All of these England players, all four of these play, for the national team programme, so they know what they're doing on court.
Ward smashes it straight into the wall. And it's a quad change for Derby. In comes Richardson. We've got Hunt back out on court, so too the skipper Harris Newton, and also Jasper Corso, the number 5. There's Richardson. That's a lovely bit of individual skill. Goldstein wasn't going to let him have it easy there in getting around him.
Yeah, great bit of skill
Both
there.
those two having a little laugh about it. Good to see. Well, that's a mix-up. Goldstein. Him and Richardson meet again. Harris Newton, Goldstein again doing his defensive duties, and had to.
Good that from Derby, getting a bit of pressure on, getting a bit of intensity into their attack.
Rand comes off, Dixon comes on. Richardson and Goldstein continue that little mini rivalry that they've built up over the last few minutes.
Little battles of the wingers trying to go against each other, which is great.
It's a good little header that from Richardson actually. Finds Harris Newton, uses his body well, can't slide it past Goldstein though. Always just get the sense that Goldstein would be absolute murder to play against.
He's very, very good. He, likes
just so
to
clever
talk,
and cute, isn't he?
Moves really well. At 1 minute you think you're marking him, the next minute he's gone. And again, a very good presser as well. So over the first few meters.
Here we go with Wards. Dixon is at the back post, doesn't quite make it that far. Paulson as well again.
Yeah, great steal from Richard Ward in the press there. Takes it by his man, probably a bit of end product quality needed to get that ball across quicker for, I think, Kelvin Dixon to be able to tap it in at the second post.
Ollie Jones is back onto court as Russell Goldstein takes a break. Dennison will be the next sub to come back in Pro Futsal London. The linchpin of this very talented side. Here is Ollie Hunt, or Ollie Jones I should say. It's going to be a Pro Futsal London ball. Dennison, what a pick. And Ward's just denied again by Poulsen.
Brilliant diagonal flick. If you notice, he used a different type of technique there. He just lifted it into that space so it would drop really quickly. So again, understands different types of passes and plays.
Yeah,
them
not
really
quite
well.
a scoop. It
No.
was flick's the right word, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
And that's so when it goes in the air, it comes down really quick. Rather than putting your foot through, it would drive it flat. So a different type of technique that he used there just to get the ball over the back of the defence.
Dixon. Hat-trick hero for Pro Futsal London today. Here it is, it's Dennison again. Just feel the intensity cranking up a notch here.
Yeah.
Space for Wards. Still space for Ward, and now a chance. Oh, and how on earth hasn't that got in? Ward just had to throw a leg at it, and it was a guaranteed 9th goal of the game for Pro Futsal London. It was good work from Ollie Jones.
Yeah, just a change of pace again in that attack. So they slowed it down and then suddenly upped the pace and the intensity of the attack, and it opened up. Should have been another goal really there. Should be double figures by now, Pro Futsal.
Future sound has thrown us all off. It's not a break in play. Play continues. The official just got a bit excited there. Derby only have 5 minutes to survive a foul count of 4. 2 more and it's a 10-metre penalty. Here's Dennison. What a great pick out that is, Jones. Dixon says, let's go again. It's Dennison. Well read by Corso. Cute.
Brilliant.
Well read by Jess Poulsen. Difficult to beat from that angle. Good tackle from Dennison. Got the ball. 2v1 now. Got to be a goal, surely. Good defending by Hunt.
Another big opportunity there for Pro Futsal. But see Dennison here is a defending ability as well, how he stole the ball. And then there, probably a better pass to the second post would have been a lot better. Easy finish, really.
I think it was the right choice, wasn't it, from Jones to find the pass, but potentially just waited a little too long. Got Hunt the time to get back in. That's another corner. 4.5 left. Pro Futsal with 21 goals to their name so far in this competition. Yet to finish the second game.
Yeah, Pro Futsal here playing some really nice game, really nice in possession.
That's lovely from Dixon.
Creating overloads in vertically, creating overloads horizontally.
Well defended by Hunt and well blocked by Harris Newton. I'm sure the pair of them enjoyed that one. And it's pulled all the way back, but Jones was there and is fouled to give away the free kick.
Yeah, great little counter-attack. Went into the wide areas, and again, that probably end product quality, pace on the ball to get there. Just needed a bit more, didn't it?
That is the 5th foul for Derby, which means any more in the remaining 4 minutes will introduce a 10-metre penalty. And there's a few subs being prepared to come on. It might even be a 4-stack change here from Pro Futsal London. Ward's the spare man on the post. Dinks it in, Hunt clears, but only as far as Dennison. Dixon tees it back for Jones. Wards.
Brilliant.
Oh, it's gorgeous. What a goal that is. What a goal that is. Ollie Jones gets his name on the score sheet, and that might be the best goal of the lot. As a team goal goes, that was brilliant.
Yeah, that was absolutely brilliant. You can see them setting it up. So Dennison comes inside here, just makes a 3 in line to get an overload and then gets the return. And could have shot himself, but then lends it off to Mr. Jones to tap it in. But it was the start of that structure, which was so good.
That little touch was all right there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Great little deftness of touches in tight areas just to help it on its way.
It was the wholesale changes that we thought we might see. Brian Griffith-Cole, Jared Bastia, Xavi Corral out there as well as Christian Edwards. So all 4 of Pro Futsal London's players are swapped. We've got the sub-goalkeeper on as well. So no Johnny Sim, he's given a breather. As Derby get themselves forward. It's Gascoigne. No way past Brian Griffith-Cole. Ben Lazarus has to wait for his first touch in the Pro Futsal London goal.
So I was saying when they've needed to, they've defended quite strongly individually today, Pro Futsal. And when you've got players like Griff who can do that work for you as well, it's really important.
And Derby too have just changed their keeper out of shot. Shot from Hunt was ambitious. It's Cameron Hall who's come on, the sub-keeper for Derby. Here is Brian Griffith-Cole, a decent debut for the Aussie today. That's good ball. Bastia, Xavi Corral. Oh, that could have been a penalty.
Yeah, it was inside the D.
It would have been the what happens there? 6th foul and inside the D.
Your penalty. You don't get 2.
Might as well put it inside the D if you're going to do it.
Yeah.
For my money, they're a little bit lucky to get away with that.
Yeah,
Derby.
it looks really be good to see that again when we have a break, but it was looked like a foul to me. But
Corral just trying to draw a foul, isn't he? Griffith-Cole. That's brilliant defensive block by Hunt. He's never stopped, has he? Despite being 9-0 down now, he is always running. This is the moment. Yeah, it looks. It's a penalty, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like he's caught him for me.
Well, set up really nicely into the box for Edwards, who took a real whack as he shot that one. And he just wrapped his leg around the shin, didn't he, of the Derby player trying to block it.
Really painful, those ones. I think he'd be okay though.
Yeah, ankle onto shin bone is never fun. Marzano it was doing the defending. This is Hunt getting the better of Edwards. He's looks to be okay to carry on.
Yeah, Derby are going to always find it difficult there, trying to play out of the pressure 2 versus 2. They need to bring another player back to create an overload. That's happened quite a lot today for them. So, you know, tactically they need to go away and think, well, how can we beat this 3? Either by putting someone in between and a 2v1, if you like, or creating a 3 to overload the first line, which takes a bit of work for them.
Corral. Bastia, side netting.
I think we might see a volley here. Always curl around for the X for the volley.
Right, it's well read by Hunt, and he's got the pace to get at the other end. Oh, and he misses by a hair.
Yeah, another chance on the counter. He's done well there to get up. The volley was coming on the counter attack. Just needs to hit the target. I think he would have scored. He's had a couple of those today, Liam. He's worked really hard. He probably deserves a goal.
And still, Pro Futsal London's perfect defensive record remains intact. It's a great ball. Corral. Shot from Bastia. Left a little to be desired. As we enter the final 90 seconds, where's your man of the match going to in this one, Mike?
I think it's got to go with Dennison today. He's been superb. That little bit of skill, but his passing, his movement, the ability to stay on the ball in tight areas and bring other players around him into play. For me, it's been an absolute, masterclass of futsal, if you like, and how to control the game. And whenever he's been on, he's definitely been the one that's sort of orchestrated pretty much most things. Yeah, and he's led by example, hasn't he, as a captain, which is what you want from your big players.
This is Hunt. There's Derby. Do get themselves a goal. And it's Gareth Keeling who finds the bottom corner. And the first goal that Pro Futsal London have conceded in this summer showdown is an absolute beauty.
Yeah, it's a great finish. Side foot, back bottom corner. And I think they've deserved the goal, right? They've had a few chances in the first half. They've worked really hard. They've definitely deserved a goal out of this.
There is our man of the match. Hasn't he played well? I don't think it's a huge coincidence that the goal has come when he's off the court.
Yeah, again, it's just that stability he gives you. I think Derby will be pleased. You know, Derby are building. Derby tier 2 side looking to get into the top tier. Here with a bit of a wild card, so they'll be really pleased with their performance today in terms of how many half chances they've created. And now they've got themselves that goal.
Yeah, they've acquitted themselves pretty well, haven't they, to the test. Certainly in the first half of the first half, they were right in the game. It was 1-0 for a long time.
You know, and if they analyse the way they want to play, they take this back, they take it back to the training and use this as a learning curve, if you like, and they use this to develop individually and collectively. I think it's been a real powerful sort of thing to go through, and even though Pro Futsal have definitely dominated with favourites, at times they've looked like they can compete.
This is Rands. Forced out. Well, Derby bench haven't kept quiet all game long. They've still been urging them on wherever possible. Supporting their teammates constantly. Hunt flashes it across the face. Final 30 seconds. I think the goalkeeper Lazarus there got a touch on that, so it might have been a good save.
Just a fingertip, I think, didn't he?
Corner set back to Hunt. And Current cleverly just leaves that for a Pro Futsal London ball. Goldstein clips it down the line, so Tunye will give chase. It does get around the other side of it. Risky from Marzano, but he did well. Goldstein then flies in. Well, the stage is set next week, isn't it? Pro Futsal London against Bolton. Winner takes all. Pro Futsal London will only need a draw with their goal difference advantage. That was nearly a lovely goal from Curran. But if you're Bolton, you know you're up against it. You know you're coming as the big underdogs. But Derby have shown a little bit of a blueprint in how to play against them. The difference is obviously just keeping that up over 40 minutes is very difficult.
What I've been impressed by Derby is they've had a go. They've come to try and create chances. They've come to, be physical, be aggressive, but also, try and defend strong. And I think Bolton will look at that and try and do all of it. So yeah, interesting game.
Well, that will do us. John Currant still continuing the arguments, but I think he can let that one go. The final score is upon us. It is Pro Futsal London 9, Derby 1. Another brilliant win for the Pro Futsal London boys. It's now a total of 22 goals to 1 in 2 games. That is a goal difference to marvel at. Here's the situation then in Group A as we head towards the final week of the Summer Showdown, at least in the pool stages. Pro Futsal London versus Bolton will decide who goes through to the grand final. Highlights to come, and we will be hearing from the Pro Futsal camp when we come back. Yeah, joined now by Denison, our man of the match. A super performance from you and your team today. How pleased are you as the captain of this squad to get two really convincing wins?
Just really happy, to help my team to get a victory. I think that's the most important thing. And second is being able to perform really well, not just individuals but as a team. I think for England futsal, we need teams that is going to be performing at a high level to get the sport to grow. And we're really happy with 2 games being high level, and we just want to continue all the way to the end.
Talk us through a couple of moments in that game, because there was some beautiful goals scored, some lovely team moves, a couple of flashes of individual brilliance as well. You look like you were having fun out there.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing, right? Is having fun. This is what we love to do, is play this sport. And as soon as you go inside and having fun, there's no pressure. It's just loving the game and being happy to be here.
Sets you up for a final week showdown against Bolton. Winner goes through into the final. What would it mean to this Pro Futsal London squad to get into that final, to have that opportunity to go through to the Champions League?
I think it means everything. That's what we've been working for really hard, not just now, but since last season when COVID came. That's what we wanted. We want to go to the final. We want to win. We want to show that, prove to ourselves, not just to everyone, but to ourselves first, that we deserve to be in Champions League as well. And that will mean, I think, the world for us, mean everything.
Well, congratulations on a great performance.
Thank you very much,
We'll see you next week.
Cheers.
Thank you. Welcome back to the National Futsal Series Summer Showdown. A great game in prospect here. London Helvetia up against Manchester. I had the pleasure of speaking to both head coaches. For Manchester, that's Sam Richardson. For Helvetia, it's Enrique Guillen. This is what they had to say. Okay, welcome back to the Summer Showdown. We loved watching you guys last week, a great win. How much are you looking forward to this game? Because it looks like with the 2 wins last week, this could well decide who tops the group.
Yeah, I'm expecting a difficult game, so we're looking forward. So we always like difficult games. I think it's better preparation for our team, so looking forward for the game.
Manchester showed us a lot of heart last week. They also showed a lot of quality as well. What did you like about their win against Loughborough? What were you impressed by?
Well, individually they are really good. They have some quality players, which technically they are really good, so we're aware of that. And also they are quite fit, they're running all the games, so we'll prepare for that as well.
We've just seen dangers of conducting an interview and a warm-up, but we've just seen a great performance from Pro Futsal in the previous game. You guys are well-known rivals. We're expecting maybe if it goes to seed that you end up in the final together. Do they constantly set the standard for you to try and match, having played before? And you think, well, that's the challenge, we need to match that level?
To be honest, I know Pro Futsal is doing the things really well, but it'll be really disrespectful to say that they leading the way. I think the team has been leading the way for years in England. It's been Helvetia. So if someone needs to follow someone, there will be Pro Futsal following Helvetia, not the other way around.
And how much are you excited for this game then, to try and show that us and everyone just how good your side is?
To be honest, we don't come here to show anything. We just come here to do our job, and hopefully the boys, they respond. They'll do what they've been doing on the training sessions, and the quality will show. I'm quite confident the quality will show.
Best of luck.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Sam Richardson, we're really looking forward to seeing your Manchester team play today. A great result last week, of course. How much are you looking forward to getting into the nitty-gritty here, because this is a big game?
Yeah, it is. I think the opportunity comes about because we won last week, so we know now it's kind of like between us two who progresses. So it's a great opportunity for the young guys to play, express themselves, see how we are. It's been a quick turnover to get into the season, so for me it's an opportunity just to see where we are, looking forward more than anything else.
What were you most pleased about with what you guys did last week against Loughborough? Because it seemed like an all-round performance.
Yeah, it's a cagey game, but I think it's digging out the result, because obviously there was a couple of moments where it was a little bit tight, and the players did really well to get themselves just to get a hold of the game. Particularly we went in 2-1 down, and then they did really well when they came out. They got the lead, and then also we had to struggle a lot with the fly. Not really worked on that because of the time, and they did really well to come out with a win.
Big game for you today, as you mentioned, against a very, very good London Helvetia side. What challenges do they present you specifically?
Well, they're very good individually. They have a lot of possession. As you can see, they dominate possession throughout the season, last season, and even in these games as well. So we've got to be good defensively. I think we've got a lot of youth and energy, got a lot of skill one-on-one. We need the confidence, so when the opportunities arise in the game, the players have got a good enough ability, but they've got to be confident in themselves to take it and to test them in those scenarios, rather than thinking, no, I'm not sure, and be apprehensive about it. They've got to be fully confident when they go into those situations.
Best of luck.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well, the teams are out. Helvetia in their typical blue. We've got Manchester in the white. Got Mike Scabala alongside me. And Mike, it was lovely to hear from Enrique and Sam there. I loved Enrique's answer to the question about the setting of standards. He bristled a little bit, didn't he? That's a rivalry that I should have known better than to proke and pry at, but there's a pride in that answer, isn't there? There's a setting of standards that he believes his team are responsible for.
Yeah, I think you've seen the rivalry between the two big London clubs. You know, Pro Futsal and London. They have that rivalry between, and players move between them. We've seen that over the last couple of years as well. Some of the England players move from one to the other, so it creates that little bit of a competition, if you like, on and off the court.
It certainly does. Let's take a look at the teams then. Big game for London Helvetia. Their starting five is as follows: Mark Croft, Victor Hugo, we've got Ivan Zhu, Liam Palfreyman and Raoni Medina, who was so effective in their match last week against Wolverhampton. They've got so many options on the bench as well. As for Manchester, Kai Bone is their goalkeeper. He was excellent in their victory over Loughborough. Keep an eye on Uriel Araujo. He was superb throughout. Jordan Edge getting man of the match in that game as well. Adubafor and Thompson are two players with plenty of pedigree. They are the starting five. They will rotate their bench heavily throughout this game. There's Araujo over the kickoff for Manchester. Really, really looking forward to this game. Both teams have won their matches already. This creates something of a shootout in the summer showdown as Poultryman almost gets London Helvetia off to the perfect start. Mike, we're looking forward to this. We sort of outlined this at the beginning of the day, how important a game this could be. Well, we're in it now, and there's no room for hiding. Two great teams, only one winner.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a great game. I think this probably is the matchup of the day. Helvetia will definitely want to come out, get a win, show their dominance again. But Manchester, you know, last time these teams met, I think, was in Hereford last season. Manchester won out, I think it was 4-3. It was a good result for Manchester, so they are definitely capable of upsetting this group in this pack.
Yeah, we called this pool something of the group of death, what with Helvetia, Manchester, Loughborough and Wolverhampton, all Birmingham, sorry, all within it here at the University of Wolverhampton. And it's a terribly difficult group to call. We saw Manchester get a very narrow win over Loughborough last week. They had to work very hard for that. They were down at half-time, but their second half spirit carried them through. They'll have to rely on that because they will be made to suffer in this game at certain points.
Yeah, for sure. You know, Manchester can have to defend very, very well. They have to be really resilient without the ball. And then when they get the opportunity to cause some damage in the final third, like these situations, they're going to have to test the keeper. And they're going to have to keep the pressure on as well.
Edge over the kick-in. He has Araujo available short. He's got Adubafor lurking on the edge of the D. It's Araujo, hits it, and Mark Croft had to react really smartly. That took a nick, and that needed saving.
Yeah, there's a good reaction save in the end from Croft, just to get a knee, I think, or a shin to it. But again here, they keep the pressure on, keep Helvetia defending. That's
Edge over the corner. Tried to play it into the feet of Adubafor. It's a rare missed touch from Rayoni Medina. Araujo blasts it over the bar. Medina, the player of the match for Helvetia last week in that superb win over Birmingham. As Croft finds his skipper with a lovely sidearm throw down court.
So you see Helvetia here, you know, pressing hard, 2-1-1 press, getting high pressure on that ball. Manchester have done really well to get out of the pressure so far.
Araujo, read by Poultryman, Adubafor steps across. Manchester ball. I say it like, no it is. Was right first time. Was really impressed last week by Araujo. I thought he didn't go quite as far as running the game, but I thought he was superb for Manchester in possession in particular.
Yeah, Liam getting on the ball there, just showing his quality in possession, knowing how to balance it. Been a professional player abroad for a few years now, so just coming back into this Helvetia side for the summer showdown. Some really good experience in this Helvetia team.
Adubafor, Zhu stepped in and took it off. The battle of the big men there in the midfield. Zhu is a giant. The old cliche of good feet for a big man, never been truer on a futsal court. Zhu is a proper athlete, but he's also so gifted with his feet.
Yeah, just need good feet, that's all.
Yeah, that's it, right? That's easy. Lovely ball from Vitor Hugo, and Medina couldn't quite sort his feet out. He's frustrated because he knows he's capable of it. That was half a chance for a player of his quality.
Yeah, first half chance of the game there. Playing into the pivot. Great little pass by Vito into Rayoni, who came off it. He knows that's a good half chance for him of a man of his quality.
Araujo tried to surprise Croft with the finish. Croft was strong. And if we say Medina just had the first half chance, that was the second.
Yeah, big chance. Could have squared it as well, had a couple of options. I think he probably took the right one. It was a good strike, nice and low, nice and hard. This is where they can keep the pressure on here. Good start here from Manchester.
You see referee on the far side there, Mark Burkett, for first gig for him today. He won't take any nonsense. He knows every trick in the book when it comes to that. This is Vitor Hugo. Oh, Ivan Zhu.
So Helvetia here stretching it with a more of a fixed pivot in Ryan Medina, who's just trying to stretch the game and get on the ball, build through the phases.
Vitor Hugo was so impressive last week in that victory over Birmingham.
Again here, you'll probably see Ray go for the parallel Ryan Medina, then go back into his pivot position.
Yeah, Medina, a player I know you know really well. He's not just a superb player, is he? He's a real character and leader, and that's why he wears that armband so well.
Yeah, definitely. You know, he's been playing the game for many years, understands his role as a leader, leads teams really well, brings others into play around him, and can get really crafty finishes as well. So, you know, he'll be a big player for Helvetia through this summer showdown.
This is Vitor Hugo. Paul Freeman, and the foul's been called. Way to the right of the pitch there. I think Araujo was bundled over by Zhu, just out of shot. There's a physical mismatch at least. And already, Helvetia have racked up a couple of fouls. They're already leading 2-0 on the foul count. It's not a victory they'd love to claim. They just have to be a little bit wary of that. Still a long way to go in this first half. Jordan Edge over the free kick for Manchester. He's got his mate Giles Collier next to him. He's come on. Now a do before. He's strong as well. Gives Vitor Hugo a good shove. Tijerin there, the number 5. He's just come on for Helvetia. A do before. No way through. Really high press from Helvetia. Manchester trying to find a way out. They've done it. Collier. Now fronts up Medina, well. 1-on-1, takes the shot on. Good block by Zhu.
Played out of pressure really well there, Manchester, because Helvetia were pressing really aggressively. They played a few helping passes and then a diagonal out. I think Giles Collier could have gone in behind and tried to get a shot off earlier, but good bit of passage of play there from Manchester.
Yeah, no panic in Manchester, was there? They were confident enough to face up to that intense pressure of Helvetia. Araujo couldn't find a way past Tijerin. Collier in no particular hurry. When every moment from the hooter sounds on court is so intense, don't expect to see players sprinting after the ball when they don't need to. This will be a grueler.
Yeah, that's where they use their rest periods when the ball goes out. A few seconds breather, regenerate the energy systems.
Araujo gets around the other side of Tijerin. Lovely footwork, just couldn't quite find the room in front of Croft to work the space for a shot. Goalkeeping. Tijerin. And now Vitor Hugo. First sight of the Helvetia number 10. It's Totti.
He's a great player, Totti. He's been around the system for years. Talented, very effective in possession. Again, a strong bench. Helvetia have some real quality in their side.
Yeah, it's not just that. I mean, the front four that they opened with were a fearsome lineup on their own, but their backup is pretty able too. As first save that Kai Bones had to make, and he did that very, very well. Shot came across his bounds by Fernandez. Lovely pick out by Vitor Hugo. And taking the corner quickly. And Kai Bone, I thought, was excellent last week against Loughborough. Really, really able goalkeeper.
Yeah, did really well last week, and this week he's going to have to be as good, I think, as well. He's going to have to make those saves. He's going to have to be that last line of defence, and at times he's going to have to come out and smother things like he did there. So really good start from Kai Bone.
Even as well had a moment where he came marauding out of goal and put a nutmeg through the legs of the on-rushing Loughborough attacker too. He can play a bit. The shot comes flying in from Vitor Hugo, not to be on this occasion.
Again here, you know, probably could be doing a bit better on set pieces, Helvetia, like we've seen with the other teams. It's not quite made them count to create something from it.
That's Totti. Vitor Hugo. Now Tijerin.
Playing more of a 4-0 here, trying to rotate round, trying to pull out the Manchester defence to create the spaces like that to play in behind.
Oh, done it brilliantly. Great touch from Vitor Hugo, and there's the opening goal, and what a goal it is. Fantastic finish from Fernandez. That team move was as good as it gets from London Helvetia.
Yeah, I was just saying they're starting to play more of a 4, try and create some space in behind the Manchester defence, try and create those gaps, drive through his little 2v2s, drive through his diagonals, and in the end the space is opened up for the forward pass, then across, and then second stick for the easy sweaty, as we call it.
Ruben Fernandez with a stunning goal there for Helvetia. It was just building, wasn't it? They just upped the level a little bit. The subs that have come on have started with a real intensity, the likes of Tijerin and Fernandez and Totti. Manchester have made some changes of their own. Got the likes of Barnes in, he's the number 6. Player on the far side there, I think it's Stapleton. Oh, I think Barnes played for the wrong line there, maybe. He's turned the kick in over. Vitor Hugo. Totti finds Tijerin. Vitor Hugo just starting to run the game a little bit now, goes for the wall pass. Stapleton got there, and now the danger in transition here at before. My apologies, it's Abdullahi rather who's come on. Yeah. Abdullahi couldn't quite commit to the take on there, could he?
You know, you can see what he was thinking. He knows he was in transition of, you know, positive transition, trying to counter into that space. He just tried to nip it past, but didn't quite get on the end of it. So we're seeing some. I think we're going to see more of that now. We're going to see more of Helvetia having the ball, building the attacks, dominating space and possession, with Manchester looking for those moments of counter.
And they have got some serious pace, Manchester, as well, to work with on the break. That's well read by Stapleton, sharply on Fernandez.
Here it is again.
Chance here. And a big chance too. Stapleton could have got there first. Manchester very much in this game.
Yeah, it's settling into, isn't it? A little bit of Helvetia having the ball with the individual quality you have at Manchester ready to go.
Totti. Stapleton gives him a shove rather. It wasn't quite as much as he would have liked. A great touch by Tijerin. Tees himself up on the left. Good block by Abdullahi. That was needed. Tijerin did a lovely little fake there. Threatened on the right and took a man completely out the game.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Again, that facing forward on the ball, being able to go both ways, just shows it why it's important. A little bit like this. So Hugo Vitor facing forward.
Totti with the Shot from range.
Yeah, Totti's got a rocket of a shot, so when he ever can wind up that right foot, it's really dangerous. Really interesting setup this from Manchester, playing as like a 2-2 or a 4, where they can stop Helvetia pressing, so they've got some choreographed moves out of the keeper as a press breaker. Really good tactically the way they've set up here.
I do before, just left one on his opposite number. The 2 4s there colliding. That's Fernandez, who wears one, the goal scorer. Vitor Hugo. To pull the strings at the fix.
Brilliant. His movement's fantastic. Vitor Hugo checks and goes. We call it show to goes. You know, he'll drive off a player in a 1v1, check, come back, and he creates himself 2 or 3 meters to play forward. So the subtlety of his movement is so good. Number 3.
A player like him doesn't usually need 2 or 3 meters.
No.
If he has it, you're in trouble.
Yeah. And we've already seen his left foot, haven't we?
We have indeed. Adubafor's back on, by the way. That's he who played that back, who replaced Abdullahi a moment ago. Ivan Zhu's come in for Vitor Hugo. Fernandez also off the court at the moment. Back in comes Raoni Medina. Lovely feet from Totti. Oh, you talk about show and go. That was beautifully done. That was so quick.
Yeah, he's brilliant at this in these wide areas. If you let him inside, he's going to get a shot off, but his turn of pace with the ball as a left foot, and then Stapleton there covered the middle, but got caught too open.
Here's Claudio Ribeiro. First we've seen of him, stands on the ball, and then Collier does the same thing. I think Ribeiro a little bit lucky to get away with not fouling Collier there.
Yeah, I thought Collier could have come out with the ball there. I thought that was a little bit of a foul.
Ribeiro scored the opening goal of London Helvetia's victory last week. Does his defensive duty there and finds Medina. That's a risky pass. Oh, and it was telegraphed, wasn't it, by Thompson. He read that a long way out and he almost went clean in on goal. This is Ivan Zhu. And Totti, chance to unleash that rocket of a shot. Goodness me, doesn't he strike it well.
Here's that player coming out again. They're playing as a 4, cutting through. If there's no pressure, they'll carry on playing and creating a 3-in line off the back of that. Here it is again. Ball just needs to come a little bit quicker there from Edge.
Oh, what a ball from Thompson. And Araujo, can he bring it under control? No, he can't. Well, if Manchester would have wanted one player on the end of that who you trusted their first touch, it would have been Uriel Araujo. And he couldn't control it. He was in. Brilliant pick out by Thompson. Here he is. How about that for a first touch? Zhu fouls him.
Yeah. Helvetia are just, you know, they're pressing high, but they're passing players on. And in that defensive exchange is where Manchester are having a little bit of joy about playing over or through. So, you know, Helvetia are trying to play more of a zonal press in the first line and allowing players to go.
Sorry, Mike. Ivan Zhu just got a yellow card off screen there whilst we were looking at a replay. Definite foul. Probable yellow card as well. Not much argument from the big number 6. Is this going to be teed up for Edge to have a bang? No, they're just going to build. Here's a do before. Thompson just started to come into the game really well in the last couple of moments. Position goes Manchester's way. Enrique Guillen does not like that one. Thompson just drags Zhu all the way back to his goal, and there is Thompson on the second. Croft not with the most convincing of parries. That could have gone wrong. The save wasn't too difficult for him, and I think if he'd have really wanted to be perfect there, that would have gone somewhere else rather than where it did.
Yeah, it just came back out, didn't it? I think he could have pushed that around a little bit, but I think it may have come through legs or saw it quite late, to be fair to him. Did enough, his first priority, keep it out.
Here's the shot that came in. I think he did see it late, you're right. Good strike from Edge, and you can see there Thompson wasn't far off being able to follow up sharply. Edge with a good ball to Araujo, that's more like it. Before kept his footing well, showed good strength against Ribeiro. That's good feet from Araujo. Really good feet. He feels like he was fouled again.
Yeah.
On this occasion, nothing given. Letting a lot go, these refs.
Yeah, again, the setup from Manchester from the keeper is like a 4-0. It's causing a few problems for the press of Helvetia.
Fly keeper as well. Mark Croft saw this a few times last week. He backs his fix to keep the ball well enough. Vitor Hugo, can't think why. And Croft is a very able player out of goal. Turning his Ribeiro. Oh, it's brilliant feet to keep a hold of that.
Yeah, he's done really well there.
Totti. Ribeiro. Vitor Hugo. Gonna have to recycle around here. Araujo did well. Ribeiro. Totti ran out of room. They did that really well actually against Wolverhampton last week, didn't they? When they had particularly this sort of four, which are very mobile, very tricky. They kept the ball so well and just rotated constantly, waited for the gaps to appear, which they inevitably did.
Yeah, what these four are really good at, they're experienced, they've got great individual ability, they can go past people, but they wait for those good opportunities to create, you know, if in the XG world, it'd be the high level opportunities rather than just trying to create opportunities. So they're so confident in that they'll wait for the better ones. Great
ball from Araujo to pick out Edge, who couldn't quite make the most of that. Croft is so good with that sidewinder throw, isn't he? Only Medina couldn't do much with that in the end.
Yeah, brilliant distributions from Croft there with that javelin throw where it's really flat and gets there quick.
Must have absolute bare hands to be able to grip the futsal like that. Ribeiro does well, beats the before to it. This is Vitor Hugo into the feet of Medina. And then Ribeiro with the third man run. He snuck in round the back there, did Claudio. No one picked him up. Good keeping in the end.
Brilliant play here from Hugo Vitor into Raioni, who had two options. He knew Vitor was coming back, but also knew Ribeiro was coming. So it was great giving two options for the pivot. Medina there would have liked to have scored.
Oh, Edge spotted Croft off his line. That was a great effort. Croft there to scramble back. Well, he talked about how he feels so comfortable when his teammates touch. That was a rare loose one from Vitor Hugo. And Edge there nearly capitalising in the most dramatic and grandest of manners. Now then, 2v2 position. Thompson can find Araujo, can't beat Totti. Before backs him up. It's been an even contest this. Before uses his strength really well. Can't put it through the legs of Totti.
Great battle there by Before and Totti.
Yeah, two top players,
two
aren't
top
they?
1v1 players, strong players.
No room for Ribeiro. Totti has come off. It's Tijerin who is back in, as is Barnes for Manchester. Jake Barnes, number 6, just hopping over onto this near side. Stapleton looks like he's going to make his way back in as well. Abdullahi's on. Stapleton having to wait. It will be Edge, Araujo, Barnes and Abdullahi. Lovely ball from Barnes. Just couldn't quite keep it in, it was close. Fernandez about to make his way back in too. The scorer of the lone Helvetia goal here. 7 minutes and 28 seconds remaining of the first half. That's absolutely flown by, hasn't it?
Yeah, the ball's been in play a lot. Helvetia have had a lot of the ball, you know, dominating the positional attacks, if you like, dominating from the centre of court. Would probably like a few more opportunities to score and carve open those opportunities, but for me, been dominating this first half in terms of positions.
Ribeiro with the dancing feet. Pass cut out by Barnes. Edge now can turn. Oh, how about that for dancing feet? Couldn't quite get out. Did a very good attempt at it there.
But we know Manchester can fly, you know, can be quick on the counter, get up the court really quick, so you know, that's probably what they're going to be looking for.
Tijerin got a hold of that, but that would have been an unbelievable goal. That's the disadvantage, isn't it? We're going for a toe punt like that. Yes, you get the power, but it's so difficult to control.
Yeah, I'm not sure on the right selection there. I think it'd be better to use the laces and try and drive that through.
Kai Bone, long haul up the field, got set by Edge, and it's Abdullahi trying to get on the end of it. He's done that pretty well. Manchester, oh, now Ribeiro mistake. Araujo has Edge, doesn't need him! Uriel Araujo ties things up for Manchester, and it's game on!
Great finish. You know, we talked about Manchester having that counter threat or stealing and going with pace, and this is the opportunity where he's gone. He's rolled it, he could have squared it, and he decided to take it on himself, and what a finish that is, right in the bottom corner.
Yeah, you don't save those. Uriel Araujo, a moment for him. He had half a chance earlier on where a good touch would have put him clean through. That's what he can do, and he's got the chance to finish. No chance for Mark Croft there. And we got a game on our hands, ladies and gents. Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's a game of two teams. You know, Manchester happy to sit and soak up the pressure. Helvetia getting a little bit frustrated with not being able to open them up too easily, but then definitely you can feel that they've got a threat in them, Manchester, in terms of the counter-attacking phases.
Araujo takes a breather, takes a few high fives from his teammates as well on the bench. It's Giles Collier who's come back on, and he's made an error with that kick in, I think. Wonder if it's the wrong line again. There are a lot of lines over there, which could be a little bit confusing, but shouldn't really be any excuse. They are all colour-coded.
It's just what tube you take.
And Tihirin can make this setup. Vitor Hugo fires it in. Ribeiro and Stapleton go 50-50. It's a really important toe from Barnes. Now, can Stapleton get his foot in? Yes, he can. That looked to all the world to me like a foul. Referee said nothing doing. Now forward come Helvetia. Barnes makes the read. Now Abdullahi can possibly emerge. Game being played at a real pace here. Here comes Vitor Hugo onto his favoured left. And now Ribeiro. And really well defended by Barnes. Corner.
Brilliant counter attack by Hugo Vito there. Overloading 3 versus 2.
Vitor Hugo takes up his familiar position on the inside left from the set piece. Tihirin wanted it back from Fernandez, didn't come. Ruben Fernandez turning. Back to Ribeiro, great first touch. Still going Ribeiro, and the trip is there, and this is a bad position to give away a free kick.
Yeah.
Timeout immediately called by...
What a brilliant first touch this was by Ribeiro. Knew the space in there. Roll, took it on his safe side. Tried to get across. Yeah, it's a definite foul from Stapleton there. Great first touch.
Enrique Guillen wasting absolutely no time at all in calling the timeout. He wants to set this one out. This is a dream position for a free kick. Really, really dangerous this for Manchester. And he knows so well how important this next play might be. 5:43 left of this first half, one apiece. It's so delicately poised. These are the moments that can decide games like this.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is where they'll probably use this opportunity to set something up, remind them of a certain set piece. You know, some of these teams will have 4 or 5 different free kicks, 4 or 5 different corners and different outcomes from that. So probably just remind them what their setup is, where they need to be, and what the different options depending on what Manchester do. You know, Manchester will be really keen not to concede on this set piece. So he'll probably just be wary of the blocks, the screens, and setting up strong.
Stapleton, Barnes and Collier and Abdullahi will be tasked with keeping this one out. Kai Bone is a very, very good goalkeeper. He may need to be here.
Some things you can do here, you know, you can put on your, one for a better word, your better defenders in these. So the joy of futsal is you can change from a timeout and put on your really strong defenders.
Almost like in the NFL, you
yeah,
bring out your
that's
special
teams.
teams.
That's it. You can have a special team for attacks, for corners, but you can also have special team defensively as well. So, you know, probably here some coaches like to bring on all their strong defenders, someone like Jordan Edge maybe, and who would play as fixes. So it'd be interesting. They've not done that, but they are the options you have as a coach.
All right. Vitor Hugo stood over the ball. Tihirin also lurking. Fernandez being a nuisance. Vitor Hugo just went for goal and couldn't hit the target. It's a surprise.
You have that timeout, but didn't think he needed it. Probably because of the setup of the wall, but
it was bold from Kai Bone. Oh, what a finish! What a finish that is from Eduardo Tijerin, who puts Helvetia into the leads. Nothing Kai Bone could do about that one.
yeah, it's a great finish, and it's also a great pass. If you look at this pass, he's seen in, they've connected with the eye contact. He knows exactly how he's going behind the fix, behind the Batman. The weight of that pass is superb, and then the turn and finish, what a goal.
Absolutely awesome finish that from Eduardo Tijerin. Scored last week as well. So useful habit to get in, and in this game that goal could be key, but I think you're absolutely right, Mike. What a pass into him as well.
If it's too heavy, it'd go through to the keeper. Too light, it'd be cut out. It's just a perfect weight of pass.
Also, the accuracy was perfect. That was the only way that Tijerin was scoring there, was to be able to touch and shoot so quickly.
Yeah.
It was right on his... It was perfect for his finish. And that is a stunning goal from Helvetia. Tijerin showed outside. Deflects through, Vitor Hugo with a touch. And Stapleton's there to clear. Manchester going to ring some changes here. 4:57. Having got themselves back into the game and having survived that dreadfully dangerous set piece, as Vitor Hugo strikes one just wide. They'll be disappointed, I think, to concede a goal like that, but it was such a well-taken one from London Helvetia.
It just shows the quality of these Helvetia players. They can open up the game in one pass and one movement as two players.
That's brilliant from Cross. Kept his eye on that, had to. Worked out and falling for Tijerin as well. Little nudge from Stapleton. Referee says that's okay. A little bit surprised at that.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit in the back.
I can understand why it's been let go. I'm still a little bit surprised. They have been quite lenient, these two referees. They have let a lot of little niggles and little toe stamps go. It's been played at a real pace and they've kept it going.
Yeah, I think they're doing well to manage the conflict, if you like, but also let the game flow a little bit, which is really important.
Totti is back on for Helvetia.
Playing more with a pivot here again, just moving the roaming pivot.
Vitor Hugo looks to send Ruben Fernandez on his way. Kai Bowman's out. It drops to Tijerin. He couldn't control it. Edge put him under pressure. Made an important block. Abdullahi couldn't keep it in. Manchester, you just feel here, are losing a little bit of control. Jordan Edge coming back on, I think, to provide some of that, but Araujo being prepped, Thompson being prepped on the far side to enter the fray.
Yeah, I think they're starting to tire now. They've been without the ball for long periods. Helvetia dominated the ball, building attacks after attack after attack, and that's where switching off for just one moment now will cause problems for Manchester.
Vitor Hugo and Fernandez not quite on the same wavelength. It's a lovely one by Stapleton. Tees it up for Abdullahi. Commits one, baits the other, and that's a really, really good save from Mark Croft. Brilliant work from Abdullahi. He is inches away here, isn't he?
Yeah, it's brilliant work. It's a great decision by Stapleton there to lend it off and then give him it facing forward so he can keep the attack alive.
Changes have been made. Abdullahi stays on. Araujo and Thompson, though, re-enter the fray. Got Edge down below us, who's about to take the corner. Scoops it back out. Araujo will restart here. Let that go all the way back to Kai Bone, who shows Medina a clean pair of heels and just gets rid. Abdullahi now departs. It's the first time we've seen the Manchester number 7, that is Ilya Ovechkin. His first involvement in this first half. 3.5 minutes left of it. This is Totti. Skips by Ovechkin. Fires the pass over. What a ball that is to Medina. That one was found wanting though as Thompson cut it out.
Great diagonal pass from Lucas Totti there.
Here he is again, Totti. Vitor Hugo, blocked by Thompson.
Yeah, great pass to Totti to Victor Hugo. I think he probably could have took that shot on a bit earlier. I think he was searching for maybe something in the middle and then second post, but probably could have just struck it hard and earlier there.
Corner, and Tiherin is using his time here to find a little bit of breathing room. It's kicking rather than on a corner, but chance for Helvetia nevertheless to set something up with Totti, who can strike it so well, and Thompson was brave there, getting himself in the way of that. That was a missile from Totti.
Yeah, I think he might have a Nike mark on his leg with that one.
Teed up on this occasion to Vitor Hugo. Totti, Medina and Edge were battling for it. Edge got the victory in that one. The ball, though, has gone the way of Manchester. Kybone at left back managed to win his team a kick in. Oh, that was a useful little setup there by Manchester. Didn't quite get the execution right there, Jordan Edge.
Yeah.
Ovechkin had made a great run through the Helvetia ranks.
They've done that a few times from in their own third. They've set up to like a 4. The third player, and if you like, runs into the middle to create overloads. It's quite hard to mark because it causes defensive exchanges.
Totti, Vitor Hugo wants it on that left foot. Ovechkin knows that. Tiherin, good save by Bone. Shot came out of nowhere from Eduardo Tiherin.
Great shot in the end, this toe poke again. Just Kybone needs to make a quick, sharp save, but yeah, he's done well to parry it over.
Thompson may break here from Medina. Does break for Tiherin, does break for Medina, flashes it wide. Medina checks out to be replaced by Ruben Fernandez.
Yeah, going a bit messy in the air, but Jordan Edge getting in the middle of that. Done really well. Here's that setup again. So playing out to create a little triangle on this side.
My apologies, not Ruben Fernandez, it's a similarly cropped-haired man. That's Fernando Malta, wearing the number 12. He's getting his first involvement, I think, of the season for London Helvetia. 2.5 minutes left to go then of this first half. This has been a tight, it's been tactical, it's been very technical.
Yeah, I think, you know, Helvetia are playing a very technical, like you say, game of futsal. They're moving from in there, having a pivot formation into the 4-0 formation. But it has been, you know, Helvetia against the Manchester defence, if you like, in that half. We saw counter-attacking spells that Manchester had, and obviously a great finish on the counter. But ultimately, it has been, you know, Helvetia dominating the ball quite a lot. But what's interesting is, you know, Manchester have a few patterns to try and get out through the press. But Helvetia are definitely the dominating team here. But I think Manchester would have known that, right? They would have known they're not going to dominate the ball. So probably both game plans coming off it in a way.
Jordan Edge taking the lead in the team's exchanges here. He's a good leader. He was brilliant in the second half, particularly last week against Loughborough. He was pretty open in his interview after the match. How poor he was in the first half, but that was his impression, not ours. But he was excellent in that second in particular as Manchester turned the tide. And they'll have to do similar in the second half as it stands at the moment if it goes into half-time at this scoreline. As we saw last week, things can turn very, very quickly. Manchester turned a 2-1 deficit into a 4-2 lead in absolutely no time. Araujo being cleared by Tiherin. Flying in there was Ovechkin, getting a little bit tasty down there. That's Malta unable to keep possession. He's another big lad. Some proper athletes out there at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, some real good physical
Great
athletes.
ball. Ovechkin finds Thompson. Back to Ovechkin. Couldn't quite keep the cross on the floor. That was some lovely play from Manchester.
Yeah, it was a really good give and go by Ovechkin there. Just lent it into that space and then went second post. Probably could have gone back across on the floor if he'd you know, got there, just stretching a little bit, but half chance maybe.
How about the little volley just to keep that in play on this near side as Mark Croft joins the attack. He's going to retreat now. Araujo wins it off Malta. Shows it to Tiherin and takes it away, but couldn't keep it in.
Yeah, Helvetia just tactically using Croft there to dislodge Manchester's press. just puts them not sure what they're doing, and it causes problems whether to press, whether to drop. And then as soon as they've played forward, that Croft goes back into his goal. So more of a surprise fly keeper.
It's handball against Jordan Edge. Didn't know a lot about it, but no complaints from Jordan Edge. He did block the pass. Tiherin for Malta. Vitor Hugo. Oh, it's really tight, that passing window for Tiherin, but they do keep the ball, Helvetia. Malta. Totti's touch is so good, isn't it? Vitor Hugo looking for the angle. Looking to find a runner. A do before says hello and shows him how strong he is. Forces him out. Helvetia pile on the pressure. Araujo breaks it. Now they can look to attack here. Couldn't quite fit it through to a do before. Now then 3v2 and maybe more for Manchester to contend with, but how well did Thompson do there against Totti?
Yeah, he's done well there as the last defender, because he needs to make sure he wins it or get something on it, and then getting a toe just to kick it out. Great defending.
58 seconds remain of this first half. Don't think both sides will mind where they're currently at. This is Malta. Pokes it through to Vitor Hugo. That's an important block by Adu before. Goodness me. Araujo felt like he was checked by Totti. Referee said carry on. Malta. Vitor Hugo. Blocked again by Araujo. Totti. And now Malta, great first touch. Thompson blocks. Kai Bone won't keep it in. Thompson comes out, Collier comes in. Araujo thought he was coming off for a breather there. Now you've got to stay on for the next 30 seconds. To the back post for Tiherin, who couldn't quite get a hold of it. They just made the long run. Croft heads it up to us on the balcony. Touch for the commentator here.
Good throw.
Straight into his hand off the bounce.
He's been great today, 1v1. Ruggiero, he's been absolutely on fire when he's gone past people. He's been threatening.
He's so graceful, isn't he, with the ball at his feet? Really elegant player to watch. Kai Bone, a little bit less graceful, launches it forwards. 8 seconds left. Totti, and one of the officials there gets his head on it.
The physio, nearly killed the physio, I think.
Nah, he was too ready for that. Nodded it away. Final 2 seconds. Cross just going to pump this one forward, try and create something that will do it. Half time then in a really good battle here between Helvetia and Manchester. This has been a great game. Really, really close. Any final thoughts on it before we go to break?
Yeah, I think most teams have, set up in their team strategy, if you like, to do what they're doing. So Manchester's sitting in and countering. Helvetia definitely had a lot of the ball, and they'll be pleased. I think they'll just like to create possession into goals, really, which they need to do in the final third a little bit more. But I think as the game goes on, Manchester might tire a bit more, and Helvetia's dominance will pay dividends.
Let's have a look at some highlights then. Me and Mike are going to grab ourselves a coffee. Stay energised for this one, because this is going to go down to the wire, I think. 2-1 then at the break. It's London Helvetia. A very warm welcome back to the University of Wolverhampton. We are on the Walsall campus. We are here for the second half of this summer showdown fixture between London Helvetia and Manchester. Been a brilliant game so far between these two sides. And right, we were just chatting at half time. And do you think there's still plenty to come from these Helvetia players in particular?
Yeah,
weren't too impressed with them compared relatively to the levels they can produce.
Yeah, I think in the final third, I think with the ball they dominated. I think in the middle third they were very, very good. I think they themselves, by their own standards, would just like to create a few more cutting chances, if you like. So I'm impressed with the way they play. I'm impressed with the way they're dominating the ball.
Oh, that was a gamble from Araujo. That was such a gamble with Kai Byrne out of goal. And that's a mistake you cannot afford to make with Eduardo Tijerin around. That is such a sloppy goal to give away.
Yeah, and these are the things I'm not sure you want to play through the middle in those areas when you haven't got a keeper in goal. And this time, sometimes you see the setups where they do bring the keeper out, but you know, if you do lose it in your own back third with your keeper out of the goal, it's probably going to be a goal. It's a high risk thing. Poor decision there, but he's been great in the first half. It's just a poor decision.
What a costly decision as well. I'm sure all of that half-time team talk from Manchester would have centred around keeping them in it for as long as possible as Vitor Hugo goes into the book. And, I mean, as a coach, that's something you pull your hair out to, isn't it? You set your team up so much, and all of a sudden, 10 seconds into the second half.
Yeah, you sort of like lose that sort of, you know, you're close to them and all of a sudden it's a 2-goal difference, which is even harder to get back, and you want to keep that pressure on them by being a tight game.
Linked to what we were saying about how Helvetia maybe have slightly underperformed was the reason why, which is largely centred around their opposition. Manchester defended really, really well in that first half.
They were really resolute, you know, resilient in what they were doing, being hard to beat. So Helvetia had a lot of the ball, but finding it hard to really break down into those opportunities.
Set beautifully back for Tijerin, who's on a hat-trick. Totti will hit it with plenty of power, but plenty of height too. And it's not quite as easy as it would be, for example, in the 11-a-side game, to get men behind the ball and just defend in plenty of banks. There's too much movement, there's too much going on to be able to do that. It's not easy being resolute defensively.
You have to be more collective in what you do, so you have to be resolute as a team, you have to be organised, you have to be getting pressure on the ball all the time. So, you know, if you don't get the pressure on the ball, it'll end in an opportunity. So then they did that really well first half. But I think when you see moments of, you know, concentration go, it's probably because they're so tired without the ball, because Helvetia have been so dominant with it.
Vitor Hugo with the kick in. Totti, Tijerin and Fernandez, the outfield players he's got to choose from. Croft has made his position known just below us here on the left wing. Vitor Hugo gets away with that a little bit. Gave a chance there with the do before. There's the free man in Totti, and a do before's covered some serious ground there to get back there.
Well. Yeah, it was great play by Vitor Hugo there to get out.
Love that from a do before as well. As soon as he got his breath back, just bellowed at his teammates. Talk, he says. Had to do it all there, did the big man. Scooped over to this far side. How does Vitor Hugo hits it? There's your answer. A beautiful, clean connection on the second post, and a simple finish in the end for his second goal for Ruben Fernandez.
Yeah, and that's the quality we're talking about. If they bring that in the second half, there's going to be more problems. It's a great little scoop into volley, and that second post for a tap-in. Brilliant goal, brilliant technique.
The technique on that is something else, isn't it? And now Manchester do have a mountain to climb. A do before, brilliant. Clever little ball around the corner from edge. Vitor Hugo does really well, just block off a do before. How about that for some technique, by the way, from Vitor Hugo. Yeah. There's something a little bit extra special about it. I don't know about you, you've been in the game long enough to know, but
it's a really difficult.
Just with it being a left footer, it just makes it better, doesn't it?
Just looks that bit better.
Just looks cooler. Such a lovely bit of technique. And he did exactly the right thing as well in his placement of it. Aimed for that far post, and that was straight off the training court, wasn't it?
Brilliant. Yeah, a shoot to miss, as we say sometimes, in making sure that you go across the goal, because the keeper needs to cover the near post. But I think that was a pass. He had the quality to put that straight into the path of the player who's standing there for a second post finish. It was brilliant.
This is a do before. And Paul Freeman's made his way on for Helvetia. So too is Rani Medina. That's a foul. Araujo just got absolutely clattered. Medina can't understand the decision. Oh, it's a free kick all day for me. Well, he might actually have just got a nudge from a do before into the challenge. I think that's what he was annoyed about.
The do before was going for a screen. Rayoni jumped, and then I think he pushed him into that player, actually. I think that's what Rayoni Medina was talking about. Yeah.
Araujo quickly into another challenge. Araujo, brilliant, skips by 2, might go all the way. Oh, now then, Totti. That's a foul. And Totti here will almost certainly go into the book. It looked a painful one for Araujo as well. Clattered into Vitor Hugo. Have a look at the dribbling skill here of Araujo. Look at this for footwork.
Brilliant. Yeah, he shows that ball, keeps on the safe side of the player behind him, trying to set up probably a toe poke shot. Brilliant, brilliant move.
Definitely a yellow card as well, no doubt about that. Totti will wear that one. I don't think he'll even particularly mind it.
He was just, winding back that toe poke, I think, winding back that shot, and he just pulled him down at the last moment.
A few yellow cards building up now for Helvetia. Yellows for Vitor Hugo, for Ju, and for Totti. Big free kick here for Manchester. Can they make it count? Araujo, hands on hips, potentially line this up on the left foot. Stapleton can, or Edge could crack one with the right. Weaver will be Stapleton. Hammers it into the wall. 2v1 now for Totti. Do before covers ground so quickly, doesn't he? Totti very nearly, though, managed to find a ridiculous finish. But a do before there turned that from a 2v1 into a 2v2. Look at the ground he's made up.
Brilliant, brilliant speed, because Totti, he's quick with the ball. The way he's got back, fantastic.
That angle, by the way, just shows how quickly that shot came in. Kai Bone didn't even see it.
If he'd have got that on target, it would have been a problem for Kai Bone, because the way he strikes it in those areas, he's got such a rocket of a shot, Lucas Totti.
Paul Freeman for Helvetia. He's playing in the fixed role at the moment. Back on comes Ivan Zhu as Vitor Hugo gets a rest. Rani Medina, that's clever. Zhu, the man on the far side. Claudio Ribeiro was in if that had made its way through. Paul Freeman puts a foot in. Medina can't turn. Araujo robs him and goes in for another challenge. Great pace to this game all of a sudden. And Helvetia, they're very nearly creating a move that would have led to an easy tap in for Claudio Ribeiro as the spare man on the far side.
Yeah, Helvetia playing some really good stuff now. Really starting to press for that another goal.
Zhu, is he going to have a crack? Paul Freeman. He will. Ribeiro couldn't quite get there. Edge put it over. Helvetia have stepped it up, haven't they?
Yeah, they're starting to dominate now in the second half as Manchester tire, their intensity drops. Helvetia keep changing the quality they have on the bench to bring on, their extra players and keep this pressure on. Is where they're going to start to try and open up Manchester a little bit more.
Read by Araujo. He's going to take on Paul Freeman. It's a brilliant challenge. Stapleton backs him up. Stapleton! Good save.
Great save by Mark Croft there to get that leg out, that left foot out, just to cut across. But great counter-attack again from Manchester. That's their game plan, that's their threat. Great strike, but what a save that is.
Great effort that from Stapleton. Araujo will take the kick in. Ribeiro got a toe in. Edge just gets enough on it to force it back to Kai Bone. Now then, it's Collier. It's a lovely little break in the ball line from Ujo, and now it's Stapleton. That's clever from edge too. 2 over on the far side. Stapleton goes his own way. Good block by Croft, made the angle very, very narrow there.
This is where Danny Stapleton.
Oh, and Charles Collier forces another great save.
I was just saying here, Stapleton, if you give himself a bit more space to come on and strike it first time, he might be able to get more power on it. A couple of times he's got under the ball and needed to take a second touch. In those areas, if he can do it first time, then the defensive, Helvetia can't get in their defensive structure and someone can get on the back second post.
Mark Croft has been busy in this game. He's made some good saves too. Could easily have been a couple of goals back from Manchester in response to going 4-1 down. Vitor Hugo is getting prepped to come back on. Claudio Ribeiro, great first touch into stride. Kai Bone makes a fairly comfortable save in the ends.
It's really interesting here where Helvetia sometimes use Mark Croft, sometimes they don't, and it's causing a little bit of a problem with the Manchester defensive setup because they're sometimes waiting for him and then the pivot's coming round to get on it on the blind side of the winger, like you did there by Ribeiro. So they're just organising who goes, who doesn't. And
Be surprised to not see it more because it's been effective when they have used it, or is it a case of sort of keeping that powder dry so it doesn't become predictable?
yeah, I think so. It's a surprise thing to do, and they've done it really cutely. And it's also to keep the Manchester defence guessing whether they're playing against a 5 or whether they're playing against a 4, because if they're against a 5, they have to go into a zonal, not a man-for-man.
Paul Freeman tries to pick his spot. Medina will keep it alive, and Kai Bone will make the save.
Helvetia just keeping the pressure on, keeping them defending.
Ribeiro sets it back for Paul Freeman. Oh, he struck that well. I think he was aiming for similar to what Vitor Hugo did a few minutes ago in that second post. Didn't quite get the angle right. Great connection on it, mind.
Great connection again, great technique. Caught it really well.
Stapleton tries to break through with a through ball. Not to be. Barnes comes on for Araujo, takes a breather.
Been really impressed with the way Helvetia come out and press this second half really aggressively. Got higher in their first line, and it's causing more and more problems for Manchester to get out. Manchester had a real structure to the way they were playing out the press in the first half. They seem to have lost that structure and trying to play more free and open, but it's causing themselves more problems, I think.
Abdullahi is on as well. This is Zhu and Paul Freeman combining. Good ball from Zhu. Ribeiro with a flick that was by luck more than design, but he got round the other side of it. And Claudio Ribeiro might just have sent the game beyond Manchester. It's 5-1 London Helvetia. He just got a toe in when no one else seemed to want to.
Yeah, it's interesting because the first line of defence here wasn't sure to press or not, and then it's gone into Ribeiro and then they've tried to shield it out, and in the end they've just nipped in for a tackle. Stapleton was trying to block Medina, and actually Ribeiro is still there and he's managed to get a toe on it.
A freak goal really to concede, but Helvetia have just taken this game beyond Manchester, you feel now. And in a strange sort of way, Mike, they've done exactly what Manchester did to Loughborough last week. They've come out for this second half and in the space of 6-7 minutes have scored so many goals and probably taken the game beyond them.
Yeah, and I think that's where their quality shows, their experience, the way they can dominate the ball. This is so important in futsal to be able to dominate the ball and have lots of the ball because it tires the other team, and you can see a lot of these mistakes now creeping into Manchester's game plan.
Tihirin tried to squeeze that in the near post after good intercepting work from Malta.
And whereas Manchester were really structured, really organised in the first half through their probably intensity and tiredness, they're starting to lose that structure, which was helping them.
Oh, it's loose from Kai Bone. He has a little bit of a go at his players outfield.
Yeah, they were trying that 4 in line, or 4-0 way of getting out from the keeper as a press breaker, but they didn't quite make the moves off the ball for that to work. So in the end, he has to just give up possession because of the 4-second count.
Just caught a glimpse of the change for Helvetia. That's an instruction for Thiago Pathold. First time we've seen him in Helvetia blue in the Summer Showdown. Malta. Set again from Bone.
Brilliant there from Helvetia, playing 3 in line, cutting through the middle, really working a rotation of those 3 players with Victor Hugo just dominating that central area again. Brilliant.
To head in for Vitor Hugo. Pathold does really well to get the pass away, but Thompson cuts it out. Scott comes and deals with it, and how. Sort of wish the stands were full below, as you'd have heard a hoo.
Yeah, still quite indoors at the moment for futsal, which is, can't wait for the fans to be able to get back in.
Yeah, it can get raucous during futsal matches.
Yeah, because it's indoors, and if it's a full house, the noise is unbelievable. Because, you know, if, like you say, they bring the football fans or the futsal fans out to win, it can get really raucous in here, which is great. Players love it.
Oh, it's a lovely ball. It's a brilliant save from Kai Bone. How about that? Abdullahi brings it out for Manchester. That's a sensational stop from Kai Bone. Should have been 6-1.
It's a great save.
His save alone that it isn't. Here come Helvetia on another counter. This is Malta. Yeah, the atmosphere's up in here already. Lovely pick from Vitor Hugo. Blocked by Barnes. Helvetia really making it difficult. You don't need to explain atmosphere at futsal to me, Mike, as an alumnus of Nottingham Trent University.
Yeah.
I know exactly how fiery a futsal atmosphere can get in these varsity matches.
Nottingham Trent versus Uni of Nottingham.
Yeah, that's
a grudge futsal game if ever I've seen one.
It certainly is. Puget Sounds, there's going to be a timeout called by Manchester. They want to talk it over just to get themselves gathered back in. Feels like they almost need another kind of half-time here just to get their composure back. It's 12 minutes left, and it's 5-1 to London Helvetia.
Yeah, what's really interesting here, that, you know, the coach, Mr. Richardson, Sam Richardson here, looks like he's going to use the fly keeper. So they're definitely not interested in seeing out this game, losing this game. They're really going after it. So, you know, with nearly 12 minutes left on the clock, they're going to start using the fly, which, you know, let's see if this upsets Helvetia a little bit. And I think a couple of other teams could have done this when the scoreline started to drift away from them. But let's not make no mistake, this is going to be a real risk, because this could go either way with so much time on the clock. This could be double figures, or this could get them back in the game.
Yeah, Jordan Edge has put on the number 9 with the fluorescent colour around it, which means he's going to be the nominated keeper.
Yeah, and there will be situations where you can use this in, as you've got so much time on the clock, whether you get a corner, a kick in, you can do it safer than just doing it from open play. So it'll be interesting whether they go for the all-out gun-ho, just play with the fly, or whether they'll do it strategically in moments of the game.
Well, we saw it last week with Loughborough, didn't they? They were a little bit reticent to use it. They stuck. It was Rook, wasn't it, in the keeper kit, but him and the other keeper, Bickerstaff, were just rotating on and off. Actually, I think from the way that Manchester are approaching this is all for it.
Yeah, I think, well, because they're in the attacking half, they'll do it, but it'll be interesting to see whether that Jordan Edge changes with Kai Bone, or whether he'll just stay on and play.
Well, Kai Bone is primed and ready. So 5v4 here for Manchester. Can they make it count? That's clever. Araujo has a man over. Back here wasn't quite there. Now Giles Collier.
They need to move the ball a lot quicker across the court if they're going to try and move that block, if you like, of Helvetia's defence.
Yeah, this will bring Helvetia into something of a shell, won't it? It forces them back, but they can't move them around enough. They won't actually get through it.
That's it. And they've got to make sure that overload counts on one side, and they've got to move and pass through the lines. And the ball needs to get out to Stapleton whenever they can, because at the minute it's just playing in front of them, which Helvetia will be really happy about. And they'll just sort of shuffle across, close the passing lines. When it gets into wide areas, they'll put more pressure on.
Arujo with the shot, blocked. Collier, edge.
You know, strategically in these moments.
Oh, is that going to end up in? There is your answer. Helvetia have played it perfectly. Great defending. They kept Manchester at bay, and that really should do it now.
Yeah, I was going to say strategically in these moments when it goes into, you know, the two outside lanes, if you like, they're going to press her really aggressively because the line's like another defender. And in the end, they've won the ball back quite easily in a finish into an open net.
Yeah, Paul Freeman made that look very, very easy. It wasn't
not an easy finish.
Anything but from there.
Yeah, he scored a few like them, but a great finish by Liam.
Oh, and a chance here for Fernandez. Sits Kai Bone down, and there's Paul Freeman. What a save that is! Wow, Kai Bone with a stunning save there. At least I think it was off Bone. I'm not 100% sure how on earth that stayed out. If it was, that is amazing. Let's have another watch of that. Goodness me.
Great feet here. Liam flying in.
Oh,
what a save.
What a save that is.
He's just tipped that onto the post. But weirdly hooked it, not tipped it, he's like hooked it out. What a save that is.
That's a sensational save from Kai Bone. He is such a good shot stopper, he's shown that.
Yeah, it's brilliant here. Helvetia again dominating their 3-1. Liam and Lucas Totti, Liam Peltham and Lucas Totti just overloading the first line, trying to move to find opportunities to play through. So always playing a 3v2 here, having positional dominance, waiting for those forward passes to come.
And there it is, Fernandez loses out there, Arujo can step in.
And that's the experience and quality they have. They're just moving the ball until Manchester are dislodged, ready to play forward. Victor Hugo, Peltham and Totti just keep overloading the first line all the time.
There is Vitor Hugo. Just get the sense that Helvetia could do this all day if they wanted to.
Yeah, that's the quality they've got, and they'll wait for that opportunity where a defender doesn't quite exchange properly, doesn't quite go with properly, and then they'll punish you.
Collier trying to do before. Manchester need a way out. It's not through there. Totti feeds it to Fernandez. Good save again from Bone. His reactions are excellent. And he gets to do the classic rollicky defence if you make a good save move as well, which you can't tell me goalkeepers don't love doing. Vitor Hugo. Now Croft, who fancies getting in on the action. It's a good save from Bone.
Great strike, great save.
It really was, yeah. Really awkward one for the goalkeeper to try and deal with. I do before. Stood up by Paul Freeman. Managed to find its way out. Whole ball didn't cross the line. Now Stapleton will take on Vitor Hugo. No way through. Good defending from the Portuguese.
Great defending. You know, Stapleton's got a hard shot. He was just trying to set up that hard strike, and Hugo Victor has done enough in the end to just shepherd that out. Here's the fly keeper again with edge. So they've got to make this work. I think at times they need to go down the side to at least pin back the first line and second line of Helvetia's press, but then not get caught on it. So it needs to go down and back and round with some pace to open up the spaces on the opposite area, if you like.
It's all a little bit comfortable for Helvetia, isn't it?
Well, it's just the ball spending too much time in central areas, and it's okay going back and forward, but in the end, you know, you've got to create moments to dislodge their defence, and in a way, just going back and forward and spending time in the middle is not really doing anything to their defensive structure. And they're quite experienced, and well, they're very experienced to know, you know, how to deal with that situation. Here's these three again, just playing as a little three to try and move players as they try and pass on Manchester.
Yeah, they did this to great effect against Birmingham, didn't they? just moved, rotated, just eventually tried to force them into a mistake. Did it brilliantly against Birmingham. They're doing it well again here. Manchester aren't quite falling for it as easily, I think it's fair to say. The defensive handing-ons and handovers and transitions have been very, very good.
Yeah, the times when Manchester have just exchanged and let the runners go for other ones to pick up have been quite cute. A bit more experience in it, so it's a bit harder for Helvetia to do it, but they're still moving the ball well.
Totti finds Fernandez.
In a way, in these situations, if you don't get too tight, you get the pressure on the ball, but everyone else gets tight. You've got your cover and balance, which is what they're doing really well. So they're loosening up a little bit so they can then come out and press as an individual.
Almost a little bit sort of like a zonal defence.
Yeah, like a half, like a bit of a zone, so taking up your space. We call it dominating your space, so if you're in the wide area, you need to cover, but you also need to dominate as you come out. So we call it a job and a half, right? So a man for man, but really, as you come through, making sure that if they come into your space, you own it, you control it.
Polfman. Totti. And a man who owns his space very well, Vitor Hugo.
I think that's what's so great for futsal as a tool for football development, is how do you own, how do kids monitor the space, how do they look after their space either with or without the ball. And I think everyone thinks futsal's an in-possession game, but actually it really does grow you as an out-of-possession player as well in 1v1 situations. Talk about, do you close the middle, do you close the lines, do you defend individually shoulder to shoulder so it cuts off more of a pass? How do you look at opposition's weaker foot to show them? Loads of stuff that young players can learn from this game.
Lost count of how many passes have been in this move from London Helvetia. They are taking a lot of time off the clock here and just working Manchester really, really well.
Yeah, they've changed now. This is the bit they're trying to find space in behind. Manchester need to be really patient.
Finally, the Manchester toe finds the ball. Araujo puts it out for a kick-in.
And that's where Helvetia can kill you, because they'll keep the ball, and if you get your defensive decisions wrong, they'll have that diagonal pass or that parallel pass, and all of a sudden the game's open and they've opened the game up with you, so that's where it's great to see.
Sorry, Mike Jordan Edge has taken off his goalkeeper kit. He's back on in white. He's having some defending to do as well. It's good work by Stapleton. There's Tiherin, but to sneak around the back. Loose pass though, Vitor Hugo will wind up. It's a good save. Deliberate strike there with the toe just to keep it really, really low.
Yeah, strong strike, great strike. And I think, the other thing about them keeping possession is obviously it's run the clock down so that Manchester can't get into their fly. So in a way, they've defended the best with the ball. Call that hiding the ball. Don't let the opposition have it. You can hide the ball, you can keep the ball. If you know what you're doing, you can have a structure about you that if they don't defend properly, keep them honest, keep the defensive team honest and hide the ball.
And that's the thing, that this Helvetia team aren't particularly, at the moment, that interested in scoring a goal, which means that they can afford to move it back and just keep the ball, and you just get the sense that they could do that for a very, very long time.
Yeah, and they're just waiting for that moment where someone gambles defensively or presses wrong, and then they open you up. So they'll go away and think, we've got 6 points, we're favourites, we've dominated this game. We'll go into the last battle, if you like, knowing that we just need probably a point or to get out of it.
Yeah, Loughborough students actually just gathered at the bottom of your picture there. They're waiting to get on court for a warm-up for the final game of the day. They take on Birmingham, and they will know that they have to win to stay in the competition. Both teams being defeated. Loughborough, though, the only team with their fate in their own hands. If Loughborough beat Birmingham and then go on to get a result against Helvetia, not out of the question that they can still qualify.
Yeah, not out of the question. They might need a few goals doing it that way, I think.
One suspects that, yeah.
But it's still in their own hands.
Totti couldn't quite wrap it around. But it seems to me like the two big favourites for this competition, two London sides in Pro Futsal and Helvetia, are just sort of on a collision course that they have been from the very start to meet in that grand final.
Oh yeah, it's looking that way so far, isn't it? When you see over the last couple of weeks the teams that dominated. Both clubs know each other really well. Players moving between clubs over time. So, so Liam's, now back at Helvetia as well, but he knows the London Pro Futsal guys as well very well.
Still got work to do for either team. London Pro Futsal had to get by Bolton, who have shown how good a side they are in the last couple of weeks. And Helvetia have to get the job done against Loughborough students too, which is never an easy task. As they keep doing what they've been doing, it is hard to look against. That's some ball that from Jordan Edge. It looked like a good save to me from the substitute goalkeeper who's come on. That's Dimar Lahov for Helvetia.
Yeah, it looked like a save to me as well.
It's actually been given as a goal kick.
Goal kick, is it?
So Lahov is either...
It's a great diagonal pass from...
Yeah, really
Edge.
good from Jordan
Brilliant.
Edge, wasn't it? This is number 7 Helvetia. We've not seen too much actually. I think it's one of the new additions to this Helvetia squad. It's Thiago Pathold. Just had a few cameo appearances really in the second half.
Yeah.
And Dimar Lahov here can play outfield. And he's not happy with Thiago, is he? He played a great ball there, Dimar.
Yeah, it was a great ball. I think he thought he was going to go down the side, and then he was there for the second post, so he was probably thinking a step too far ahead rather than getting on the end of that.
Here is Thiago. Well read by Barnes. No way through for Tihirin. 3.5 minutes remaining. Helvetia have almost got the job done. Been so impressive in this second half. They've stepped up that level. You almost called upon them to do that at half time as Barnes clatters Ribeiro.
I just think, first half they were professional in the way they went about the work. They dominated the ball, definitely halfway and onwards. And they would have just liked a little bit more in the final third. And I think we've seen like you say, a stepped up professional job by Helvetia here in terms of creating possession into goals.
Yellow card given to Barnes. Not a huge surprise when you look at the replay.
Yeah, that's a yellow card for me. I was going to say heavy-handed, but more heavy-footed.
Yeah, absolutely. It's Tihirin and Zhu over the free kick here. Beautiful move. Ribeiro couldn't find the finish. Thiago will line this up. Comfortable save for Kai Bone in the end. As Edge finds the roof.
Great little set piece there from Helvetia. Really nicely worked down the side to the second post and a set for the middle. As we talked about, second post, top of D, key areas in the finalisation phase to have influence over or have players in that area.
Ribeiro, Pathold's charged into by Pavechkin. Clever. Ribeiro, Edge blocks it off. There's a kick in.
It's a great lift out of pressure there into that diagonal run, or straight run into diagonal pass, apologies. Great little move again by Helvetia.
Just nipped out of play. This is Ovechkin and Ribeiro in with the challenge again. I see you studying and surveying that team sheet, Mike. Anyone catching your eye as a potential man of the match?
Yeah, I was just looking at, I think there have been some really steady performances from individuals. I think there's been some, really good Manchester performance. Kai Bone in goal has done really well in terms of those shot stops. I think Aurelio has done brilliantly for them. And Hugo Vitor again is, Vitor Hugo, sorry, I think he's dominated the game again.
You keep those splinters for now, I'll leave it with you. Collier to a do before. Here is Araujo, who has been really impressive for Manchester. Scorer of their goal, he's kept that in brilliantly. Done so well. And Zhu puts it behind for a corner. It's brilliant work by Araujo once more. This is amazing skill. Work back to Collier. Jordan Edge is back in his fly keeper kit. Great ball, what to do before should have scored. Just got right underneath it and sand wedged it into the roof.
Yeah, that's that bit where it goes into the centre. It comes out really quick that we talked about, coming out the centre areas and then into diagonal passes, which great ball. Should have probably been a second goal there for Manchester.
Zhu into Tijerin. Once again, it's chipped in with important moments for Helvetia. Lovely ball for Claudio Ribeiro, reins it in. It's another good save by Kai Bone. Gets those feet into such good positions to make stops. I'll do before. So see you later to Thiago. It's a good save by Lahoff at the other end. Thiago's done really well there to battle. Ball doesn't go his way though. Final 55 seconds, Mike. It's time to make a decision.
I think probably just edge it Fernandez.
Ruben Fernandez, yeah.
He's done well. He's done some really good stuff off the ball, moved well. I think, Vitor Hugo, again, another dominant, but I think Fernandez just nudges it for me over this man on the ball now.
A couple of really important goals as well from Fernandez. What a block there's by Zhu. Can Ribeiro find the target? No, he can't. That just shows you how good the finish was from Poltram earlier, by the way.
Yeah, it's a great finish.
It really isn't that easy to do.
No, it's not easy because you've got to get it up and over. You've got to get the direction. You've got to do it all quickly. So just shows you how hard that skill is.
Edge. Fires the shot and Lahoff puts it behind. Final 15 seconds, it is almost job done for London Helvetia. They have been forced to work really hard. Manchester did not let them have it all their own way. But in the end, Helvetia get themselves over the line. It's another dominant win. It's another great performance. And it sets themselves up to take the top spot in Group B, and they know that anything but defeat in their final game of the Summer Showdown pool stages next week will guarantee them a place in the final. Super performance, London Helvetia.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Helvetia today. Really dominant, really professional. Dominated the ball, got hold of the ball tactically. The individuals in that team work really well. They know what they're doing in 2v2s and just really dominated the game from start to finish in terms of possession. And then second half really turned the screw in terms of chances and creating more chances.
Superb performance then from Helvetia. They take this one, a really impressive win, 6-1 against Manchester. We'll be speaking to one of the Helvetia camp when we come back in a moment. Let's take a look at some highlights as we take a look at the group table as well. More reaction to come when we get it. One more game to come as well. Today it's coming up at 5 o'clock kickoff, just over half an hour. It's Birmingham against Loughborough. Do stay with us. Yeah, with Ruben Fernandez. Ruben, congratulations on a fantastic performance, personally and as a team. How big a win was that for London Helvetia against a really strong opponent?
Yeah, it was a really difficult, as you say. We played all together. It was a difficult match. At the beginning, they pushed a little bit. The first part, was really hard to beat them, but then with all the players playing together, hopefully was a good performance.
And you got a couple of really important goals as well, particularly in that first half. We knew how important they were by how much they were celebrated. There were some big times for you.
Yeah, it was. Actually, I was just on the line. The team helped me to score that. But yes, it was a really important goal, and that's it. We need to keep pushing, and the next match will be the most important to play at the final.
It absolutely will, and if you are to get to that final, what would it mean to this Helvetia team to potentially qualify for the Champions League? That's everything, right?
Yeah, we always, they say me that they always are playing to be at the final, and we will try to do the same this year.
Congratulations on a great performance.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Here we go then, it's time for our final game of the day in the FA Futsal National Futsal Series Summer Showdown. It's Birmingham versus Loughborough. I caught up with the two coaches from both sides and one very special Birmingham player. Yeah, here with Stilian Petrov. Stilian, so nice to see you. We're about to see you on the futsal court in the Summer Showdown. First of all, how much are you looking forward to it?
I'm really looking forward to it. I managed to grab a training session with the boys last week, and it was intense, it was good, and I'm really looking forward to it. It's something new and too many tactical things we have to go through, so I'm really looking forward to it.
You say something new. I've been led to believe you used to play a lot of this growing up, right, in Bulgaria?
Yeah, I used to play. I grew up with the futsal, indoor football, and it's always been in my heart. And seeing the boys coming and training and playing with a smile, it's a great feeling.
Different game now, though, to when you were growing up, I imagine, right?
Yeah, and I was younger as well, so I'm older now. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's a lot of intensity, a lot of smiles, a lot of goals, creativity. So I'm excited about it.
We can't wait to watch you. Best luck.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Joel, welcome back to the Summer Showdown. We saw your guys be really aggressive in a tough defeat last week. What does this week have in store for us?
There is a difference between aggressivity and aggression and intensity. Our boys are always intense, and we play always with intensity. This game we always play like that. It's how we train. It's a different game. Birmingham is a different team. They improved from last season. Last season they had a lot of lack of organization of possession. This season they signed with Chris and Doug, so they will be better on that situation. On possession they play 4-0 and 3-1 with Arnell. The 4-0 always through the lateral sides. The 3-1 always trying to play direct in Arnell. So we know what we have to stop, and we know what we have to control. The things that are out of our control is the things that we are not ready to play for.
And you were quite pleased, I think, with how your players played last week. They did a lot of things right, a lot of things that you wanted them to do.
It's a bit hard to. They can play much better than they played. The thing is, we must remember that today we are here with age rate of 22 years old. Last weekend we were with a 23 years old age rate. They are young lads. And sometimes when the things go against them, the frustration takes over their focus. So from that side, I'm not happy. From the attitude, from wanting to win, from wanting to give everything on the pitch, I'm really happy. And that's not a surprise for me. I see them training every week, and I know how much they do. And it's really good to see and great to see that effort from their side. But yeah, they didn't do what they can do. They can do much better, and hopefully with a longer season we will see that development and that growth during the season.
Best luck today.
Thank you.
Iklag, welcome back to the Summer Showdown. We've got a great game in prospect here. Your Birmingham team up against Loughborough. First off, how excited are you for today's game?
Yeah, really excited. Loughborough's like a little local rivalry, so we've been playing over many years. So it's like a little East Midlands versus West Midlands derby.
That's absolutely what we love to hear, and of course we've got a little special guest with your Birmingham team, a new player. It's quite rare to be this excited over a new signing, but with a name like Stilian Petrov, it gets us excited at least. How excited are you to unleash him amongst your ranks today?
I think he'll be a big influence, especially on the younger players. He'll pass on a lot of his experience. I've been speaking to him quite a lot, and he said he played a lot of futsal when he was young and as a professional player in pre-season. So he's actually come and trained with us as well. So let's see what he can do today.
What have you made from him training? Seeing him close up, I'd imagine he's pretty decent.
Yeah, good leadership skills and very positive. He can bring a lot of good stuff for young players as well.
And for you guys, of course, you had a tough defeat to Helvetia last week, but showed a lot of good things, I thought, in that match. What are you expecting from this game against Loughborough?
We've got to take the good things and bring them forward into today and build up on that. I watched the game quite a few times back, and there was a lot of positives. The score didn't reflect what I thought we did. Hopefully we can put things right today and see what happens.
Best luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, here we go. Lovely to hear from both Iklag Hussain and Joao Almeida, and also from Stan Petrov. Lovely to see him playing for Birmingham this afternoon. It's lovely to just see him with the ball at his feet again after the way that he retired from the professional football game. A character loved in this part of the world for plenty of reasons, and Mike, we're really interested to see how today's going to go, because this isn't just dropping into your local five-a-side. This is a level.
Yeah, and we know how talented he was in the Premier League, how much talent he has at the 11-a-side game. And most Bulgarian international would have grown up in the winter break playing futsal. So as a kids, in the summer and the good weather, they play football. But so he would have played this as a kid. But this will be a different level for him coming into this as senior futsal, if you like, or elite level futsal. So, but yeah, it's just great to see him back with the ball at his feet.
Yeah, absolutely is. Not too far away from being ready. Don't worry, they haven't kicked off without us. Birmingham just itching to keep their toe on a football. This is the Birmingham team. Their starting five is Sean Bryant, Dean Withers, Zach Price, Lewis Scott and Joel Hughes. And there you see number 16, Stilian Petrov, on the bench should he be required. Mamit Jagpal, the only player who scored for Birmingham in their game against Helvetia last week. For Loughborough, it's a familiar five. These five saw a lot of action against Manchester last week. Joe Bickerstaff in goal was very, very good. Jan Myveld played just about every minute. Lawson McCarthy, Ruben Santos and Marshall Hale will look to do some damage up front. And we're underway with Birmingham in yellow, Loughborough in their familiar purple. We talked about Loughborough a lot last week, Mike, and that battle with Manchester was fierce, it was competitive, and they acquitted themselves very, very well, but the game was lost, really, in a crazy 5-minute spell in the second half when they went a few goals down.
Yeah, Loughborough always, tactically very astute, pressed really well, organised, a good team over the years, and last week against Manchester they were probably dominating the first half, and the second half maybe a few concentration errors, and all of a sudden they were down and chasing a game. And I think it'll be similar today in the terms of trying to dominate the game, be organised, and let's see how much they can turn those possessions into goals, really.
Joe Bickerstaff's handed away to Zach Price. Birmingham reluctant to shoot. Bickerstaff got away with one for me there. It was a really loose ball in field. And it was interesting speaking to Joao Almeida actually before the game, because he recognised that he thinks his young team, average age sort of 21, 22, maybe even younger for some of them, they maybe lost their heads a little bit, maybe saw red a little bit at decisions that they felt had gone against them.
Yeah.
And he said he loved the will to win, but he didn't feel like they were allowed to play their best because of potential, maybe getting a bit emotional in the game and not quite playing with a clear head.
Yeah, and I think futsal, it's a physical game, but it's a mental game as well.
Oh, what a good goal that is! What a finish from Marshall Hale.
Yeah.
What a ball across too. And Loughborough are off to a flyer here in Walsall.
Yeah, I was saying, it's a very physical game, it's a mental game as well, and this just shows, they have the qualities to open up teams, and what a pass that is from Myveld, who's, really come on over the years, and a good finish, and they have that quality and intensity.
Marshall Hale, who played really well last week against Manchester, for me was Loughborough's best attacking player, and that's a super goal from him.
Yeah, Birmingham are going to look to win this game as well. Last week I thought they did well in spells. Individually they're very good, very attacking. Like to go 1v1. So it'll be a clash of sort of styles today, really. A more organised tactical game from Loughborough, and then the individual flair that Birmingham bring to this court.
Yeah, the Birmingham Helvetia game was really interesting because it was almost like that, wasn't it? It was Helvetia playing that very distinctive style as Birmingham try and force an opening here. Great hold-up play, shot comes in, well blocked. Loughborough still don't really clear. There's a chance. Now then, referee says nothing. Thought for a second that Withers was about to draw a penalty. Yeah. Great hold-up play by Hughes, who he's so strong.
So strong, Hughes. He's a good pivot for this Birmingham side. He can hold that ball up. He can bring players in and around him in the game. I probably saw a moment of that again, in their own D, for just trying to put feet in and panicking a little bit, and they don't want to be giving penalties away that they did last week in those situations.
fairness to Birmingham, there wasn't too much by way of an appeal. A sketchy moment nevertheless, but just going back to that style of play, they were energetic. We were seriously impressed with Zach Price in that Helvetia game in particular. And speaking to Iklak Hussein, he mentioned to me before the game, he watched it back a few times and he thought the scoreline actually was really harsh. He was very pleased with a lot of what Birmingham were doing in that game. They just felt they were punished on a couple of occasions a bit harshly, a bit unfairly.
I think that's the thing. I think you can do well. You can do wells and spells for this game. You think you're in the game, but then all of a sudden, if you make a slight mistake, the wrong mistake against top of the position like Helvetia, they'll punish you. And I think what's really good about this game, it gives you feedback, right? As 1v1 player, as a 4v4, no matter what you do, make good errors, you make bad errors, but you get feedback about you. And I think at times that's where they just switched off a little bit against a good opposition, and you get punished.
He got punished early on here as well with that goal from Marshall Hale. What a good goal it was. Here's Joel Hughes. How about that for a bit of skill from the big man? He's not just all strength, he's got a little bit of cuteness about him too.
Do you know what? That's a brilliant turn. He's rolling and he's trying to pretend he's going on the outside and then just ships it inside. And what a great little turn that is. So Birmingham having a bit of a sort of second line press, as we call it. Not quite pressing, but just waiting at times, just over the half.
Good from Santos. Tried to feed it through the gap and he's crunched into, I think it was Scott there who piled into him, wasn't it? Really clattered him. He stayed down. Ruben Santos he's a tough young man. He'll be back at it, but that was a blow that he has to withhold.
He's a big player for them, Ruben Santos, with his left foot. He won't want to get injured, but Scott I thought did well as Zach Price last week. I think both of those sort of 1v1 players did really well for Birmingham. They'll need them again today.
Good tackle by Scott, who absolutely loves the battle. He is all about it.
Yeah, he's great in those moments, in those 1v1 duels out of possession. He absolutely loves winning that ball, which makes him competitive.
So change for Loughborough. It's the big man Joe Huxter who's entered the fray. And so too has Langley, who got himself a goal last week. And Ribeiro has made his way on to Bruno, number 6. 3 changes for Loughborough.
Pressing really high here, passing on players to keep that first line, attacking first line. A bit more aggressive in the press than we've seen from Birmingham. Birmingham going into their usual sort of rotations of 4, moving around, playing with a pivot but then rotating through into it. Very good, these 4.
Yeah, they certainly are. This is Scott. Hughes can do his pivot work, and what a good save by Bickerstaff. How about that?
Yeah, that was a brilliant save. It was a great turn from Joel Hughes. He's turned, he looks to get the toe off. Here it is, it's a great turn, uses his body again. What a save that is from the young Joe Bickerstaff in goal for Loughborough.
You can already tell though just how much of a threat that Joel Hughes is going to be, and how big of a threat are Birmingham. They will score goals. They always score goals. And this time it's Zach Price on the end of it. Simple finish for him. He doesn't miss those.
Yeah, great goal here. The Loughborough's defence got caught watching in between the lines, and he should have closed the middle. And I think if he would have stood in that area, it'd have been better. But they, like you say, they've got goals in them, and they've scored a great goal there on a set piece. I think Joe Huxter just got pulled out of that central area a bit too easy, trying to guess the ball was going back, when actually if he'd have stood in that space, he'd have picked that ball up. But again, that's the feedback the game gives you. One moment of lapse, one bad error results in a goal.
This is Ribeiro.
Loughborough playing as a 4-0 here, just cutting through, looking for diagonals, looking for long parallels.
Huxter.
Keeping the ball well, keeping it moving.
There's the long diagonal attempt. Yes. Ribeiro will regain control of possession.
And I think that's what we saw earlier. Well, Helvetia just keep that a little bit longer to try and open that up, where, like you say, some of these younger players just try and force it sometimes, but you need them to be positive but not too risky.
Great challenge from Withers, turns into trouble though, and comfortably gathered by Bryant in goal. This is Scott. Have a look at the man stood over on the far side, ready to come in for Birmingham. Let's see how Cillian Petrov fancies himself in this summer Showdown futsal. It's been played at some pace.
Yeah, it's a great start intensity-wise. Both teams want to take the upper hand here. Birmingham moving the ball well in their own third.
Here he comes.
Loughborough pressing well. Yeah, obviously we know how talented Cillian Petrov is at 11v11. He's a bit older now, and it'll be interesting to see how he deals with the tempo of this game.
The decision has actually gone Birmingham's way. He's not afraid to do a bit of a screen block, as we saw there. He knew exactly what Loughborough were trying to do.
Yeah. Interesting that he's gone to play with his back to goal as a pivot.
Yeah, you think of Cillian Petrov and you think, yeah, you know exactly where he's going to play in a game of futsal, guaranteed to be a fix, but maybe they can use his talents and abilities further up the pitch.
Yeah, and also you might get pulled away round so defensively. Technically he'll be able to deal with the ball, but it's out of possession where let's see how he deals with it.
Yeah, that's the big question, isn't it? This is Withers across to Price, who really impressed me for Birmingham last week. Thought he was outstanding. Here is Cillian Petrov. Tried to flick it through to Price.
Great tempo in Loughborough's passing here, moving it, switching it across the court, looking for those little pockets we spoke about and those diagonal passes.
There's a lovely diagonal ball. And a good header across as well, and McCarthy wanted a little bit more from his teammate there. It's a lovely pick out.
Yeah, I think if he'd headed it across, I think actually someone should have been on the second post there to finish.
Mistake from Withers. McCarthy quickly seizes upon it. He'll take the kicking opportunity. Chance for Loughborough to set something up here.
Yeah, Birmingham just playing out there, and they've had success when they've rotated as a 3 and not done too bigger rotations and played against Loughborough's 2.
Petrov out quickly to make the block.
But when they go into a 2 versus 2 and trying to play out, that's where they're getting stuck, and Loughborough are winning the back through their high press.
Not looked out of place so far. And the thing is with that fear of, you know, is he going to be able to cope with the intensity of futsal? You couldn't wish to play against a more intense team than Loughborough. They are all young, they are all fit, they all love an aggressive game.
Yeah, it's just that intensity that they bring. That's their sort of identity, if you like. They love to be intense. They love to physically work teams, and they're young. They're learning the game still, but they've got some good ways of playing as well. And like I say, a clash of probably ways of playing, if you like.
Chance in here on the left-hand side for Langley to square it, and Jan Myvald makes it 2-1 to Loughborough. Lovely, lovely goal.
Yeah, it's a great finish, and we were just talking about how they're using the 4-0 to find little parallels, little diagonals, and they've managed to find and open that up there. And this is that little pass in behind the player that's trying to press, but actually he's lost his man. And then it's a second post finish by Jan Myvald, who's doing very well at the minute for Loughborough.
Yeah, Jan Myvald assisted the first, scores the second, a key man in this Loughborough students side. Petrov there to intercept before the ball made its way to Myvald. Now it's with Finney. He plays with his head up. And he can take the ball off his opponent there. There's Langley trying to make his way through. Finney with the block.
Should have just come back out there. Loughborough just recycled out. It's tight in that area.
Bryant can look to find a pass. Fires into the feet of Petrov, who couldn't quite bounce it through to Jagpal, who was on the overlap. Already, Birmingham scored the same number of goals that they scored last week against London Helvetia. It was a slightly misleading scoreline though, because Birmingham created a lot of chances in that game, and there's another one here for Price. Does he fancy the shot? Yes, he does. Drives it wide.
Yeah, it's just another example, a bit like last week. They're really good in transition. They have really good 1v1 players, so if they win the ball, they can be really dangerous, and they probably like it that way as well. You know, in terms of how they like to play, they like to be aggressive with the ball. They like to steal the ball. Whereas that's where they caused a bit of chances last week. And today they'll probably play the same way. That's their style as well. That's their identity.
Finney. Challenge came flying in from McCarthy. Almeida with a huge bellow across the court. He's not happy.
Yeah, what you'll notice is Loughborough really try and flatten out the defensive lines of Birmingham, and at one point there, like, all 4 players are nearly on the same defensive line, and that's when they'll try and go through and over. So if you can make 3 lines into 1 line, then you know you're doing a good job in terms of your positional attack.
Price's pass was blocked off by Ribeiro. And Loughborough hunting in packs, force Birmingham back. Jagpal. That's a rare sloppy pass from him. As the skipper prepares to come on. It's the number 10 for Loughborough, Morgan. On the right side. There he is, tidy feet. Exchange passes with Myvald. Myvald really was the linchpin of the Loughborough side last week, wasn't he, against Manchester? Played so many minutes. Such a fit player, but also he's got a real nous about him, hasn't he? I think Joao likes him on the court for that reason.
Yeah, he sort of leads them now as one of the older graduates, if you like, and I think he sort of physically is really good, engine-wise is good, and he's got such a strong pass, such a strong shot, and he really sort of carries the team through, if that makes sense.
Price puts it out for a kick-in. Petrov checks out. And, Joel Hughes re-enters.
So it looks like Birmingham are changing like for like in terms of positions here. Petrov going in for Hughes as a top man, as a pivot.
The referee just holding us here. So Morgan over the kick-in. Myvald lurking just behind him. Angled across to McCarthy. Hunter, I should say, rather. Now with Langley. Myvald. Morgan picks out Hunter, who looks to get on the turn against Finney. Going to be a fresh impetus here for Birmingham. Back on comes Scott. And Withers is preparing to come on in 2. I think that's Kanate over there preparing to come on, number 6 for Birmingham. Ringing a few changes. Trying to change the course of this game. We've had half of the first half already. 2-1 lead Loughborough. Forward comes Bickerstaff to join the attack. Myvald going to fire it across, and there's Langley! And 3-1. A goal very much similar to the first. Myvald smashing it to the second post, and Langley pounced upon the loose ball.
Yeah, it's a great finish. I was just about to say Loughborough starting to dominate possession here. And it's that diagonal pass into a shot, if you like, in terms of then picking up the pieces off the keeper. 3-1, definitely dominating possession here, Loughborough, in terms of their game plan.
On comes Withers for Price. Great start from this Loughborough side. Bickerstaff forms the overloads. Morgan. It's interesting from Loughborough using the fly like this. They used it to great effect actually against Manchester when they were sort of forced to. Withers gets it away, it's clever. But Birmingham aren't the team to sort of press high, and it's causing them problems. Loughborough able to get into their territory and hold them there.
Yeah, but at the minute, you know, Loughborough moving the ball really slickly, and they're sort of, Birmingham have struggled to know whether to press man for man, move on, and then obviously then Loughborough throwing in Bickerstaff as their keeper to make it a 5v4, which is causing a bit of structural problems at the minute in the Birmingham defence.
Yeah, it really is, and he's almost moving forward and playing as a fix, isn't he, and just being the focal point.
Yeah, another keeper with great feet.
Hughes 1v1. Just great feet, isn't it? Thought he'd lost the ball for a second, but that is really good play. He wants a free kick, he's not getting it.
Yeah, when he went over the first time there, it was great feet. Probably could have turned out and then built attack a bit differently, but his feet here were absolutely brilliant. Looked after the ball, and then I think in this moment here, he probably needs to turn and restart and move round. But yeah, he's the bigger man's got brilliant feet.
Real danger as well. Got a cannon of a shot as well when he unleashes it. Bickerstaff isn't bad either. He apologises for that effort though. Huxter is back on for Loughborough. Kanate has finally made his way on for Birmingham. On the left side at the moment, here he is. Now that's nice, 2v1 on the way, and an important toe from Huxter, and his teammates absolutely love that.
That was great from Dean Withers there. They played 3 versus 2 on the first line, lent the ball out wide, and then straight away into the pivot, and that's what they've got to do more of, Birmingham, to get up court, get into the middle third, and get into the final thirds. It's a great bit of play from number 7 Withers there.
Bickerstaff. Morgan. Space here for Santos. Steps inside Kanate. And Huxter couldn't sort his feet out. I think Kanate won't make the same mistake again as letting Santos so easily in on his left foot like that. Huxter appends Hughes, and that's a painful looking fall.
Yeah, it's definitely a foul there.
Well, timeout called. And Birmingham are going to take the time just to talk things over. It's a decent position for a set piece for them. 3-1 down. Something needs to change.
Yeah, I think so. I think they'll just try and use this opportunity to set up a set piece. Iclat there just talking to the players around what they're doing, and I think Loughborough here are just want to get out of the transition phases that they're probably seeing an opportunities coming, so probably just want to clear up that, because like you said last week, when teams got into the final third, it seemed to give fouls away, panic away, and it's something that they've got to mature into, in being confident being comfortable in the uncomfortable situations, if that makes sense.
Just interesting there, watching Joao Almeida talk. He pointed up at the scoreboard. Now, whether that was saying there's 7 minutes left, or maybe pointing out the score, maybe even pointing out the foul count, could be any or really. But he's a passionate coach, Joao Almeida, and he was unhappy with a lot of things last week. I think, not least the decisions, but also he thought his team didn't quite handle it as well as he would have liked. But yeah. I think he's liked what he's seen to a point so far, but he is drilling his team hard to make sure they keep on going.
Yeah, I think he's trying to teach them the game in terms of the management of it, and I think that's what would want to say, management of it. You could argue that they could use more fouls up here to stop the counter, because they've got fouls on the clock to use. Whether that's an idea that he would want, but some coaches do want that.
It's Kanate for Birmingham. Into Hughes, who looks to roll his man, does this so well. Couldn't quite wrap his foot around the shot. It's strong play from Neil Morgan there, who is by no means a small lad, but he's a bit smaller, and he just held his own really well.
Yeah, it was a brilliant bit of play in a vertical 2v2 there by the Birmingham players. They found each other and then ran off it to get the set, but also allowed Hughes to turn.
Oh, now then, chance for Scott. Beats for pace. Santos, who is a lucky man and a relieved man. That was a great chance for Birmingham. Huxted as well. Kanate just bundles into Marshall Hale, and now Bryant can take this out and finds Withers, keeps it in. Great slide tackle from Santos. Game becoming stretched and becoming plenty more fun to watch because of it. This is a great bit of work from the goalkeeper Bickerstaff.
It's a great steal by, I think it was Lewis Scott there, but another example of not losing the ball in your own third in central areas. It can kill you in this game.
Yeah, he got away with one. Can I say? Couldn't quite sort his feet out. Lawson McCarthy's about to come back in. He is. Number 3 for Loughborough, just shuffling down this left wing. So too is Bickerstaff. Feeds it into Marshall Hale. Huckster. Now here's McCarthy. Hale, McCarthy came off Withers and then Scott. McCarthy's pass wasn't quite there, but Almeida applauds the idea away to our right. And Petrov being prepared to come back in.
Nice idea by Lewis Scott there, just trying to find the pivot again. He dropped the shoulder, he can move offline, but the quality not quite there. But you can see what he was trying.
Left the ball. Huckster unleashes a shot. It was ambitious to say the least. In comes Stilian Petrov, and it looks like him and Hughes are just going to rotate roles as the pivot in this Birmingham team. Kanate couldn't keep it in. McCarthy. Now Petrov. This is the position we expected to see a little bit more of, and that's the sort of pass he can produce.
Yeah, it's a great pass. He just waited for the team to drop off, and they find that diagonal slide in between, which we know he's capable of if you give him that time and space.
With a loose touch, and Loughborough recycled possession. Bickerstaff making himself a presence over on that far side. McCarthy, blocked by Kanate. Doing a good job, aren't they, Loughborough, pinning Birmingham back?
Yeah, a bit like Helvetia, where they used Mark Croft. You know, they're now using Joe Bickerstaff the same, and just that surprise fly keeper, because all of a sudden the defending structure has to look at a 4v5, should I say, and that's where it causes few problems.
Bickerstaff flights one towards Hale. Gets the head on it, but not going to trouble Bryant anytime soon.
You could just hear, I think, the Birmingham bench shouting different formations of when the Loughborough keeper gets it, so they have to change their way to defend so they don't get opened, and that's stopping the momentum that they're getting in possession as they start to build, and they need to build more episodes of this, about having the ball, building it, starting to create positional attacks.
Kanate's pass was loose. It's good pivot play there from Petrov. Constantly being an option. At the moment, Loughborough have dominated.
Here it is again, that fly keeper just to, cause the front two, Petrov and Kante, problems, because they're now dealing with 3, which physically is really difficult.
So Price is on now. He's replaced Kanate. Now with Withers. Petrov, lovely way to pass. Withers and Price. Is he going to tee this up? He will, and Withers couldn't wrap his foot around it.
Yeah, great little wall pass there from Withers to Petrov, and then second post. I actually think Petrov was the pass back here, slowly onto his his left foot and he could have struck that. So I actually think the final ball was the wrong one.
Yeah, Petrov was frustrated afterwards, whether that was through the missed chance or for not receiving the ball.
Bit of both, I think.
Yeah, I think a little bit of one, half a dozen of the other. Hunter, and now Myvald. Impressive from Price to get a foot in there.
A goal either way here is going to change the game, isn't it? So I think, you know, both teams are definitely, I think Loughborough dominating, as I say, positional attacks, intensity.
I've got a hold of that.
Yeah, great strike. But if, you know, Birmingham have got goals in them like we saw, they've got attacks in them. So I think the next goal here is going to be absolutely key.
McCarthy bounces it off Hunter, gets it back. Is the left number 5, that's Burrows. First time we've seen him today, here he is. And the pressure from Scott. Birmingham have actually done really well there to force Loughborough all the way back. Not seen enough of that for me in this first half.
Yeah, great pressure, but then not everyone pressed in that Birmingham phase and all of a sudden Loughborough get out a bit too easy, but got away with it.
2 minutes left in this first half. What have you made of the special guest so far?
I think, you know, it's difficult for him. You know, the tempo's high. He probably won't be used to, like I say, the tempo of a league game. I think in possession we know that he can cause damage. I think out of possession it's a challenge. It's a challenge for him.
I think it's one he's relishing. And something that Iqbal Hussain said in his interview is already it's clear that just from one training session his leadership qualities there for all to see. He's seen just about everything.
And I think if you've played, you know, an invasion game football at a high level, you know whether to mark space, mark man. I think he does that really well. I think so. When they've been in the when Loughborough have been in their half, he's understood when to pass on, when to move, those types of things, those types of principles, if you like, around defending and attacking. I think when the game opens up and it becomes spread, it's that little bit of change of pace that, you know, probably through his age that he just hasn't got it.
And Loughborough, meanwhile, will continue to work them hard. Almeida will continue to work his boys hard as well.
Yeah, but like I say, I think we said, didn't we, Petrov's been in for a couple of weeks and still probably learning the way how Birmingham play, so he's new to the group, which is another you know thing. Like if he's new, he's got to learn the way their style is, their play as well.
Yeah, you could see by the smile that he had on his face in the warm-up, though, he is just so
it's
buzzing for it.
It's just great to see him back with the ball, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Hugely likeable figure. Not just for those of a green and white hoops or a claret and blue persuasion. It's Burrows for Loughborough. Now then, Scott can rob Hunter. Great feet from Scott. Can he find the finish? Yes, he can. Not sure who the final ball came off. I don't think Birmingham will mind too much. That is a goal created out of absolutely nothing by sheer grit and a bit of skill from Lewis Scott.
Yeah, I think it's that physicality that Lewis Scott brings, and when he gets the ball, he's great at going past people. He loves to go past people, and you know, Loughborough been caught napping again in that transition, but he's really effective in those moments. And in the end, what a great ball into a dangerous area, and I think it was bundled over either by a Loughborough player or Dean Withers.
I think it was Jan Myvald who got the final touch, who now has an assist, a goal and an own goal to his name.
Well,
can't keep him out of the game, but that's he couldn't do anything about it. He had to be there, and that was just all about the work from Lewis Scott. The intensity there was brilliant.
And what it shows you is you don't need all of the ball to be effective in futsal. So how you build your plan around your players and again your game model, just because you have the ball doesn't mean you're the most effective, because it's really hard to break teams down. And you know, Birmingham haven't seen a lot of the ball, but when they've gone forward with pace, with aggression, they look like they're going to score.
Yeah, totally agree. 3-2. We talked about that next goal being big. It has gone to the team in yellow. Kicking is driven towards the keeper from Myvalds. Bryant got a toe on it.
Seemed that stoppage of a timeout just changed the focus maybe of both teams there.
Great block by Petrov. Hunter ripped that one. Hunter. That's a really loose one. I think he played it a little bit blind there.
I think he thought the referee was one of his players, actually. I think he played it out to the ref.
Either way, it was a long way from its target. Birmingham turned the ball over. Final 30 seconds of the half. Can they force a chance? Can they force a goal? Oh, good ball that is. Withers. Petrov backing him up. Great work from Burrows to turn away too. Fleet of foot. Couldn't quite scramble his way through. Final 8 seconds. Maybe a chance for Price. Scott, maybe a chance to shoot. And there's Price! Stops the clock at 2.4 seconds, and Birmingham have tied this game heading into half-time.
This is a great finish by Price. You know, great into Lewis Scott, back into Price, and he's dipped it inside like we've seen again. What a strong finish that is. But I think it just shows you the detail here. When, you know, I think it was Burrows could have gone down into space on the left side. He's decided to come back inside, lost the ball, and all of a sudden it's a 3 versus 2 or a counter-attack. And again, it's that small details with these young players that they need to understand.
Well, frustration from Loughborough. Myval boots the ball away. He's furious. A minute ago, it was 3-1, and as we go into half-time, it is 3 apiece. This game has exploded into life, and it is all to play for in the second half. 10 minutes or so for half-time. Already you can see the experience of Petrov getting into his teammates, trying to work out the best way to help them win. Love to be a fly on the wall in that dressing room at half-time, that's for sure. Let's take a look at some highlights. We'll be back with you in 10 or so minutes as this game resumes. It is poised on a knife edge. Here we go then. Welcome back. Birmingham 3, Loughborough Students 3. All to play for in this second half. We thought for a time that Loughborough looked like they were going to really turn the screw on Birmingham. Just run away with it a touch. But Birmingham have reined them in towards the end of that first half. 2 goals in the final minute of it. Means we are all square heading into this second period. Stephen Jameson and Mike Scabala with you for the final half of the day. It's been another grueler here at the University of Wolverhampton, but we've enjoyed every single game. Been lots of good action today.
Yeah, both teams have played really well, I think, in the way they want to play. I think it's been a great game, high intensity, very competitive, some good performances on show, some good individual goals as well, and we've actually seen some good team tactical goals, so what a great game so far, and I think the second half is going to be just as good.
Joel Hughes hits the deck and hits the deck hard. We've got there Darnell Humes on for the first time for Birmingham. He's number 10 for the Yellows. And dashing through the centre there is Myvald. Oh, he squeezed it in!
Superb there, straight in the second half. I think he's been really good today, young Myvald, but if you see, I think it was Ruben Santos left foot as he drifted inside. They did a vertical overlap, if you like, as a 2. Little back heel, then he's had to deal with that under his feet. Here it is. He still had to do a bit of work here, and he shot hard and low, and I think probably, you know, Sean Bryan will be a little bit disappointed, but it was a hard one to deal with from such a close range.
Yeah, Jan Myveld has done brilliantly there. Massive goal for Loughborough Students, who retake the lead. Well, they only lost it not that long ago. 2 seconds left of the first half. Jan Myveld, 30 seconds into the second, restores that advantage. Jamie Hunter just picked up a yellow card there for Loughborough. Not sure that was something he said, perhaps. Difficult to say. I don't think there was anything too aggressive on the court. And the fact that the foul count has remained at 0 tells me that's probably the case.
Yeah, I think it was something he said to the referee. Wasn't happy with the decision, but you know, Loughborough here starting really well again, pressing, really aggressive on the press.
This is what they can do though with Joel Hughes. He does this so well. And Withers there rather appreciates the play there.
Yeah.
He is so strong, isn't he?
Yeah.
And the thing is with Joel Hughes is he's not just strong, he knows exactly what to do with his strength as well.
He's good at that. He's good at pinning defenders. Like Birmingham there, Loughborough pressing high, and they got out of that really well. They had an out ball to Joel Hughes, and he pins the defender and he waits for people to get up and around, and he's so effective in that role.
Yeah, he's got great feet as well. It's not just all about his size, but his physicality is such a weapon when utilised like that. It's good defending by Donald Humes, and Withers will see that one out. It's a Birmingham ball.
Yeah, good defending there, just to shepherd that ball out.
Price sends that somewhere. I think it got lodged in the netting. I've no idea where that ball's ended up. I'm looking around the hall and I've got absolutely no idea.
It's just, yeah.
I thought the cameraman too. That's Hunter in. Santos strikes, and Santos strikes wide. I think if Birmingham are to turn this around, and obviously a 1-goal deficit is quite easily turned around by this Birmingham team. We've already seen that in this match. But if they are to get on top in this game, I think we need to see the sort of performance out of Zach Price that we saw last week. In that he was really so impressive.
He was so impressive last week in the way, you know, they were playing. They're having a bit more of the ball this week, so that means, you know, Zach needs to probably blend into the sort of the tactical structure as well, which he's very good at, and he's got all different threats. He can go past people, he can shoot. Like you say, I think last week he was like top drawer, and this week he's growing into the game as we go.
Shot from range from Withers with his left. Bickerstaff with a comfortable hold after a handy little deflection. Made his job very simple. Myvald happy to sit and wait for the time being. This is Santos. Hunter and Langley who are out on court at the moment for Loughborough. alongside Marval and Santos. It's a lovely run by Langley, but Bryant read that one. Price, Hughes and Withers, the Birmingham 4. Here is Humes. Doesn't quite manage to skip by the challenge of Santos. There is Ikhlaq Hussein, who's been a busy man this weekend, as he always is. He's such an integral part of the Birmingham Futsal Club. But he coaches the girls' team as well. He was in action yesterday.
Yeah, busy.
It's been a long old weekend for Ikhlaq.
I think the coaches and players just glad to get back playing, get back competing at this level. And after, obviously, we've had with the pandemic, I think they love being out of the house at the minute and doing their roles.
That's a loose one from Humes. Hunter can attack, he's got pace. Price fouls him there. Doesn't like the decision, Zach Price, but I think it probably was. It's going to be a yellow card for the Birmingham defender and captain too.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where square passes again, you know, those slow square passes can result in a fast attack, a fast counter attack for Loughborough. But I think Zach Price has had to make sure that doesn't get a shot off. So it's a tough one, but probably good defending in the end. Ooh.
And that's actually a second yellow.
That's a big blow for Birmingham. He's been key, you know. He's been absolutely instrumental over these last two games, and he's just caught his leg, and now he's had to go for an early shower.
Well, Zach Price, I must admit, I didn't catch his first yellow card. Must have come in the first half. I don't think he was just shown 2 yellows there. We're a little bit lost up here. Not too sure what's occurred, but what I can tell you is Zach Price has been sent off. No doubt about that. And Birmingham will have to do without their captain, which is not an easy job. Talked about how Price was hoping to grow into this game and become the influential figure that he was last week against Helvetia. Scott can't turn past Hunter. Loughborough's tails are up. They are a goal up, and their opposition are captainless. Our roving reporter Mike Scaballa's found out some information, hopefully.
Yeah, he got a yellow card in the first half, we're just saying, over near the bench, early doors, so that was his second yellow, which quite a soft one, but you know, it'd be a big blow for them, but they're dealing really well with here with the 3 players, so the laws of the game now means that Birmingham have to deal with 2 minutes or a goal from Loughborough with 3 players, so Loughborough really want to try and score in this situation, why Birmingham have 3 players, so he goes from the field of play, but they have to deal with, like I say, 2 minutes real time or a goal for Loughborough to get another player on. So they'll defend here in a triangle. Some teams like to have 1 in front, 2 behind. Some like to have 1 behind, 2 in front.
It's a good save, but there is the goal that they were looking for. And it's Jamie Hunter who provides it. Could miss.
Yeah. Great goal by Loughborough, but physically that is so hard for Birmingham to deal with at this level, you know, for a long period of time. You know, 2 minutes sounds really easy, but 2 minutes when the clock keeps stopping is a long time for those players to deal with that. And now they're back with their 4 players, so...
Yeah, in a way, it's not the worst punishment for Birmingham, is it? I think you'd almost... You're going to lose a goal, lose it, and then get your 4 players back on the court, because 2 minutes can be an age.
Yeah, interesting. I've seen coaches sometimes just let a goal go in, so they've got more time to get the goals back. So the worst thing you can have sometimes is like 1 minute 50 and then they score. You know, different ways, but structurally they need to put on a low block, and they did that quite well, but you can get opened up so easily. And I've also seen the other end where people have used fly keeper. You know, I like to use a fly keeper against the 3 to dominate by 2 players and just keep moving it and keep them on court for a minute without even touching it, that's really physically difficult. But I think, you know, influential, Zach Price has been influential for them over the time, and he's, you know, a couple of goals today, really growing into that game and dominating. I think it's a big blow for them, really.
Yeah, it really is. Of course, the upside to it all is a red card isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all. It's a pretty punishing thing to happen. You do have that 2-minute/1 goal punishment, whichever comes first, but they can now play the rest of the match. They can have the 4 players out on court, but just losing his ability is the big one, really, isn't it?
I think so. Losing his, you know, leadership skills, his ability to go past players. We know, like we've seen today, goals in him, but also strong defensively. So, you know, he's becoming a huge player for Birmingham, and I think that's what they lose, that little bit of dominance of when he's on court.
Well, there's no doubt about it. He is frustrated. It is Manmeet Jakpal trying to force some room down that far side. Shahal made it. As ever, he's very much in this game.
It's a great pass. Brilliant pass by Jakpal there.
Now Petrov. Oh, it's a lovely ball, lovely play. And Withers couldn't force it in from the angle. That was superb. Superb futsal from Birmingham.
Yeah, superb down that right-hand side. Superb interlinking 2v2 situations. Lots of wall passes to try and break the block of Loughborough. Great passage of play by Birmingham.
Stanian Petrov is back on for the team in yellow. Here he is. We saw him play as something of a pivot in the first half. Looks like he's going to play a little bit more deep in this second, or is he just returning up to the front? He was. Beaten to it there by Hunter. Looks like he'll keep that position just tactically as Myval strikes wide. It's good position for him. We're talking about this at half time, Mike. It's a useful position for him to actually occupy.
Yeah, is that top pivot. Yeah, it's a very useful position for him to occupy, because you know he can look after the ball. Technically, he's good. Probably can hold off defenders. So he'll be really effective there for Birmingham.
Also relieves him of some of those quite difficult handovers and exchanges in defence,
so
which are difficult anyway, but without the familiarity of your teammates, it's even more difficult.
Yeah, so because he's a bit newer to this level, and the different changes, the tactical changes, it will support him a little bit in his out of possession work. But yeah, he looks like he's really enjoying himself out there.
Cut out by Myvals. Myval again from the base, and it's well read by Scott. There's no doubt about it, he seems to have proven a very popular figure amongst this Birmingham team. Plenty of smiles before the match, and indeed during it as well. Less so now, they're 5-3 down, of course, but he's been a useful addition. I've enjoyed the experience, and I think he has as well. So good to see him, as we mentioned earlier, with the ball at his feet. Career curtailed far too early, of course, by that illness that he suffered back in 2013.
Loughborough here again, just moving the ball, dominating possession a little bit. Birmingham struggling to sort of get that ball back, so good passage of play here by Loughborough, just rotating through, playing and cutting, looking for wall passes like this.
It's a strange one, isn't it? Because the way that they're playing, it's almost as if they're playing with an extra man. It's almost how you'd expect a team to play against 10 men, as it were, almost.
Yeah, I think, you know, like they're dominating possession quite well here, and the way they move in the 4-0s, they look for wall passes and then rotate back round and come back round. So, you know, Birmingham have to get tight, or they have to stop those forward runs, but getting pulled all over the place in some ways. But but then Loughborough have to go and hurt them as well, otherwise it's just possession for possession's sake.
This is Scott. That was a bit of a gamble, but he's played out of that well.
Nice idea from Withers there, just to try and play that long diagonal. He nearly played that over the top a little bit more on it. Right idea, just needed a bit more.
Final 11 minutes of the day then. Jacques Pau manages to keep it in, does well. Petrov wins the kick in. Scott. Petrov in a bit of space. Digs out across. Jacques Pau couldn't quite get on the end of it. And Marshall Hale with a bit of time and does really well. Good pass that.
Great three in line,
Rivera.
Loughborough. Yeah, they just set up a three in line there, Loughborough, where they could miss pass to Rivera, or from Rivera, should I say, which caused Birmingham a few problems. But here's a counter now.
Yeah, brilliant from Withers, and here comes Scott. And now with Jacques Pau. Shoved away by McCarthy. I mean, that looked like a foul to me, but play continues. Here comes Huxter, goes all the way himself and just wide. Back in comes Joel Hughes. And young Ethan Finney's on as well, number 11. Birmingham try and keep their players fresh.
Yeah, going like for like changes Birmingham, whereas Loughborough changed probably more as a 4. Again, different tactics from both head coaches. Because Birmingham are very much individual defence here, so they follow their players through, which is where Loughborough are playing in that 4-0 to pull them out, to create the spaces in behind.
Finney frustrated that he couldn't bring that under control. Loughborough once again operating with a fly. This is Bickerstaff, who's very good on the ball. Again, we saw this earlier on with, I've seen so many games today, Mike, forgive me, I've forgotten which game, but we saw it earlier on where the keeper quite often was working all the way up to the right, but just taking the shot on a little bit early, and actually becomes then quite an ineffective tactic. It's just
I think it was Worcester this morning, we were talking about how if he steps in a little bit deeper and commits to it, he's probably going to cause more damage, and similar there to Joe Bickerstaff, because Joel Hughes did really clever.
Oh, now then, Hughes, lovely feet, can he finish? Finney! And it's off the line. Hughes wants the penalty, Bickerstaff stayed down. Well, it's all kicking off here.
Great feet by Hughes there, just to get through. Brilliant roll, got his body in the way, shifted it, great feet.
I think actually Bickerstaff has just been guilty of just being where Joel Hughes stood. And that's why he's in pain, because when Joel Hughes puts any foot down, that is some serious power behind that.
Yeah, it looked like he just stood on his knee.
Oh, it's a great ball across. Bickerstaff got something on it. And Finney and Hughes left it to each other. Withers can take the kick in. Birmingham just starting to heat up again. A couple of decent chances. Hughes again pins Huxter. Huxter does pretty well there. And it's going to be a goal kick too. Hughes is going to go crazy at these refs in a moment unless he gets some kind of decision.
I thought that was a corner as well, to be fair.
Well, it was a obviously it wasn't a penalty in the end, but what it was a massive opportunity for Joel Hughes and for Birmingham there.
He's a real handful, isn't he?
He was, but it's a great mischance too. It's got to go in, right?
Yeah, I think so. And then, like we say, 5-4 again. That's a different game. At the minute, Loughborough pressing here in a 2-1, passing players on quite comfortable in their first line pressure.
I'd say with a loose pass, a chance for Marshall Hale. He smashes it into Bryant.
But goals change games. We know that, don't we? And if they'd have scored that 5-4 all of a sudden, it's a different game again. But at the minute, Loughborough just controlling the game out of possession really, really well.
Lawson McCarthy stayed down after being clattered by Kanote. I think there wasn't anything malicious in it. It was just a bit of a collision.
I think it was a coming of bodies, wasn't it?
He's going to take a breather off the court. In comes Johnny Langley. Back comes Jan Myvald. Back comes Jamie Hunter.
Yeah, looks like Jan Myvald coming round for a shot maybe here.
It's Neil Morgan with the corner, and Jan Myvald puts it through the sticks. Right underneath that. Him and Joe Bickerstaff sharing a joke about it. Not quite what they were after. Here's Joel Hughes. Took 2 Loughborough bodies to get it off him.
Yeah, great play by Joel Hughes. He's a real danger man now as that sort of fixed pivot, rolling, twisting either way. It takes 2 Loughborough players to double up on him, so he can't turn out of it. Really.
Without Huckster as well, they don't have a natural sort of bigger player to combat that.
Yeah.
Jan Myveld, for example, is a very canny defender, but sheer size often wins. That's clever from Hunter. Turns out, keeps the ball.
Yeah, it was good. Probably had a little opportunity to slide it through there to keep that counter alive, but in the end decided to turn out, keep possession and build again.
Yeah, Loughborough, I suppose, don't need to take those sorts of risks if they feel like they don't need to.
Yeah.
Risk a transition when they're 2 goals in front with 7 and a bit minutes left.
Yep, again here they're causing problems by...
There's the ball, and that's Hunter, and there's the post to deny him. Lovely pick out by Neil Morgan. Perfect way to pass.
Yeah. Again, Loughborough causing problems here with their possession because Birmingham were man for man, and all of a sudden they decided to pass players on and they got it wrong, and all of a sudden the game was open and Morgan could find that diagonal pass into the second post. So that's the good thing about playing 4-0 and trying to pull players out of spaces.
Now this is interesting. Liam Petrov is back on, and so too is Joel Hughes. Now that means Petrov is going to play a bit further back. This will be interesting.
Yep.
Might be a deadly combination if Petrov can find the needle to sort of thread those passes to Joel Hughes.
I think in possession, if he's facing forward more, I think he could probably cause a little bit more damage, but it's making sure he gets on those balls so he can find Joel Hughes as that fixed pivot.
No way around him on that occasion here with a wall pass. This is Withers.
Great ball.
Hughes pokes it back to Petrov, and Langley's going to get blown up on there. That is a foul. It's only the second one of the half, if you'd believe it, and we've seen a red card.
Yeah, that was a great ball by young Finney there into Joel Hughes on the diagonal and then running off it. I've been impressed with him today. He's done some really neat stuff.
Still down Petrov over the free kick. Leaves it to Withers. Withers doesn't pick out Finney. Petrov takes a whack. And I think the free kick turned against him for handball.
I didn't think he could do much about that.
Yeah, I think he got a whack in the face. Petrov smiling about it.
Yeah.
But don't think the one side of competitive sport he won't have missed is arguing with referees, that's for sure. Here's Bickerstaff for Loughborough. Switch of play was on, Bickerstaff delayed it. Now goes a bit further forward, and that's where he can be effective. Morgan, that's just what we were talking about before, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's where Bickerstaff can be brave. He's got great striking. What you see about Joel Hughes is he's cutting off the pass back to the middleman, which actually opens up the court a bit further up. So, you know, Joel Hughes done really well to cut it off, and then sort of invited, if you like, Bickerstaff to come on. I think he needs to step on and shoot and really take it to them. But again, they don't want to over-risk that situation.
Really good save by Bryant in the midst of all that from a shot from Myvald. Big Staff in the mix again, going
so
forward.
He's cutting the passing line back if he can, Joel Hughes.
Yeah, didn't on that occasion. Shut down the line, I think, based on what he'd just seen from Big Staff, probably. It's a little bit of a loose pass. Can't have too many of those in that position when you're wearing a keeper's kit. Myvald!
That's brilliant from Myvald there. Plays a 3 in line with Joel Bigstaff. Plays through it. You'll see he goes and looks for the follow for the second post finish with, I think, Neil Morgan trying to get in on the end of it.
Oh, Myvald does really well to get in front of Joel Hughes there. Really good play by Loughborough.
Again, looking for those diagonal runs, those parallel runs, long parallels we call them, to open up the space in behind the defenders and pull Birmingham all over the place, because they're very individual at the moment. They're going man for man, which means you can run into the space behind players.
This is Langley. Hunter.
And that's why they're playing this system. If players are following you all over, then you can pull them up the court, down the court, and drive through and open those, try and find those diagonal passes in those runs through.
Loughborough at the moment, happy to keep it. 5 minutes and 13 remaining. Joel Hughes with a vital toe to deny that going through to Neil Morgan.
Birmingham need to see a bit more of the ball here to try and get that goal back. Maybe press a bit more aggressively to stop Loughborough doing their, if you like, style and system of play.
What a great hit from Jamie Hunter. He holds his face. He knows how close he was to getting a great goal to his name there.
Brilliant strike. We've seen that volley used a few times today already, and there it is again. Volley into Jamie Hunter and a good left foot.
Morgan back to Hunter once more. Langley will give it him back. Now Myvald in his familiar position on the Loughborough right. Neil Morgan demanded it, gets it, picks the pass. Loughborough keep the ball. They seem content to keep it. They're not risking anything here. It's clever from Hunter. Gets around Withers. Good save from Bryant. Petrov away. Uses his body well. That wasn't the best pass he's ever played though, and Langley barrels that out for a kick in. Timeout called. Birmingham are going to want to chest it over. It's still in there for them. They showed with 60 seconds left on the clock they can score 2 goals to square things up in the first half. They've got 4 minutes and 20 here. Something needs to change though.
Yeah, I think, like you said, it only takes that moment to score, and in futsal with the clock stopping within a minute, they could get 2. It feels like their intensity's dropped quite a bit out of the game that they had in the first half, but if they can get the ball, if they can go at the Loughborough players a little bit more, they can hopefully get back into this game. But I think over the last minute you've seen how Loughborough are quite happy to have the ball and move the ball and keep it, like I said before, hide the ball, and then when the situations come to go 1v1 down the sides, where if Birmingham do get a toe on it, it's going to go out for a kick in. So they're really taking the risks in the right areas. We've just seen, I think, Jamie Hunter with a lovely bit of skill on that wide area. So they're only taking the risks really in the low risk zone, if you like.
Back comes Ruben Santos into the fray. Marshall Hales rejoined the ranks for Loughborough as well. Petrov forward looking to pick out Jack Powell, who's going to play as the pivot here.
Here they are, so they're pressing a little bit more now.
Yeah, they brought on Jack Powell, I think, just for that role, haven't they? A bit more legs in terms of pace compared to Hughes. That ball was behind Petrov, though. Santos, Petrov with the tackle. Sweeps his legs from under him. Santos wants to stay down. And is Stilian Petrov going to return with a yellow? Yes, he is.
I think he's just landed awkwardly on his back there, Santos, because his both legs were sweeps up for him. I think what you saw also is, you know, Birmingham pressing. We're pressing a bit more aggressively there, which we talked about. You know, if they sit in, the clock's going to run. So here I think they will have a go at pressing a little bit more, but they've got to deal with this 5v4 situation first.
Myval there, I think, was telling Bigstaff that he wants him to get back in goal and abandon that sort of fly keeper strategy. They just don't want to take any risks at the moment. It's game management mode for Loughborough now.
I think so, yeah. I think they're saying, you know, they'll be happy with this win if they can get it.
Petrov's been called against for not taking the kick in correctly. What a good ball that is by Bickerstaff. This might stay alive for Marshall Hale. Bryant gets his hands on it. Now can they look to counter? Oh, Hunter, I think, was not letting Bryant counter there. And he was pretty frustrated about it as well, the Birmingham keeper.
Yeah, he had an opportunity to counter again because 2 Loughborough players were out of the game. Jamie Hunter, I think it was quite clever, just pulled him back and stopped him throwing the ball, which, you know, probably a good foul. Just stops that counter, doesn't it?
Bruno Ribeiro is onto the court.
It's interesting here that Loughborough are using the keeper to stop Birmingham pressing. So when the keeper comes out, they drop off to get them to stop pressing.
Clever ball from Petrov, and Withers is on the break here, one-on-one with Myval, and that's where Myval thrives. He's a good player.
Yeah, defensively he's been brilliant, 1v1 today. He's picked up everything from the centre of that court.
It's a loose ball though, and Scott almost seized upon it. Santos feeds it through, Scott's there again. Boundless energy of Lewis Scott. Two minutes and change remaining. Jack Powell with us on the run again. You see that energy not quite there as it was in the first half. It's been a long and tiring game. Loughborough are almost emerging at the other side of it with 3 points.
Yeah, physically it's been tough for Birmingham. Good little passage of play there by Birmingham from Petrov to Withers, who then had a wall pass off, I think, with Jagpal. They need to do more of that to try and open up Loughborough.
It's a good tackle from Jagpal, not allowing Bickerstaff to advance up the line. Scott through the legs of Santos, foul.
I wonder if we'll see Birmingham use the fly keeper for the last 2 minutes here. I wonder if that's a tactic that they would want to do with Sean Bryant, the keeper. He looks like he's slowly coming up.
Yeah, gradually working his way forward, isn't he? Here he is. Oh, Scott crept through there. Still going. Still going. Still going with Darnell Humes. Birmingham tenacious here. No way through. Valiant defending from Loughborough.
Birmingham having a little press here, as we talked about.
Petrov with a great header back to
Bryant. Brilliant header back to the keeper there to restart the attack for Birmingham. They've gone quick.
Jack Powell does really well to hold on to it. Needs a bit of support.
Great right-footed and left-footed player. Jack Powell can go either way. Difficult to defend against. think Birmingham may as well roll the dice here, use the fly keeper to try and make it 5v4 now. So you use those situations where they can bring Bryant up to attack rather than play 4 versus 4 outfield. Play 5v4 like this. Hopefully they're coming into it. Here we go.
Space for Jacques Pal, didn't control it. By the time the pass was released, the chance had gone. Joao Almeida bellowing orders at his boys. They are almost over the line. Jacques Pal swivels in. Humes! Really good save by Bickerstaff. That was a great chance for Birmingham.
Yeah, he was just trying to get certain players into certain positions to defend against the fly keeper. So different players do different roles well. I think he was asking for Bruno on the wide area to defend instead of one of the more attacking players. So
great chance there for Humes. If he could have got that past Bickerstaff. Now then Jacques Pal screws another shot in. Bickerstaff with another save. And the energy from Myval there against Scott. Myval to finish it. Scott with a brilliant recovery challenge.
Brilliant tackle there by Scott.
Outstanding from Scott.
Both players there, I thought Myval did well to steal it and get in there, and I thought he was going to just let that toe poke fly, and then Scott just got a last ditch tackling and managed to keep that ball out. Some great play by those two today.
Looks like Loughborough are just about to hold on. Final 20 seconds, they are almost there. Just before we get to full time. Mike, I know you've been thinking about it. Your man of the match?
I think today, I think he's been really impressive. He's really put his stamp on the game. Is Myval for Loughborough. Done really, really well today. Big leader, played loads of minutes. Superb performance.
No room for Petrov to swivel in the cross. Final 1.9 seconds is on its way. Keeper's at the back post and marked it. There's the scoop, there's the header, and that will do us. Brilliant performance from Loughborough, gets them 3 points in this summer showdown after their defeat to Manchester. That is a very welcome victory for Joao Almeida's youngsters. 5-3 the win, and a decent performance from Birmingham, who are upset by the loss of their captain, red-carded early on in the second half, and a debut for the former Aston Villa and Celtic man Stilian Petrov. Plenty of positives to take from the game from Birmingham, but a win for Loughborough. This is how the league table looks at the end of that. You can see Loughborough are still technically in with a shout. It would need some swing, though, in that final game against the outstanding London Helvetia. That is the final game. That's coming up next weekend. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, and we'll have some post-match reaction. Do stay with us for that. Yeah, joined with our player of the match, very happy Jan Myval. Jan, congratulations on a big win for the boys. It's a bounce back win as well. What does that 3 points mean to you boys?
Means everything, because next week we've got a difficult game against Helvetia, so getting these 3 points today meant that we've still got a chance to get in it, got a chance to win, go to the final, so it means everything to us.
And it was a real grueler today. I know you play more minutes than most of the lads that are out there. What is the secret to your energy? Because myself and Mike have been marvelling at it.
It's a lot of training, so we train 3-4 times a week, and then it's a bit of extra training as well on the side, but you can't fault it really.
And an interesting game there against Birmingham. You guys, you were involved right from the start. I think you got a goal, an assist, and OG as well. Couldn't keep you out of the game. A brilliant goal, particularly that first one, the cross to Marshall, a brilliant piece of work.
Yeah, we work on that a lot. So second post in futsal is pretty important. So we had 3 or 4 chances where we could have scored even more second post. So it's that ball, getting it there. So it's an important bit for us.
I wanted to ask you as well, what was it like to play against Stilian Petrov today?
It was weird from the start because we noticed him, and then we was like, oh yeah, he's a professional football player, so he's coming to futsal. It was interesting to play against him, different standards, so it was nice.
Big one next week. I think a 5 or 6-0 win against London Helvetia will take you through to the final. You've got to give it a go. Right?
Yeah, we've got to give it everything we got. So hopefully it'll be a good game. Hopefully it won't be too much of a score.
Well played, yeah. Best luck for next week.
Cheers.
We'll see you soon.
Cheers. See ya.
So we are here with the live draw for the National Futsal Series Tier 2 semi-finals. Alongside me, Mike Skabala, we will be drawing the 2 semi-finals, which will take place next weekend. Mike, if you draw the first ball, I'll draw the second, and we'll go from there.
Brilliant, and good luck to all the teams. So first out, we've got number 1, Genesis.
Against number 2, which is Wessex.
And then for the second semi-final, we'll play number 3, London Helvetia.
And it should be, and it is, number 4, York. So that concludes the draw for next week's semi-finals. London Genesis will take on Wessex, and London Helvetia will face York.